welcome, good morning. My name is Stephanie L. Willis, and thank you for watching the LawNewz Network. Today we are covering the Florida versus Henry Segura matter. If you were tuned in this week, this case started towards the end part of this week, and it's a rather peculiar case where Henry Segura, the defendant, is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. This is actually a capital punishment case, so if he is convicted of the first-degree murder, of the 4 first-degree murder counts, there is a possibility that he may suffer the death penalty. Henry Segura, in this case, is being charged in Leon County, Florida. He is charged with killing his girlfriend, Brandy Peters, and her 3 children, Tamaya Peters, Tanaya Peters, who are twins. They are Brandy's children, and then the child that Brandy and Henry had together by the name of Javante Segura. This case actually happened in 2010. Since 2013, this case has actually been delayed numerous times. What occurred was on November the 20th of 2010, neighbors found blood-splattered doors on Brandy Peters' apartment. Upon entering, they found that Brandy Peters had been beaten and shot 7 times. This is a very gruesome murder. Brandy Peters had been shot 7 times, and her daughter, one of her daughters, was also found shot, and then the rest were found drowned in a bathtub. Later on, they found Henry Segura a year later, and they found him in his Minnesota home, which is very far away from where the murders actually occurred in Florida. Now, when they did find him, the prosecution's theory, they came up with the theory that that Henry had owed, I believe it's over $20,000 in back child support pay. And so the prosecution came with the theory that he decided to allegedly kill his girlfriend, Brandy Peters, and her children as a result of the back pay. Now, the defense has come up with a very, like I said, peculiar theory. Their theory is that Brandy was somehow involved in the Mexican drug cartel, and that she was skimming money actually from the Mexican cartel, and then that is how the murders actually occurred. Back in June of 2015, there may have been some sort of Brady violation, in my opinion, but the court decided it was not. And when we have a Brady violation, it's actually evidence that's supposed to be turned over to the defense that may have some kind of a vindication, that may prove the defendant was innocent. And let me tell you how this happened. There was partial DNA found at the scene of the crime in the apartment that was DNA that belonged to someone else. Now, this not being handed over until way later, after the murders actually occurred in June of 2015, this is where a defense attorney would file for a motion for to dismiss the case or to suppress any kind of evidence due to the fact that the DNA evidence that may vindicate the defendant, in this case Henry Segura, was not actually handed over to the defense in this case. And so what they actually found was partial DNA, and the partial DNA actually, they believed, belonged to an individual by the name of Avila Quinones, who is believed to be a part of the drug cartel in this case. And so what happened here is that the judge did not approve for dismissing the case, and then they proceeded forward. In February 2016, an individual by the name of Santos, who was a former gang member of the Vice Lords, recanted his story about knowing Avila Quinones. In March of 2017, the defense attorney Hobbs, who was the lead attorney in this case, actually voluntarily resigned from the case due to some kind of a conflict between a witness and himself. So as you see, there have been a lot of peculiar moments, and as we say, it's not a trial. We never know in the way a trial is going to go. So this matter has been pending since 2010, or shall I say since 2011, when they found Henry Segura a year later in his Minnesota home. Another issue that happened, which was last week, is they had a pretrial hearing. An individual by the name of Santos, James Carlos Santos, who was the Vice Lord gang member, claimed from prison that he ordered the killings of Brandy Peterson because she was skimming out. She was skimming out on paying them the money that was due to the gang. So the judge actually ruled that portions of Santos's testimony could actually come in, but that a majority of his testimony would be considered hearsay. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with hearsay, I mean, we hear it thrown around all the time. You hear it on TV. We hear objections for hearsay. If you, in the actual courtroom, hearsay is a statement that's made outside of court to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And so, in this case, it's alleged that there's double hearsay. So it's hearsay on top of hearsay. And so those portions, without any kind of exceptions to the hearsay rule, those portions will actually not be admitted. So those particular statements will not actually be admitted during the trial. So we're actually going to throw to the opening statements in this trial so that you can get caught up on where we've been so far. Take a look.
Around 4:30 in the evening. Now we have the undigested food that would have, or that was eaten within the past 3 hours. And then you take another look back at home, and you see over here where somebody was in the process of eating something. So you take all that into context, and you sit down and you think about what it is that normal dinners and things are eaten between the hours of 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. And all that adds up and is being consistent with the murders occurring between those hours that we talked about, 6:53 and 8:21. So now they've established when they believe the murders occurred. They've established communication at what Brandy's doing. They've gone out and they've done this. And they start looking towards how are we going to apply this. And of course, as we talked about during jury selection, motive. Who had a reason to do this? You're going to hear investigators talk about the training that they have, and one of the main things and some of the things that they look for as it relates to this, as we already talked about, the wounds are very personal. So as it relates to the motive, one of the things they know through the training and experience is that many, many times these things come down to a couple of different situations. Either motive, love, relationship, money, in some way, shape, or form is usually connected to these. So they start looking for what that motive would be. What they're also going to look for is means. Who's got the ability to carry out something like this? One of you think you're going to hear from Dr. Flanagan is one of the wounds in the forehead area on Brandy Peters was she was hit so hard it actually crushed the skull. And she was hit repeatedly over and over and over. But because of that hit on your skull, somebody who did this had to have a lot of strength. Had to be really, really strong. The other thing you're going to hear from is Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Jeff Foggy. Jeff Foggy is now an agent. Back then he was a firearm analyst for many years. You heard that we actually recovered projectiles, which are the spent bullets, from the scene. We found one in the bathroom, or actually two in the bathroom, one in the hallway closet. Also, during the autopsy, other projectiles were removed actually from Ms. Peters. She was shot multiple times as well as beaten. The gunshot injuries were not the cause of the death, however. However, they were the cause of death. So they start looking for these questions. And of course, the other thing they do is they look for who had the opportunity to do that. Who had access to the house? Who was there? Remember, there wasn't a forced entry at this home. So who would have been let in? Someone they knew? As I said, you're going to hear from Jeff Foggy, that the gun that was utilized, the projectile, were 32 caliber. Now, the interesting about 32 caliber is apparently there are two different kinds of bullets that can be used in a 32 caliber pistol. And it's a pistol round, it's not a rifle round. And if you use the wrong one, it actually doesn't work like it's supposed to. What happens is, and he can explain this a lot better, but essentially what happens is the bullet doesn't get the velocity and the energy that is usually you think of when it comes to firearms. And as a result, it doesn't have the power that it's supposed to. And what you're going to hear is with Brandy's injury, that she was actually shot one time in the head and it never pierced her skull. And as I said, none of those injuries, or the gunshots, were the cause for death because they didn't do enough damage. You're actually going to see photographs from the scene that show where a bullet basically bounced off one of those thin rails that are on shower stalls. It hit it, made a small dent, and bounced down to the ground. You're going to see another one where it hit a porcelain toilet and bounced onto the ground. So these were, even though they were gunshots, they didn't have any power behind them for whatever reason. So one of the things law enforcement officers do, of course, they've established that these are the kind of things we need to know in order to figure out where this investigation is going to go. Now what you're going to hear is that one of the first things they do is they're actually notifying Henry Segura of the death of his son. They know that Javante Segura is Henry Segura's son. They haven't heard from him. So law enforcement officers have to notify somebody. Tell them. Your son passed away. And you're going to hear, of course, that law enforcement officers, when they do interviews, and this would apply no matter whether the person's a suspect, just a person that's a witness, or whatnot. And at the time, Mr. Segura was not a suspect in any way, shape, or form. This is for the purposes of letting him know about his child. This is for the purposes of going back and talking to family members, known acquaintances, getting that information they need from Brandy to figure out who might have done this, figure out who Brandy Peters was. That was the purpose behind this. So they're asking them questions. But of course, law enforcement are trained. They look for verbal and nonverbal cues. Not only what they say, but how they say it. Their posturing, things along those lines that might give an indication about whether the person's truthful or not. They look for whether the person has emotions or lack of emotions when they're telling certain information. They look, of course, for whether they're being deceived. And ultimately, they apply their investigative tools, the education they receive, their common sense, and those tools that they utilize day in and day out. And you're going to have an opportunity to see this initial this interview. And what you're going to see is Mr. Segura has a lack of emotions when he's told about his child and us. Mr. Segura says, I was at home on the 19th during the time period. Just check my phone records. It'll tell you I'm home. Here's my phone number. 509-8380. Says that the next day, he went down to Silas Thornton's house. Silas Thornton lives in Sopchoppy area. And the next morning, on the 20th, he went down to Mr. Thornton's house. So law enforcement officers, of course, want to talk to Mr. Thornton. So they ask for the phone number. And this actually is not on the interview. What happens here is that Mr. Segura tells law enforcement, so I don't have it on me, so investigator Lewis goes out to Mr. Segura's car, and at that point, Mr. Segura says, Mr. Thorne's phone number is 850-408-8669. He says, wait a minute, that's not it. And he gives another number. Officer Lewis takes them both down. Doesn't think any more of it. Next day, they go out. And talk to Silas Thornton. Silas Thornton says, yeah, I know. Henry Segura. I don't know. Randy Peters. That's not my phone. You're going to hear that there's a CID meeting. And during this meeting, Chris Corbett's there along with the investigative team. And he's letting him know about this cell phone information. And he says, whoa, that number, we need to find out who it is that owns that 408-8669. Because that number was in contact with Randy Peters all day on the day of the homicide. Multiple times throughout the course of the day. Investigator Lewis has recognized this. So wait, that's the one that belongs to Silas Thornton. Silas Thornton. Again, he says, I know Henry Segura. I work with them. They're both welders. So that 408-8669 number used to be his, but he was with Segura, working with him, and actually dropped it in some water and got some water damage. And during that time period, Mr. Segura says, dude, put it in a bag, put some rice in there, that'll absorb the water out of it, and maybe it'll work again. That's what he does. However, he left it in Segura's truck, got a new phone, and moved on. But he does know that Mr. Segura uses that phone at that point. So now we have two phone numbers. We know the importance of this one because it is the one that Randy Peters is talking about all day long in the day of the homicide. And this is the one that Mr. Segura tells us about. So you're going to hear at this particular time, but we really don't know who owns this phone. Mr. Segura says it's Silas Thornton. Mr. Thornton says it's Henry Segura. So now we're going to go back to the phone record. And this is where Investigator Corbett comes back in. Investigator Corbett says he goes back and he analyzes these particular records. And what he has found is that 8:30 in the morning, that we're talking about November the 19th, the day the state asserts is the time of the homicide, that there's a phone call between Randy Peters' phone and that 408-8669. Investigator Corbett's going to tell you that one of the things these records will let you know about is star 67 was used to make that phone call. What star 67 is a block. It doesn't tell you, caller ID, who it is that actually that phone belongs to. So this is a phone call that's being sent out from that number, but it's blocked, so it won't show up on this Peters phone. What you're going to hear is that phone call lasted for 56 minutes. Fair to say that 56-minute phone call, probably someone she knows. What Investigator Corbett's also going to tell you is between 1:18 and 1:28 on that same day, there's a series of calls, all of which star 67 is utilized. I'll tell you again, at 2:13 p.m. there's another phone call lasting for 2 minutes and 35 seconds from that same phone number. Again, star 67 is used. Now, at 2:19 p.m., Ms. Peters sends a text message to 509-4380. That's the one and the phone number that Henry Segura gave to law enforcement as his phone number. And in that, she said, "You hang up on me?" 213-219. What does that tell you about who she was talking to on the phone? If she's returning the text message to Henry Segura's phone, she talked to Mr. Segura. What you're going to hear then at the 2:27 p.m., the 408-8669 returns the phone call to Ms. Peters' phone, again, using the star 67 function. Again, this is the phone number that Mr. Segura gave, said it was Silas Thornton's phone number. Never told law enforcement it was mine. Law enforcement officers dig a little deeper. They talked to Calvin Moore. Calvin Moore says, "Yeah, I know he had a 408 number." They talked to Tyrell Coxon. Said, "Yeah, I know he had a 408 number." So friends of Mr. Segura are confirming that they've actually talked to Mr. Segura on that 408 number. So now we've actually confirmed that that 850-408-8669, through the testimony, you're going to hear it, through the testimony of Tyrell Coxon, Calvin Moore, as well as the cell phone record, that this is in fact a phone that Mr. Segura utilizes.
And welcome back. We just saw opening statements from the prosecutor who is handling the Florida versus Henry Segura matter. This case, as we said, Mr. Segura, the defendant, is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. First-degree murder of his girlfriend, Brandy Peters, her 2 children, Tamaya and Tanaya Peters, who were twins, and the son that she and Mr. Segura had together by the name of Javante Segura. What we're actually going to do now is we're actually going to continue to go through the prosecution's opening statements. In this clip that we're going to go to, it's going to describe the cell phone and how the cell phone will play an importance in how they were able to figure out that Henry Segura allegedly was the one who committed these crimes.
Does that add up to me? So next the question becomes, did he have the opportunity? Was he there? Did he have access? He obviously would have access to the home. Javante Segura is his son. In fact, you're going to hear he was actually at the home a couple of days before, on the 17th, the Wednesday before. So was he there at the time? Go back to the cell phone records. And you're going to hear Investigator Corbett does a comparison. He's going to come in and he's going to talk about this. And he's going to compare the data between Brandy Peters' phone and Mr. Segura's phone. That 408 number, the one he didn't tell law enforcement about. And he makes a comparison, and he finds out that both of the phones are inactive between 6:53 and 7:23. At that point, Brandy's phone remains inactive, and Mr. Segura has 2 data sessions at 7:23 and 7:37. And then both of the phones again are inactive from 7:37 to 8:21. And we already talked about at 8:21, Brandy's phone is powered down. Also, at 8:21, Mr. Segura made a 2-second call with immediate disconnect. Both of them at the exact same time. Now, cell phone data doesn't always just tell you what calls were made.
And welcome back. We cut away from the clip because we are getting live feed from the courtroom. What we have now on the stand, we have an individual by the name of Amy Williams, who is a latent prints examiner. So we're going to throw to the Florida versus Henry Segura matter right now. Stay tuned.
129.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize 129?
I do.
Okay. If you could open States 129 and let us know whether it's in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it.
It was in the same condition or substantially the same as when I impounded it.
Did you open it?
Yes.
Okay. So how many total latent prints did you find in the home?
There were 9 latent lifts that I collected throughout the home.
And those were found in the areas you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, except for the master bath that didn't have any latents of any kind?
No, ma'am.
Now, those latent prints that were found, could those be from anyone who has ever touched those surfaces?
Yes, ma'am.
Does a latent print tell you when a person touched a surface?
No, it doesn't.
Of those 9 total latent prints that you found, how many were of evidentiary value?
There were 2 of the latent lift cards that I collected that were determined to be of value for comparison.
Okay, and I think you told us this yesterday, but when I say a value, I mean that there's enough of a print to even be able to compare it to something else, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, one you told us about yesterday, that was from the hallway bathroom tub, and you said it was a match for Brandy Peters?
It was identified to Brandy Peters.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, where was the other latent print of value found?
The other one was from the interior garage entry doorknob.
Right, and I want to show you what I've marked as State 70 UUU, showing the defense counsel. You recognize 70 UUU?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a picture of the garage door and the garage.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the garage door from that angle?
Yes, ma'am.
And this time of the 70 UUU in that evidence?
Any objection? No, Your Honor.
Permission to publish?
So I thought that 70A through 3T were admitted, were they not? They were not, okay.
So we had, that was a couple of things that we
Okay,
talked about before.
okay. So 70UUU at this point in time,
Yes, sir.
they'll be admitted?
All right, so working our way out of the house, I know we've already seen this door in our last set of photos from, I guess, inside the kitchen. You could see the corner of the door. But what do we see in this photo?
It's the garage of the home.
Okay, so this would kind of show that entry door in the garage from both
Which
angles, interior and exterior.
Yes.
Is this the door that you gathered that latent print from?
It is.
Okay, and where on the door did you find the latent print?
It was the interior doorknob.
The interior doorknob, meaning the doorknob that's
On the inside of the
kitchen?
home, yes.
Okay. And were you the analyst that performed a comparison of this fingerprint?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, moving on from the scene of the home. Did you also attend the autopsies at the medical examiner office on Sunday, November 21st?
I did attend the autopsy of Brandy Peters.
Okay, so the day after you started processing the crime scene, you went to the medical examiner's office for Miss Peters' autopsy only?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Commissioner Approach?
No.
At the autopsy of Miss Peters, did you collect a buccal swab of Miss Peters?
I did.
And what is a buccal swab?
It's a swab that we take the same with the same Q-tip. It's the inside cheek area of your mouth. It's for DNA purposes.
And when you say for DNA purposes, you mean so that a DNA analyst can compare that swab to other swabs that you've taken?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you take it from the inside of the mouth?
We just swab the cheek area.
Is that the same type of swab that you use on blood spatter and things inside the home?
The way that we collect it is similar. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 111. Do you recognize 111?
I do.
And what is 111?
This is the buccal swab that I collected of Brandy Peters at the morgue.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It does.
This time I would move 111 into evidence.
Any objection?
There you go.
111 will be admitted.
All right. If you could put that notebook aside or move on to the next one, I want to ask you about the other things that you collected from Ms. Peters.
Okay.
Did you collect, well, I'll give you a moment. Did you collect some scrapings from Ms. Peters?
I did.
And what is a scraping?
It's, I'm trying to think of how to explain it to males in a manicure way. It's basically just kind of a long wooden-like tube that's very flat on the ends, and it scrapes underneath your nails to get things from out in between your nails, and it's approximately that long. And we use it to get nail scrapings for any kind of evidentiary value.
Okay. And we noticed in some of the pictures that you showed us yesterday, and I think that you actually collected an acrylic nail from the scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So did Miss Peters have some acrylic nails?
Yes.
What is an acrylic nail?
It's, I believe it's just kind of a fake nail that they glue on when you go to a manicurist and get your nails done. It's a nail that goes over your original nails that's longer.
Are those nails scraped underneath in the same way that someone who doesn't have acrylic nails, how you would scrape them?
Yes, yeah, we just go underneath any part of your nail, just trying to get into the nail bed to get any kind of evidentiary value that would have stayed in there.
All right, so I want to turn your attention to states 103A through J. Actually, would you mind showing the jury what you're looking at there in your notebook?
It's a large compilation of evidence that I collected.
Okay, so each swab is inside like a plastic folder?
Yes, like a laminated section.
Okay, thank you. All right, so looking at states 103A through J, please let me know if you recognize those items.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are states 103A through J?
These are all of the nail scrapings that I took of Brandy Peters. I took one individually for each of her fingers. Okay,
can you tell us, so you took a thumbnail, a fingernail, a middle nail, a ring nail, and a little nail from each hand?
Yes, ma'am.
And each of those are all reflected in states 103A through J?
They are, yes.
At this time I would move, are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
This time I'd move 103A through J into evidence.
Any objection?
There you go.
103A through J will be admitted.
Okay, at this time I want to turn your attention to 103K through Q. Do you recognize K through Q?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are K through Q?
These are swabs that I took of the hand area and neck area of Brandy Peters.
And how do you swab a deceased victim's hand and neck area?
The same way we collect a sterile swab of any kind of suspected blood on the wall, we still use the same sterile swab, and we use distilled water that's also sterilized, and collect a sample of each. So I'd put it on the Q-tip, and then for specifically her neck area, I would just swab along her neck.
And which areas of her neck and hands did you swab?
I believe it was the left side of her neck, the right side of her neck. I took the back of her hands and the palm areas of her hands.
Of both hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what about 103Q? Where did you swab there?
I took a swab of her right earlobe.
Any specific reason why?
There was a darkish material on there. I wasn't able to determine what it was at the time, so I collected a swab of it.
Okay. And are 103K through Q in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, there.
At this time, I move K through Q into evidence.
Any objection? No. K through Q will be admitted.
All right, looking at states R through T. Can you tell me what R through T are?
These are hairs that I collected from the fingers of Brandy Peters.
And how did you go about collecting those hairs?
We have sterile tweezers. They're plastic tweezers. And so when I located them, I believe it was a pinky area was one of them, her left pinky, her right ring fingernail, and her right pinky finger. There were hairs that were just kind of attached to her hands. So each one, I used sterile tweezers and took them, and then we put them inside of the evidence envelopes.
And were R through T, are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
This time I move R through T into evidence.
Any objection? There. R through T will be admitted.
Looking at U and V, what are U and V? 103 U and V.
These are nail clippings that I took of Brandy Peters' hands.
And you took one nail clipping from each hand?
Well, I clipped every single nail, and they were collected as her left hand nail clippings and her right hand nail clippings.
Thank you. And are U and V in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
This time I move U and V into evidence.
Any objection? No. To be admitted.
I want to ask you about W, X, Y, and Z. What are W, X, Y, and Z?
These are the 4 projectiles that were collected by myself at the autopsy of Brandy Peters from inside of her body.
And those 4 specific projectiles, where were they found?
Welcome back. We are having some technical difficulties, so what we're going to do is we're going to actually throw to another clip back to the prosecution's opening statement. So stay tuned and we'll bring you back as soon as we can.
Does that add up to me? So next the question becomes, did he have the opportunity? Was he there? Did he have access? He obviously would have access to the home. Devontae Segura is his son. In fact, you're going to hear he was actually at the home a couple of days before, on the 17th, the Wednesday before. But was he there at the time? Go back to the cell phone records. hear Investigator Corbett does a comparison. He's going to come in and he's going to talk about it.
And we're live. We're back live in the Segura matter. Stay tuned.
They do all appear to be in the same condition.
This time I would move W through Z into evidence.
Any objection? To be admitted?
All right, skipping to 103BB. What is 103BB?
This is hair that I collected from the right sock of Brandy Peters at the morgue.
And did you collect that hair in the same way that you told us you collected the hairs from her hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it in the same does it in its packaging appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It does.
At this time I'd move 103BB into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted?
What is state's 103CC?
It's not in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I left a box down there next to you of some other items. Those won't fit in the notebook.
Okay. I apologize.
Permission to retrieve the evidence, Judge.
You may.
All right, so have you found 103CC?
I did.
What is 103CC?
It's a red and black wig that I collected from Miss Peters' head.
If you could open it and just let us know by looking inside if it looks like it's in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it.
is.
Would you hold it up for the jury? I'm sorry. At this time, I'd move states 103cc into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
And permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn your attention next to 103 DD. Should be in your box as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the...
103 DD.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize 103 DD?
I do.
And what is 103 DD?
It's a pair of socks that the victim was wearing and collected at the autopsy.
Okay, could you open 103 DD for us? Looking inside, does it appear to be in the same condition as when you impounded it?
It does.
This time I'd move states 103 DD into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, next 103 EE. What is 103 EE?
It's the yellow tank top and the pink bra that I collected from Brandy Peters at the morgue.
And if you could open 103 EE and let us know whether it appears to be in the same condition as when you impounded it.
Yes, ma'am.
I move 103 EE into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Next, 103 FF.
Yes, ma'am.
What is 103 FF?
These are the jeans and the black underwear that I collected from Brandy Peters at the morgue.
And could you open it and let us know if it's in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
At this time, I'd move 103 FF into evidence.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Be happy to assist you if you need it, but would you mind putting on some gloves? And I'd like you to just point out to the jury any suspected blood that you see on those jeans.
If you need to stand up.
Okay, thank you.
And can the witness step down from the witness stand if she needs to?
I think she'd be better just to stand up there where she is, so they can see her.
So the suspected blood areas are essentially, it's all over the jeans.
So all the discoloration that you see there?
Yes. Long sides here.
Your Honor, can I approach up and hold those up?
Okay.
He's a little taller. He might be able to get him up a little higher for all the jurors to see. Now that Mr. Fuchs has him, if you could just start with the left leg there, or the leg closest to you.
It appears that all of the discoloration in this area can be attributed to what would be suspected blood.
And moving on to the next leg.
Sorry.
And then you have it all here, along the sides, through here, and down, and then her leg area as well, of the cup of the jeans.
And can you point out any suspected blood on the back of the jeans?
Yes, again, this is colored areas where she was laying. The bottoms of the jeans as well. You have it all along the top, and on the pockets, and all along down the sides.
Okay, thank you. And I'd ask you to do the same thing with the tank top and the pink bra from States 103 EE.
And again, it's any of its colored areas that you can see, it's essentially most of the bra. And you have a hole in the bra as well, and all along the straps, and it's also gone on the inside.
Okay. And you did collect a projectile from the chest cavity, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did. On the yellow tank top as well, see there's several holes through it, but it's also, it was yellow. So I would say that any of the colors that you can clearly see where there's staining of the blood, all on the front, on the inside, and along the back as well.
Okay, thank you. And finally, just the pair of socks from States 103 DD.
The same with both the socks. This was a gray sock, so you can see the suspected blood areas on the bottoms of the feet here and on the side as well. Then the multicolored sock you can see on the side, on the bottom of the feet area, and on the other side as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fuchs. I want to turn your attention to 103 GG. We'll be going through GG, HH, and II next.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize GG?
I do.
What is GG?
This is the tongue piercing that I collected from the morgue from Brandy Peters.
Okay. Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd move 103 GG into evidence.
Any objection? There you are. Be admitted.
103 HH. Do you recognize it?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And what is it?
This was a sexual assault kit that was taken by the medical examiner on Brandy Peters that I collected from the morgue.
Okay, so while this autopsy is happening, the medical examiner also did a sexual assault kit and just gave it to you to be impounded into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you weren't the person that actually performed the sexual assault kit.
No, ma'am.
All right. Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
This time I move 103 HH into evidence.
Any objection? There you are. Be admitted.
And finally 103 II. What is 103 II?
These are the fingerprints and palm prints that I recorded of Brandy Peters at the autopsy.
And do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
They do.
This time I'd move 103 II into evidence.
Any objection? There you are. Be admitted.
And while you were at the autopsy, were photos taken of Ms. Peters and all of the items that y'all collected from her?
Yes, ma'am.
And the medical examiner, they take photos as well?
They do.
Okay, I've left one other item of evidence down next to the stand for you, and it's labeled 118A.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you sent a few items in this case a few months after this incident to process for suspected blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what were those items?
It was a white t-shirt, a white cloth, I believe, and a glove, a fabric glove.
Okay. The white t-shirt, was that TPD item number 6?
It is.
Was the pair of white gloves item number 155? TPD item number 155?
Yes, ma'am.
And the piece of white cloth, TPD item number 152?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, what were you supposed to be processing those items for?
I was requested by Investigator Johnson to perform a presumptive blood test on them. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement actually determines, and they do the blood testing to determine if it's blood or not, but in our unit we have presumptive blood test kits where we collect a swab, a sterile swab similar to the way we collect all of our swabs of the area, and you put it in a kit in this thing that they give you, and it will let you know whether it's presumptive positive for human blood or not.
Okay. If you could open 118A, and when you inspect the item, just let us know, without showing it to the jury yet, because I know you weren't the person that collected it, but whether it is in the same condition as when you impounded it.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And the white T-shirt you received, the white gloves, and the piece of white cloth, all three of those items had stains on it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that why investigators sent it to you, to see if the stains were in fact blood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so how did you do the test, and what were your results?
So I started by doing a control test because we have the packages that we use to determine it. So I did a control test on known blood to see whether or not the test actually worked. And so I photographed and documented that prior to starting these tests. And then for each of these items, they told me that they were stained, and I collected a swab of the stain areas on each of the item and performed separate tests on each of those as well, and photographed and documented the findings of those.
What were your results? Were these stains actually blood?
All of the tests came back negative.
Okay, so there were no stains on the gloves, the white cloth. I'm sorry, there was no blood in the stains on the white T-shirt, the white gloves, or the white cloth that you received, and that was in April of 2011?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you do after you tested each of these items?
I sealed the evidence back up and returned it to our property and evidence section.
And just to be clear, the white shirt that you just looked at, that's the same one that you tested to see if that was actually blood in those stains?
The stain that they swabbed, yes, ma'am.
All right. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Ross?
Your Honor, she needed to complete viewing some photos before I speak to her. If we could take a brief break.
Why don't you get the rest of what you want to do with it done?
I don't have any other questions for her.
Okay. But it's just a matter of we're looking at the pictures.
Yes, sir.
All right. She can do that before she leaves. All right, you can step down, Ms. Pressey. You need to remain. We need to finish looking at the pictures you're looking at. You can stay in the courtroom to finish that if they're in the courtroom.
Okay.
Why don't you just sit in the front row there and finish that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Call your next witness.
Yes, it calls Joanne Maltese.
Okay. I tell you, maybe it would be a good idea to take a short break. Let me let the jury step out. We'll be about 10 minutes.
And welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm Stephanie L. Willis, your host for this morning, and we are still covering the Florida versus Henry Segura matter. We just had on the stand a latent prints examiner by the name of Amy Williams. She pretty much went through everything that they found at the scene. She picked up all of the latent prints, excuse me, that she found. She also went through some of the evidence, the actual physical evidence that was picked up. I know it may have seemed a little bit tedious. However, this is very, very important for the prosecution to go through so that they can have this evidence admitted. As we know, in order to have evidence admitted, you need to have a basis. You need to perform a foundation. Once that foundation is made, the prosecution will then ask for the evidence to be admitted. If there's no objection from defense counsel, then it would be admitted. Oh, we're actually back in Segura Live, so we're going to throw to you. We're going to throw to the live feed right now.
Are you hesitant to stipulate the foundation on these items, Mr. Prince?
No, I just hadn't been asked about a stipulation.
I don't know why people don't ask.
Your Honor, the answer is because Mr. Prince has made an issue out of opening statements and his intention of the fact that he's going to attack the fact of rust to judgment, essentially, and that TPD didn't do their job. So we felt
that doesn't have anything to do with admitting the evidence. We're just wasting time. Let's go through the evidence y'all expect to admit. If Mr. Prince has objections to any of the items, we'll take up those objections with the witness. Otherwise, we'll admit it by stipulation. That doesn't mean the witness can't explain what it is, but about half the time it's just us sitting here watching a witness look at something, which is just a waste of time. So we'll take 20 minutes. Let's go through the evidence that's going to be presented and figure out what we can reach stipulations to. Will be 20 minutes.
And we're back. That was actually a very, very short feed into the courtroom. We were able to hear the judge saying something about some possible objections. We're not really sure at this point what it was, what the objection may have been towards some evidence. That's what we can assume due to what the judge was actually stated while he was on the bench. They are actually going to take a 20-minute break, and then once they return, I believe there may be some sort of a stipulation that they will take. And when we have a stipulation, that means it's an agreement from both sides, from both the prosecution and the defense, as to what kind of evidence is being admitted. I'm not sure if it's actual physical evidence at this point or actual testimonial evidence from the upcoming witness, who I believe her name is Joanne. We're not really sure what Joanne's title is as of right now, but as soon as we find out, we will definitely let you know. While we are at a break in the Segura matter, we're actually going to bring you back to the defense's opening statement, just so that you can have a well-rounded view as to what happened yesterday.
Everybody be seated. You may proceed, Mr. Prince.
The crimes are absolutely unspeakable. Horrific. I have seen some of the worst autopsy photos and crime scene photos you can imagine. None of those hit you in your soul like the pictures you will see in this case, like the testimony you will hear in this case. What I'm going to ask you to do is what you said you would do in jury selection, which is respect the presumption of innocence. And I don't mean just sit there and wait for the state to prove the case. I'm going to do something to help you. Of course. Right? Of course. I'll show you DNA because I have DNA. I'll show you forensic evidence because we have forensic evidence. I'll show you step by step by step where Mr. Segura was throughout the day, and I won't ask you to draw any conclusions. They're not totally supported by the evidence that you hear. This case is a terrible tragedy. But tragedy is compounded where more innocent people suffer. And so to prevent that, let me just ask you from the outset to remember your oaths and remember the instructions regarding the presumption of innocence that the judge gave you. I have a lot of evidence that I'm going to present to you during the course of the trial, all different kinds. I just mentioned some. As I sat there last night pondering what the heart of the defense is in this case, It isn't the forensics. It's not the DNA. It's the heart of the man sitting at the table with the defense team. My oath to you is that I will not ask you to step over bodies on the way to a not guilty verdict without showing you, with evidence, a window to that soul. That isn't fair to you. I know, burden of proof, it's their burden, solely and exclusively. I know. 3 dead babies. I know that too. We're all people in this courtroom. I know that too. So while I, at one instance, ask you to follow the law, I'm not going to just hang it on you and say, oh, follow the law, ignore the facts. I will show you who he is. You'll know who he is, as I know who he is by the end of this trial. But of course, the forensic evidence and DNA and all that kind of stuff is important too. So let me tell you about the conclusions that both the defense DNA expert and the state's DNA expert drew upon review of the DNA evidence in this case. Over 200 DNA samples were collected from around the murder scene in this case, from places relevant to the investigation, relevant to the murders. Henry Segura was not included as a contributor to a single evidentiary exhibit. In fact, he was excluded, meaning eliminated as a possible contributor for most of them. Consensus from Joe Ellen Brown, the FDA analyst who did the initial work on this case, did it blind without having any idea who the suspect was, what the state's theory of prosecution would be, who the suspects were for the investigating agency. Those were her determinations. The defense expert, years down the road, came in, looked at the same electropherograms, which are charts that you'll see during the course of the trial that are essentially the paper printout of what a DNA profile looks like. She reviewed those, the defense DNA expert reviewed those, and drew the same conclusions. Henry Segura is not included in anything. Henry Segura is excluded from virtually all of the DNA samples collected. But that's not all. Other people were found to have contributed DNA. People outside the victim's family. People outside the victim's group of friends. Angel Antonio Avila Quinones. The phone that was ripped out of the wall. Phone cord ripped in half. His DNA was found on that phone cord, on that phone cradle. The defense DNA expert looked at the evidentiary sample, looked at the DNA chart, the electropherogram, for the swab of that phone. He compared it to the DNA profile for Mr. Avila. He was able to do what they call inclusion statistics. Rather than saying, you know, it's a 99.9% match, that's not what the DNA experts say. They do it in terms of rate of inclusion or frequency of occurrence. What frequency of occurrence means is you would expect to see this particular DNA profile occur this many times within a given population. In this case, the rate of occurrence, or frequency of occurrence, was 1 in every 15,000 Latins. Mr. Avila is Latin. It occurs 1 time in every 15,000 Latins. 1 person would be included. That means, he'll tell you, the opposite, 14,999 people out of 15,000 would be excluded, eliminated as possible contributors, and could not have contributed to that DNA because they don't have those DNA numbers at those DNA markers. Math is simple. 99.95% of the population of the Latin people on this planet are eliminated from being a possible contributor to that DNA mixture. But Angel Antonio Avila Quinones was included. He wasn't the only person who they found evidence relating to, though. It was obvious, and you'll see pictures of this, it was obvious Brandy Peters fought heroically for her children's lives. It's true. It's true that she was beaten to death with multiple different objects and suffered horrible wounds. But she continued to fight until life left her body. Her fingers are broken. Her acrylic nails ripped from her hand. Her knuckles bruised and cut and swollen. There was DNA under her fingernails. Under Brandy's right index fingernail, foreign female DNA, I always say foreign, that means not her DNA, was found. Not her daughter's, not anybody else around the house who she's friends with or family with. Under her right pinky fingernail, foreign female DNA. Under her left index fingernail, foreign female DNA. Under her left middle fingernail, foreign female DNA. There was also a shovel located right next to Brandy's body in the foyer. Upon the shovel, Joellen Brown discovered foreign male DNA. Henry Segura is excluded as a possible contributor to the foreign male DNA on the shovel found right next to her body. The crime scene forensics also proved definitively that multiple people were involved in the commission of the offense. There were 4 separate sets of footprints in the blood in this case. Footprints that did not belong to the victims and did not belong to law enforcement. Victim Peters suffered wounds from multiple different types of objects, sharp and blunt. At least 2, plus the gun. The forensic evidence further proves that one of the victims, Tanaya, was held up by one person and shot by another. The way that we know that is that, number one, there's no saturation of her blood on the floor, meaning once she was shot, her body never hit the ground. Secondly, there's something called stippling on the back of her head. What that means is that the gun that shoots her has to be within roughly 3 feet of her head at the time she's shot. What we don't see, however, is soot deposit, which means that the gun has to be at least a foot away from her head. So if it was one person, he'd have to be holding her like this with the gun way back here, and then hold her up after she's shot. Suppose someone could make that argument, but you won't hear me make that argument. In addition to that, we have, as I mentioned before, foreign DNA at different locations on different objects from different people. Again, consistent with the notion that multiple people were involved in the commission of the offense. And then we have the type of evidence that we talked about in jury selection, circumstantial evidence. One of the types of circumstantial evidence that we asked to consider here is evidence pertaining to a few things you should know about the motive the state's asserting here. It's true Mr. Segura did have a back child support judgment against him. He was going to be asked to pay $700 and some odd a month. It's also true that he was a little bit behind at the time. He was a little strapped for cash. He'd been injured and wasn't able to work like he normally did. But it didn't take him that long to get back on his feet. By the time he was arrested up in Minnesota, he was on a job where he was making $10,000 a month. Now, I'll tell you, Mr. Segura doesn't report all of his income. Sometimes he gets paid partially under the table. Sometimes he gets paid totally under the table. But he had no shortage of cash under normal circumstances. His wife, Malika, or now ex-wife, Malika, will tell you Henry would routinely spend $700, $800, $900, $1,000 a month fixing up the old cars that he worked on at his house. Another thing that you will be asked to consider, and you'll hear evidence about pertaining to his child support debt, is that he actually helped facilitate institution of that child support debt. He went twice on 2 separate occasions, because they lost paperwork once, to the DFS office on North Monroe Street and provided paperwork to help push that process along, move it along, so that he didn't have to keep having the victim ask him for cash as opposed to just paying through DFS. Another thing that you'll hear testimony about is that Mr. Segura had been through the child support process before and knew exactly how to deal with it. One of his child's mothers, and he does have children out of wedlock, Tamika Steele Hawkins, Clark, I guess she's now married, Clark, will testify on his behalf at this trial. She went further than victim Peters had ever gotten with her child support dispute with the defendant. She actually had him at one point, several years ago, many years ago now, thrown in jail. But he got out, he went to court, he got the child support judgment reduced because, as in this case, Ms. Hawkins waited until her child was a few years old to go have paternity established. And when that happens, a large back child support judgment hits. Mr. Segura went to court. He explained to the judge he'd been buying items and providing cash all throughout the child's life at different intervals. And the judge reduced the judgment, and he never got put back in jail after that. He knew how to do it. That's all he had to do in this case. And that's what he would have done in this case because he had been making cash payments at irregular intervals during Javante's lifetime. He simply didn't have time to do that before he was killed. The other thing that you'll hear testimony about and be asked to consider in the context of thinking about the motive the state has put before you is that it wasn't just Brandy that was killed. Javante is Mr. Segura's son. The two little girls that were killed lived with him. He and Brandy, during a time when Malika Segura and Henry Segura were going through a rough patch, Brandy was one of Mr. Segura's girlfriends. And he lived with her for a while. Those little girls called him Daddy. He took them to school. He helped potty train. Ask yourself, in the context of motive consideration, as you hear the evidence, whether slaughtering those three children could possibly have anything to do with child support. Another important piece of circumstantial evidence relates to the time of death. You've seen...
And welcome back to the LawNewz Network. My name is Stephanie L. Willis, and I'm here today hosting with the LawNewz Network. We actually had to cut away from the Segura matter, only because they are taking a break. We recently found out that the judge decided, instead of belaboring the time and wasting time in the court, that they were going to come together and have a hearing as to what evidence that they would stipulate to. This happens a lot, a great deal prior to the actual trial commencing, just so that the prosecution and the defense don't waste the jurors' time. We know that jurors like to be involved in the case. However, when you have a witness there who's just simply there just for the purposes of providing a foundation and allowing the evidence to be admitted, then that just becomes a little tedious. So what the judge has decided to do in this case is he's decided to bring the prosecution and the defense together after they take their break so that they can both decide which pieces of evidence that they both stipulate to. What we're actually going to do now is we're going to actually throw to the Joshua Gaspar matter. If you recall, Joshua Gaspar killed or is charged with allegedly killing victim trooper Kenneth Velez. This happened after Joshua Gaspar had obtained some methadone from a rehab clinic while he was on the highway in Ohio. A vehicle in front of him stopped short, and then he veered into Kenneth Velez's vehicle. Now, as we know, during the week, we previously went through whether or not this was actually an accident or whether Joshua Gaspar was driving recklessly. And so a key thing here was to actually take the field sobriety test. Now, prior to the trial, we were hearing that there was evidence from the prosecution that he was driving recklessly, he was driving over the speed limit, and that once the officers came on the scene and conducted a field sobriety test, that he did not pass it with flying colors. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually take you to Sergeant Robert Gable's testimony, and he was actually the one who admitted the field sobriety test on Joshua Gaspar.
What is it that we're seeing at this time, Lieutenant?
This is where I had Trooper McGill go and get my patrol car and pull it up. I was motioning to him that I needed my belt light.
test is it that you're administering at this point in time in this video?
This is the horizontal gaze nystagmus followed by vertical gaze nystagmus and then lack of convergence. We're all right here together.
And during your administration of these tests, what, if anything, did you notice from the defendant?
So throughout horizontal gaze nystagmus, there's 6 total clues that I'm looking for: a lack of smooth pursuit in each eye, a distinct and sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. A lack of smooth pursuit in each eye, a distinct and sustained nystagmus at maximum deviation in each eye, and then an onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees.
And what, if anything, did you observe in the defendant in regards to those 6 indicators?
I did not notice any of those indicators in his eyes.
During the administration of the walk and turn test of the defendant, what, if any, indicators did you notice?
On his first set of 9 steps, on step number 4, he stepped offline to the right. So instead of making a complete step to heel to toe, he stepped off to the right and then went heel to toe. At the 7th and 8th step, he failed to touch heel to toe, and that's why I was signaling with my arm at those 2 steps. He didn't bring his heel to his toe. The standard is within half an inch. I'm obviously not measuring half an inch, but it was well beyond that. Then at the turn, he brought his right foot around for a 10th step, put his heel to his toe, but never landed the foot. So instead of stopping at the 9th and leaving his foot planted and turning like he should, he brought his foot around, touched his heel to his toe, and then slid it out to the side and stopped. And again, he's not supposed to stop throughout this test. He stopped and said, what was he supposed to do next, or turn? So then, instead of using his back foot for a series of small steps, he took one large step and then a small step, so that he was turned around facing the original direction. And then again, on his 7th return step, he failed to touch heel to toe.
Now, Lieutenant, why are you noting these minor things during this test?
Sure. So the research that goes along with standardized field sobriety testing lays out a specific set of clues, and those are clues that I'm looking for. So stopping while walking to steady themselves, stepping offline, failing to touch heel to toe, raising your arms more than 6 inches off of your side. Sorry, I realized at the moment you were saying it. Turning incorrectly, or taken an incorrect number of steps. Those are the 6 things that I'm looking for during the walking phase of the test. And then during the instruction phase, there's 2 things to look for: starting too soon or moving feet to keep balance. So a total of 8 clues, 8 what are considered validated by research clues on the walk and turn test.
And how many clues did the defendant indicate on the walk and turn?
There's 3 absolute clues: stepping off the line, failing to touch heel to toe, and then stopping while walking, because he did, once he put his foot out there, lost balance and put his foot out to the side to stop. I didn't really count or consider the him bringing his foot around and touching heel to toe, because he didn't land that 10th step. But I would say someone could probably argue that was an extra step. Sure. So the process begins with a breath test. So when a DRE becomes involved in the case, the first step in the protocol is a breath test. Second thing is an interview with the arresting officer. The third thing we do is take an initial pulse and talk with the person. Then we move into psychophysical tests. Then we move into vital signs, including blood pressure. Psychophysical tests, including the modified Romberg balance test, the walk and turn test, the one-leg stand test, where we have them stand on both their right and their left foot, and then the finger-to-nose test are all psychophysical tests that are included in the DRE protocol. Then we move into vital signs, which includes blood pressure, a second pulse, and body temperature. Then we move into observation of the eyes, which is in 3 different phases of light. So we measure pupils using a pupillometer in room light, near total darkness, and then direct light. And then also during direct light, we're looking for the pupils to pulse, basically. And then we move into injection signs, a third pulse, muscle tone, and then move into toxicology and the interview with the person, basically, at the end.
Now, is there a national agency through which drug recognition examination is recognized?
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. Sorry for cutting you away from that riveting testimony from the officer who took the stand in the Gaspar matter. However, we are going to throw you live to the Segura matter. The judge is back on the bench, so we don't want you to miss a thing. Stay tuned.
Admitted by stipulation 120A, 128A through X, and pictures of a truck. Their objection to that? State intend to offer that?
Yes, sir.
Be admitted by stipulation. 129, are those the prints Ms. Pressey was talking about?
Yes, sir. Ms. Wilson is going to testify to those 2, and we will offer independent evidence.
Any objection to 129? Be admitted by stipulation.
I also have an addition to the witness list for this morning. Evidence list for this morning. It's exhibit 130, A through E. These are pictures that were taken on the 23rd, which Mr. Prince has already seen.
They're pictures of what?
Pictures of the crime scene taken on the 23rd of November.
Their objection to 130A through E? They'll be admitted by stipulation.
Also, Your Honor, an add-on would be 131, the couple swap from Antonio Anthony.
From whom?
Antonio Anthony, the father of 2 victims, in my estimate.
Is there objection to that? Be admitted by stipulation.
I was also informed by the clerk that I did not admit 57H, so if I could do that.
So that was an add-on. We had 57A through G. You say there's an H?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there objection to that? So be admitted. Okay. So we'll cut through the evidence a little bit quicker. I'm going to tell the tell the jury that we've spent some time arriving at stipulations as the admission of the evidence that the parties agreed to cut down on the time frame. Anybody have a problem with that? All right, let's have a jury, please. Everybody be seated except for the witness. If you would face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Yes.
Before you start, Ms. Dugan, I know our break extended a little bit because we were taking care of some business. What I went over with the attorneys, it seemed to me a little waste of your time that we're going through a process of admitting different piece of evidence where there were no objections to any of it. So I've gone through the evidence with the attorneys, determined what there might be issues about, and we've admitted most of the rest of the evidence already, so that should save us time. I know it might seem like we were wasting your time, but hopefully we were speeding things up for your consideration. So you may proceed, Ms. Dugan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Maltese. Will you introduce yourself to our jury, please?
Joanne Maltese, last name spelling Maltese.
And where do you work?
Work at the Tallahassee Police Department.
What unit are you in over there?
I'm in the forensics department. I've worked for the police department for almost 26 years and in the forensics unit for 18 years.
And your main duty in the forensics unit, processing crime scenes?
Yeah, so documentation and evidence collection as well as latent print examination within the forensics unit.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education and experience to become part of the forensics unit?
During the 18 years in forensics, I've taken over 1,500 hours worth of classes to include crime scene reconstruction photography, latent print examination, palm print examinations. I also teach basic recruits at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy, as well as advanced crime scene at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy.
I'm going to take you back to November 20th of 2010. Did you respond to the 908 Saddle Creek run that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role there that day?
I was there to assist the crime scene techs there and offer any advice or opinions, help them with anything that they needed.
Okay, so you weren't the person that was the main one processing, you were just kind of overseeing and helping?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you a couple of photos that were entered into evidence previously yesterday. Looking here at 70 EEE. What part of the home are we seeing here?
It's going to be outside the front door. The front door, if you look to the left of the photo, that is the front door, and it's part of the garage wall, the exterior garage wall and the walkway.
And is there actually a laser up there on the witness stand for you?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. If you could just point out to the jury where the front door is, everything you were just
Front door is on the left side of the photograph. And across the photograph itself is the garage door, or the garage wall.
Okay. Let me look within the scales here. If we look closely, what do we see?
There is a scale that runs vertical and horizontal on the wall, as well as smaller 2-inch scales placed on that wall, and there's some Sharpie writing that was done to show direction.
What about all these tiny dots? What are those?
All the tiny dots are suspected blood.
to show you this photo from a little bit of a closer angle in 70 FFF. Now, looking at the wall from this angle, what do we have down here?
That is going to be an electrical outlet.
Okay, and so the electrical outlet is right here in this photo?
Yes, in the first photo, the electrical outlet is at the bottom. And the second photo is a close-up photo of the first, with the electrical outlet being at the bottom.
Okay. You obviously deal with blood that you find at crime scenes as part of your job. I mean, how often do you come across crime scenes where there's blood?
Quite often.
And that was over how many years?
18.
Have you had training when it comes to blood direction?
Yes, I took a course in Miami-Dade on blood direction.
And have you taught in the areas of blood spatter or blood direction?
Yes, I do, in my advanced crime scene class.
Can you tell us a little bit about the blood direction that you see in this photo?
In the photo, if you can zoom in just a little bit, after reviewing the suspected blood drops, we drew on there just for visual so you could see it and document what we were seeing. Where you see circles and arrows. The circles are the blood drop that I used for that particular direction, and the arrow is pointing to where it came from, which is called point of convergence.
Can you show us which, the circles and the arrows?
If you see, looking at the ones on the right side, you'll see the circles. These circles are circling individual blood drops, and then I determined the direction where they were coming from. So they are coming from somewhere on the upper left side of the photo. On the left side of the photo, you'll see circles of suspected blood drops with the direction coming from the bottom right. So the arrow is pointing is where they came from.
And can you tell us a little bit about how you're able to tell what direction they're coming from?
Blood is very viscous. It's very thick, like syrup. It wants to stay together. When it's flying through the air or dropping or wherever it's coming from, when it hits a surface, it will roll. Because it's very sticky, it will stick to the surface. So as it's rolling, you have a reverse of a snowball. Whereas a snowball is rolling and collecting more snow, a blood drop will roll and lose its mass and get smaller and smaller and smaller. So when the drop first hit, you have a larger impact area, and as it's rolling, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, so the drop appears to be pointy or oblong, getting smaller. So the direction it's going is where the small end is, or the pointy end is where it's going.
If you just have, obviously this is on the wall, if you just have a drop of blood on the ground, I mean, what can you tell about blood direction there?
Blood direction when it's falling, if it's almost perfectly circular, it's going to be a 90 degree. If it's really elongated, the angle is going to be more steep. And that's how, there's a mathematical formula that we use to figure out the angle that it hits. So the more circular it is, the more it dropped at a 90 degree. The more oblong it is, the more the degree that it hit. Which would mean it rolled longer. It could be because either, yes, there's a mathematical formula that we use to determine whether it's 90 degree, 30 degree, 40 degree.
Looking at this photo, what can you tell us about the blood direction on this wall? Where this blood came from, where it was going?
On the left-hand side, the ones that are circle are all coming from somewhere in the bottom right. You cannot tell exactly from where, but it's coming from the bottom right somewhere. And the ones on the right side are coming from the top left. It would appear that they were coming from somewhere in the middle, since that would be the point of convergence where they all came from.
Okay, so on some you have some of them going away from the house and some of them then going back toward the house.
Yes.
All right, and what about down below?
Down below at the bottom left corner, there is a suspected blood drop circled there with its direction coming from the top right of the photo.
And the farthest out this blood spatter goes, is this spatter right here? These last two?
The furthest one out, I believe, is here and here.
All right. I know you talked about about blood direction when there is just a drop found on the ground. If it's almost a perfect circle, that's usually just a straight down 90 degree. Are you able to give us any insight, though, into any of the other blood direction anywhere else in the home?
No, there was so much of it and all overlaying. No, we could not.
Okay. But this is the area that you were able to tell there, you were able to determine what direction it was going?
Yes.
Okay. I want to now ask you about the work you did with any latent fingerprints in this case. Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience specifically involving latent fingerprints?
I've been a certified latent print examiner since 2004. I have taken several classes in fingerprints and comparing fingerprints. I also attend numerous conferences over those years for continuing education, as well as the lead senior latent examiner at Tallahassee Police Department, and I also instruct and teach new latent examiners.
Okay. And Your Honor, we're done with the overhead for this witness.
Okay.
Thank you. Have you ever testified in court where you've given an expert opinion in the field of latent field comparison?
Yes, I have.
And how many times?
Over 30 times in both federal and state court.
This time I would tender the witness.
Wish to voir dire is to qualification.
No, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, so there were 2 latent prints of value found in the home that day, correct?
Yes.
All right. Which one did you do a comparison on?
One of them was compared and identified previously. There was one unknown remaining in which I compared.
Okay, and the one that was done and was compared previously was the one on the bathtub, and that was compared to Brandy Peters?
Yes, the bathtub faucet.
All right. And where was the latent found that you did a comparison on?
That's going to be on the interior garage entry doorknob.
Now, from this latent print, are you able to tell when it was left?
No.
So it could have been from anyone who's touched that doorknob anytime?
Yes.
Whose fingerprints did you compare that latent print to?
I compared it to Henry Segura and Brandy Peters.
And how did you do the comparison?
We do the comparison with a microscope or a magnifying device, and we put them side by side with known prints or standards of those individuals and compare the prints to see if they were made by the same person.
And what were the results?
They were not non-identified to both people.
Was the print then entered into APHIS?
Yes, it was entered into our automated fingerprint identification system, in which it will remain and just continue to run in case they get a hit at some point.
I mean, what is APHIS? I know you defined it for us, but anytime someone's convicted of a crime, arrested, do they get fingerprinted?
Yes, it'd be convicted of a crime, arrested, they're fingerprinted and put into the database, as well as a lot of job applicants are also put into the database.
Were there any matches when this latent was put into APHIS?
No, there was not.
And is this APHIS system nationwide?
Yes, it is.
So everyone that's been arrested or convicted of a crime should be in that system?
Should be in all the states that put fingerprints into the system. Actually, my correction on this, no, APHIS is Florida only.
Does the APHIS system look only for matches on one search, or does it continuously search the system ever since you put it in?
It'll continually search. Florida databases only.
If there was ever a match, would Tallahassee Police Department have been notified of it?
Yes, we get notifications of reverse hits where they come back.
these other 7 latent fingerprints that were found but that weren't of value, what happens to them?
There's nothing we can do with those. Those are smudges or not enough information for me to compare and eliminate or identify someone else to it. There's just too much or too much smudging or not enough information, not enough detail.
Okay, so if there's not an entire print there, or there is a print but it's smudged, there's just not enough information for you to do any type of comparison on those?
Correct. There's just not enough information.
All right. That's all I have.
Cross?
No cross.
All right. Any juror have a question of this witness? All right. If not, you can step down. We're going to keep her further.
No, she did.
All right. You want to release her as a witness?
Yes, sir.
You need her for any reason? No, your friend. You're released. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Single call Caroline Carpentieri Wilder.
Face the clerk in this one, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself to our jury, please?
I am Caroline Wilder, Wilder.
And was your name Wilder back in 2010?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what was your name at that time?
My maiden name is Carpentieri, Carpentieri.
Thank you. And what do you do, Ms. Wilder?
I'm a forensic specialist at the Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you been with forensics at TPD?
About 7.5 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education, your training, your experience that's led you to be with TPD for 7.5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I attended college at FSU, and at that time, in 2006, for the summer, I interned with the TPD forensic unit, where I got a taste and realized this was the field that I wanted to be in. After I graduated Florida State in 2007, I went to the police academy and got my law enforcement standards. It's not a requirement for the field that I am currently in. I'm not a sworn law enforcement officer, but I got a very broad knowledge of general police work. I started in my current position in March 2010, and from there I got a lot of in-house training. It was a 6-month, very intensive program. And since then, I've been to many classes about crime scene reconstruction, latent print examination, and so forth.
Okay. I want to ask you about your role in this case on November 20th, 2010. On that day, that Saturday, did you respond to 908 Saddle Creek Run?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you go back later days, too, to help process the scene as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you there? Were you there on Monday?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you there on Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that would be November 23rd?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to turn your attention to a few photos of some items that you collected. Looking at what's been admitted as 70 GGD. It's kind of an overall view of before or after the Lupo Crystal Violet was applied.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
This is a photograph of the carpet near the foyer area. You can see that there is the purple staining from the Luco crystal violet in that photograph.
70 this is an up close view of that?
Yes, ma'am. It's an up close of that. This is before I have marked any pieces of evidence. In the very center, you can see what was collected as a suspected artificial nail that had been broken off.
Okay, and it's right here in the center of the photo that I'm zooming in on?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at 70JJJ, was that the nail after you zoomed in on it and put the evidence marker?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and did you actually collect that acrylic nail?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see States 88 in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that appears to be the same as when you impounded it in evidence?
Yes, ma'am. Just the only exception, I can see FDLE evidence tape on it, so it appears it's been there, but other than that, it's the same.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind just looking at the other items there on the witness stand that you also have in front of you, are those all items that you collected from the scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're labeling their packaging is the same as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as 70 KKK and entered into evidence. What do we see here?
The photograph that we're looking at is obviously it's of the floor. The front door is to the left of the photograph. You can see a little bit of the tile in the bottom left corner. There was an artificial tree that was in this area. It had been upturned, and so I was photographing sort of an overall view before I started closing in on items of evidence.
Okay. And 70 LLL.
This was more of a close-up of the tree. We have upturned it to its proper position and started examining the branches. In the middle of that photograph, you can see what we suspected to be a bullet hole.
There should be a laser up on the witness stand for you. You could point out to the jury where you see the indentation.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. This right here is the suspected bullet hole that we observed in the tree.
Did you find any projectiles near the tree?
No, ma'am.
And in 70 MMM, did you mark that indentation with the evidence sticker or a scale?
Yes, ma'am.
What about in 70 NNN? What do we see here?
This right here is also on that tree. This was suspected blood that we observed on the trunk.
Did you take a swab of that blood?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's there on the witness stand in front of you today?
Yes.
It's marked as States 86?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to show you 70000. What do we see here?
This is the front porch area where I was standing taking the photograph. The front door is directly to my left, so this is to the right of the front door on the wall. And you can see here that there are a couple of hairs or suspected hairs that were on that vinyl siding.
70 ppp and up close of the hairs?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see the scale there. Did you collect the hairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's what you just identified in front of you. That states 87?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and 70 QQQ. What are we looking at in this photo?
This is the other side of the front porch. Now the front door is to the right from this view.
The front door is with your laser?
I apologize. The front door would be about here. You can see a little bit of the jamb right here. This right here would be the front door, and this is the front porch area to the left of the front door.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value on the front porch ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to show you this closer view, 70 RRR. Were you trying to get a closer shot of what you saw?
This is more of a mid-range photograph to show closer up of the evidence that was found on the porch.
Okay, and what was that evidence?
There was suspected blood on the ground.
Can you see where it is in this photo?
I believe, from my vantage point, I believe it's around here. I have it marked in a separate photograph.
Okay. 70 SSS?
The suspected blood, obviously, right there.
Okay. And so this is on a portion of that photograph where it's actually in the shade of those, of that banister or railings, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with this suspected blood?
I took a sterile swab of it.
Is this about where you were talking about?
It appears to be right in this shadow area, right there.
And the swab that you took of this drop of blood that was out on the front porch, is that there in front of you at State 1094?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect a couple of items of evidence from inside the house as well, from different rooms?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 39B. What is 39B?
39B is miscellaneous paperwork from the Master Bedroom Entertainment Center.
Okay. And did you collect some items from the kitchen as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are the items from the kitchen?
Well, in front of me, State's Exhibit, I believe that's 110. Miscellaneous paperwork from the kitchen drawer, which was the southernmost drawer near the trash can.
Okay, I think that would be 100. I just have poor handwriting.
Oh, I apologize. State's 100. 101 are trash bags from the cabinet above the drawer.
And are those all the items that you collected from the home that day?
I believe so.
Okay. I want to ask you about a few more photos. These have been entered into evidence by stipulation as 130A through P. In 130A, is this kind of just an overview of the foyer once the reagent was applied?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to ask you about some photos that you took of different marks that you saw in the reagent. Is 130B one of those photos of you trying to capture any marks you saw?
Yes, there was what we suspected could have been shoe impressions in there, and I wanted to make sure that anything that I saw that could be potentially used as evidence that I photographed.
Okay. And looking at both of these photos, are a lot of the photos that you take around in this area around where we see most of the purple to the right of the door as you walk in and leading into the living room?
I know I took photographs in that area. I can't recall specifically where the impressions were in these photographs.
Okay. I want to specifically show you some on the tile 130C. Are these some of the marks that you photographed on the tile that you thought maybe could possibly be used for something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 130D.
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all apply any chemicals, looking at 130E, any chemicals to try to help these show up more in any areas of the home?
Well, in this area, you can see that there is the purple stain, which is the leucocrystal violet.
In the bathroom?
In the bathroom, I didn't use chemicals to try to enhance any type of shoe wear. Instead of using chemicals such as this, I used powder to try to, regular fingerprint powder to try to enhance any impressions that might be on that bathroom tile.
Okay. And looking at 130G, did you also try to measure these as much as you could?
Well, I didn't specifically note any measurements, but I take the photographs with a scale, so if they need or could be used later, then this size can be accurately represented.
Okay. And these are the photos where you tried to get any pattern with the scale?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you took these photos after the home was cleared by law enforcement and after the bodies were discovered by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this an overview of the reagent we see reacting with the carpet?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And any measurements you tried, or any scales you put down on the carpet?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked a little bit about the bathroom.
Okay, on 130, I may have noted it wrong. It's 130A through what?
P.
What's that?
P as in pig?
Okay, I must have misheard. I thought you said A through E, A through P. Defense have any objection to that?
No.
All right.
Did you also notice what maybe some type of pattern, possibly from a shoe, in the master bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell where that is in this photo?
No, I cannot.
What about in this zoomed in photo in 130 in?
It appeared that there was a possible impression in this area. So I made sure I always take photographs before and after I process for anything. So this is the before photograph.
And what do we see in 130O?
It's, again, a possible impression on the tile. Like I said, I take the pictures before and after processing.
And 130P?
This is after processing. That's with, I used bichromatic magnetic powder to try to enhance any impressions that may or may not be there. After processing, this is the photograph.
Despite your and your other analysts' best efforts to enhance any of these in the foyer, in the bathroom, were any of them complete enough impressions for evidentiary value?
Well, unfortunately, I am not a shoer expert, but in my experience, there was not enough for a comparison to be done.
Okay. Was there any complete shoe prints on any of them?
Not that I observed.
And were most of the patterns smudged or hard to make out?
There was a lot of distortion in a lot of these patterns, and I did not observe one that was a nice, clear print.
And did that's what led you and your team to that opinion?
Well, that was my opinion. I can't speak for my coworkers.
Okay. And you work in latent fingerprints as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the same way with the latent print, if it's smudged or if you don't have an entire print, is it difficult?
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. My name is Stephanie L. Willis, and I had a pleasure being with you here today. We're actually going to switch to the gas bar matter now. We actually have an accident reconstructionist on the stand that's being presented by the state here. After this time, I'm done, but you'll be in good hands with Beth Karras. So we'll take you to Joshua Gas Bar so you don't miss a thing. Have a great day.
So this witness will be permitted to testify as an expert witness in crash reconstruction.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Christopher Todd, the jester.
So if you raise your right hand, please, you solemnly swear or affirm, subject to the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Obviously, you've got that binder with you, but you need to stay on top of the mic, so just be mindful of the mic, please, because the chair doesn't move, as you're aware. Would you state and spell your full name, please?
Christopher Todd Jester. The last name is spelled Jester.
Where are you employed?
The Ohio State Highway Patrol.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a crash reconstructionist for the Warren District, covering 7 counties of Northeast Ohio.
How long have you held that position?
Since 2004.
Now, we just heard a stipulation as to the work that you do and the opinions that you're going to render here today. That binder that you carry to the stand with you, what is that?
It has a copy of my certificates from training, a list of my training, the crash report itself, and the reference materials regarding devices that were used at the time of the investigation.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States 647. And can you tell me if this is a reproduction of your report? And if it's complete and if it's accurate?
Yes, it appears so.
Okay. And for purposes of your testimony here today, have you created a PowerPoint presentation based on the materials in this investigation and your report for the purposes of presenting your testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. And showing you what's been marked as States 1626. Can you take a look at this, please? What is States 1626?
This is the printed version of the PowerPoint report.
Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about the modern method or methodology of crash reconstruction before we get into the particular facts of this case. Can you give us the overview of how you begin, what information you consider and include in your report, what types of hard data are available to you in the modern world, etc. Okay?
Concerning the reconstruction, my work actually covers both disciplines, crash and crime scene reconstruction. The training between the two actually complements both. In crash reconstruction, we want to make sure that we get scene measurements, and we do that electronically with certain devices. We also consider the actual report itself, the crash report, and any case investigation that accompanies that.
How long did it take to complete this particular report?
This report actually started in September, on the day of the crash, and the investigation concluded approximately December when the preliminary report was created and sent in for checks.
And just so we're clear here, does your report include other investigators' work product?
Yes.
And is that normal in the course of your work that you would rely on other, say, highway patrol troopers or other law enforcement reports to include their information within your crash reconstruction?
Yes.
And is that the norm and accepted way of creating a crash reconstruction report?
Yes.
Now, before we go into the presentation, take us through the topics that we're going to cover, the chapters of the book, if you will.
The crash report, the reconstruction report itself consists of 5 sections. The first section contains crash information, which is a basic overview of the crash, the location, the original report, the crash report itself, and then information on the drivers or pedestrians involved. The second section is reconstruction unit response, which simply tells who was at the scene as far as the reconstruction unit, what their duties were, and what we did. The third section, and the largest, was the reconstruction analysis, where we go through a series of objectives, topics and items that we wanted to cover and investigate in detail regarding this report. Section number 4 dealt with visibility factors that may have been a factor we wanted to document the conditions at the scene. The section number 5 was a crash causation, which was a summary of the findings of the report. There is an additional section, section number 6, which has the names of those that have contributed to the report from the reconstruction unit and the peer review.
I want to ask you a general question before we go into the particulars here. On crash causation, let me give you a hypothetical. If your investigation had revealed in some way, shape, or form fault, if you will, for lack of a better term, on the part of Trooper Velez in how this incident occurred, would you state that in your findings?
Yes.
And as you understand the state of your investigation, did you find any fault of whatever type or kind, policy, state law, safety issues, whatever the case may be, did you find any fault on the part of Trooper Velez and how he was flagging traffic September 15, 2016?
No.
And why can you say that?
It appears that Trooper Velez was working within department policy, federal regulations, and was doing this activity in a reasonably safe area, the widest part of the berm.
Are you just saying that because you're a co-employee of Trooper Velez, that you both work for the patrol?
No.
Judge, I think at this point we're going to turn to the presentation. With the prior permission of the court, I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed to leave the stand and proceed in a narrative fashion and proceed through the PowerPoint at his own speed. I've instructed him to use moderate speed and a loud and clear voice.
You still speak fast, so if you could just go a little slower so we can take it all down.
Yes, Your Honor.
And remember, the jury needs the information. They're the people you are addressing. Let me start that.
This presentation is an overview of the reconstruction report by section. It gives some basic information on the report itself. To begin, the investigation began on 9/15/2016 and concluded later in December of 2016 when this report was submitted for review. It consists of over 150 pages, 200 figures, such as diagrams and photographs. It also is accompanied by 6 diagrams to include forensic maps or scale diagrams of the scene and some vehicles. In section 1, we note the crash information, basic information regarding where the crash had occurred at, the crash reporting on the Ohio OH1 or crash report form, and then some information about weather and the driver and pedestrian. Regarding the crash report for the OH1 provided by Lieutenant Gable, we find that on the first page there's a unit error. The unit error is listing unit number 1 at fault for this crash. There are 3 units inside this crash. The first is the 2015 Hyundai Veloster. The second is Trooper Velez as a pedestrian. And the third is the 2015 Dodge Charger that he was driving or was parked on the berm. In the following pages in the crash report, there are spaces for contributing circumstances. For Mr. Gaspar and his vehicle, there are 2 that are marked. The first primary is followed too close or failing to keep an assured clear distance ahead. The next is the improper lane change or passing or traveling off the road, which is listed as number 10. For Trooper Velez, the contributing factor for him as a non-motorist or pedestrian is none. We discussed briefly Trooper Velez's background with the State Patrol, having joined the patrol in 1988 as a cadet dispatcher. Later, he was inducted into the 118th Academy class in 1989 and was subsequently assigned to the Canfield post in Mahoning County. During his time there, he was also involved in a collision between himself as a pedestrian and a hit-and-run vehicle. Trooper Velez's shift was also noted, and there was a statistical analysis of his activity completed by Lieutenant Thorne. The roadway information was also chronicled. The roadway at the time was examined and found to be dry, free of any large debris, repair, or defect. The signage for Interstate 90 westbound was found to be in good condition, with a speed limit sign of 60 miles an hour posted approximately 1,400 feet to the east of the crash location. In the immediate area of the crash, Interstate 90 consists of 8 lanes. Within the median, there is overhead lighting. There is also a wall that separates the 2 directions. Each travel lane for the westbound traffic is approximately 11 to 12 feet wide, and the berm width vary. For the northbound berm, for the north side of the roadway, the berm is only 11 feet. On the south, in the immediate area of the crash location, it was 21 feet. That is roughly the largest or the widest that this berm gets, and then tapers down as the roadway travels west. There was a steerable ODOT camera that sat just west of this crash location, but at the time of the incident, the camera had been steered to the west, watching eastbound traffic. This is an overhead view of the scene provided by the Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works. It shows the crash location and some dimensions. Signage in the area was visible, in good condition, and clearly stated. There were construction signs or construction warning signs nearby just west of the crash location, as well as a merge sign near the door of Alger Road, speed limit sign, and then informational signs nearby. For the remainder of the report, lanes will be referenced as such, with the southern berm, lane number 1 being the southmost lane, 2, 3, 4, and then the northern berm. Weather at the time was good, 73 degrees, 10 miles visibility, scattered clouds and no precipitation. Section number 2 involves the reconstruction response. Who from our unit was there at the scene, what their duties were, and what was accomplished. We received a request for assistance within 10 minutes of the initial call. I was contacted by my supervisor. I was on duty at the time, attending training with the FBI in Brecksville, and immediately left that location and arrived on scene at 1:51 p.m. On-scene personnel were Lieutenant Chris Kinn, now Lieutenant John Thorne, myself, and Trooper Ryan Thomas. My duties at the scene were to provide scene documentation, photography, and a scene inspection. Prior to any scene documentation, I conducted a walkthrough, and then we began a forensic map, which forensic mapping is simply making a scale diagram of your scene. The forensic mapping is simply a highly detailed way of documenting evidence and features of a scene. It uses a specific protocol. In this case, we use electronic devices such as a total station to document where evidence is and the rough features of the scene as well. A total station is simply survey equipment. It's the same device surveyors, civil engineers, construction workers use. It's a very simple device to use, and what it does is take an infrared beam and fires it to the point of evidence and measures that evidence and then places that evidence in line with everything else. It creates a relationship between all of the measurement points. It can be done by pointing the device directly to the piece of evidence or actually following a target as I hold it above that evidence. At the scene, this device was placed and recorded 555 measurements to include scene evidence, final rest of vehicles, roadway dimensions, and any other structures that were within the crash area. As a result of that work, the electronic data inside that device was transferred to a computer drafting program, and we were able to make at least 4 scale diagrams of the scene. We also used the device to document damage to vehicles. The first diagram we did was diagram A. This included both directions of Interstate 90 to include the crash scene. It gave us dimensions. It also provided the points of evidence described. And where the points of evidence were too small to describe, we labeled them with icons and a legend. Diagram B was a closer look at the crash scene itself. It included placard numbers that our investigators used to mark evidence. I used this as a reference for them so they understood where their evidence they had marked was on the diagram. We also include an overhead photograph that was taken by our aviation section. Diagram C is the crash scene again. It does include the placards, but this time we include a narrative, and we also include a photograph of each individual piece of evidence that they had marked. Diagram E removes all those placards and simply focuses on the vehicles themselves, providing a photograph and later a legend with basic vehicle information. While we were at the scene, we used the total station, which is able to get us one measurement point per shot. We also used a laser scanner, the Trimble TX5 laser scanner, which provides us with a 3D image of the scene. Instead of one measurement per point, it gives us roughly 900,000 measurement points a second. There were 11 scans taken during this time at the scene. The device simply is placed at the scene, it rotates once, and places measurement points over everything that's in range. It later on creates a 3D scan which allows you to move the scene about and see it from different perspectives. I also use it on vehicles themselves or other objects to get measurements I couldn't get otherwise. During the on-scene investigation, OSP investigators were in charge of evidence handling and collection, not reconstruction personnel. We both took photographs, and the locations of the evidence at the scene were measured as they were. I didn't ask anyone to put them back where they thought they were. The vehicles had apparently were still at final rest. So when we began to detail the evidence in the report, we started going from east to west in this general area of the crash location. Beginning from the east, the first piece of evidence we found were 3 tire marks. One with a blue arrow inside the lane number 1, approximately 1 to 2 feet. The mark was dark and was sort of angled towards the berm. One with the green arrow was actually going into the berm, however, there was more of it beyond. And it was apparently an older mark, possibly created by a trailer tire. The mark with the red arrow began on the berm, traveled next to Trooper Velez's vehicle, and then continued and ended at the left side wheels of the Hyundai. This mark was 189 feet long, and it passed within a foot or two of the patrol vehicle. The other tire marks were 35 feet and also 25 feet respectively from the top to bottom. It's unknown where these 2 marks came from, but this mark here we were able to follow to the Hyundai. The next piece of evidence we found was the vehicle itself. The 2015 Dodge Charger, listed as 3215 or car 3215 in the patrol inventory. The vehicle was at final rest. The only damage was found was on the right side mirror and the mirror plate. The vehicle was sitting in the berm, approximately 8 feet from the nearest travel lane, 7 feet from the median barrier. It was facing west. The only damage found was the right side mirror plate. We did not find any area on the actual mirror housing where it was struck by a vehicle. So we believe that this may have been from debris. The first pieces of debris we find are on the vehicle itself. Pieces of tempered glass, apparently from the Hyundai sunroof. They were found on the back of the vehicle and the front, which led us to believe that the collision occurred either beside or a bit behind car 3215. The glass is noted on the forensic map with the orange triangles. To the left rear of the vehicle, near the median barrier, which is roughly a 2.5 to 3 foot concrete wall, was a black plastic bag. Inside the bag contained Trooper Velez's gun belt, his uniform hat, and his firearm, to include taser, handcuff keys, and ammunition. The belt had been cut by emergency personnel, and the firearm itself, that was still holstered, showed signs of grinding. Between the vehicle and the medium bearer was a sunglass lens, and on the forensic map, these two items were located here in relation to the vehicle. After that started a debris field. It was a very light debris field, but it contained the tempered glass found from the sunroof and possibly some glass from the windshield of the Hyundai. The debris field was approximately 176 feet long and spanned about 30 to 35 feet wide. Again, it was light. Beyond the vehicle to the west, or beyond Trooper Velez's vehicle, was a sunglass arm. Next item found was the leather microphone pouch used by Trooper Velez. It connects to the duty belt with a nylon strap and two metal snaps. The wireless microphone for the video system for the patrol's system is found inside. Not in here, but it fits inside the actual case secured by one snap. And there was another sunglass lens nearby. These two items were found in front of car 3215, closer to the median bearer. Beyond that was the LTI 2020 laser device. This was the device that Trooper Velez was holding at the time that he was struck, and the device that he was using to check traffic speeds. It was found damaged roughly 16 feet into the berm, with its foldable stock bent. The next area of evidence we found was a 9-foot section of black transfer that was found on the asphalt itself. It appeared that this was from either the duty belt or footwear of Trooper Velez as he came back down to the ground. It's roughly 9 feet in length, sits approximately 2 feet from the travel lane. It's located at the beginning of a right side skid mark emanating from the Hyundai. This skid mark itself is 57 feet long. It was much like the one from the left side. It was a very light mark, typical of ABS operation. In the general area was a 24-foot long area of blood trail in spatter that followed the rumble strip. This trail followed the rumble strip and did also expand onto the travel lane. Roughly 1 to 2 feet inside the travel lane was a piece of bone. This bone was approximately 2 inches long by 1 inch wide. At the end of the blood trail was an area of blood pooling and draining onto the median, roughly 7 feet from the edge of the travel lane. Accompanying this area was Trooper Velez's shirt on the left side to include a partial cut of his undershirt. In addition to these items, there was a cell phone clip and a handcuff key found near the median barrier. This is one of 2 handcuff keys that were found. The next evidence after this was the 2015 Hyundai Veloster. The vehicle had damage to the front, the top, and the right rear, and it appeared to be at final rest since the skids did not go forward of the front tires. Looking at the vehicle, we had evidence of ABS braking on the tires, which instead of a skid patch you would normally have, there's small little speckles, small little streaks as the vehicle stutters. It begins to make these marks. The vehicle is located in the median, in the berm, approximately 4 feet from the travel lane and 9 feet from the median edge. Located on the vehicle itself were more pieces of evidence. The first being the wireless microphone from Trooper Velez. When removed from the case, was found at the base of the windshield. Other items on top of the sunroof were a sunglass arm and Trooper Velez's cell phone with case. The remnants of the sunroof are apparent. Inside the interior, the sunroof shade had been closed a lot, catching this debris. On the front of the vehicle was a damaged license plate. Upon closer examination, there were fibers that were found. These fibers appeared to be the same color as Trooper Velez's sock fabric. And then in the damaged area of the glass, there were white fibers found that were the same color as Trooper Velez's undershirt. Both of these fibers were taken by OIS investigators. Surrounding the vehicle and about the scene were approximately 20 pieces of red taillight lens, these being from the crushed right rear light of the Hyundai. This would have been the second strike location of Trooper Velez. Taillight lens is shown with the purple icons. Approximately 7 feet from the front of the Hyundai and within a 3-foot perimeter was the ballistic vest with other personal items from Trooper Velez. The ballistic vest is enclosed in a case with Velcro attachments. It was found with his identification card, 2 pens, and his badge. The case itself had been ripped and the Velcro also had been separated. "22 feet from the Hyundai, roughly northwest, was another piece of bone that was unaccompanied by any blood or blood spatter. Trooper Velez's radio holder was found on the rumble strip just inside the travel lane, and the second of 2 handcuff keys found as well. At the west edge of the crash location was a 2005 Saab belonging to Mr. McGaugh that was parked partially in the lane number 1 and angled to the southwest. It was accompanied by a sunroof frame that was found next to the median. This frame also had apparent tissue or blood found on it. Going back into the median, near the car, was Trooper Velez's earpiece. This would have been attached to his microphone. It was found beyond the median wall. The farthest piece of evidence found in this crash was his left shoe, found over 280 feet away on the opposite side of Interstate 90 eastbound. It was found on the berm next to the guardrail. Regarding photography used in this report, we used 7 OSP photo pouches and images provided by the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner. Evidence collection was taken care of by our investigators, except for the airbag control module, which reconstruction personnel removed. Reconstruction personnel did not interview any witnesses or the driver. The next section, and the largest section in the report, is a reconstruction analysis. This analysis came with some objectives. There were 10 to include the damage analysis of the vehicle, the veloster, the in-car video analysis to determine pedestrian vehicle locations and its route, airbag control module analysis to determine the speeds of the vehicle during certain times of the crash event, to explore Trooper Velez's visibility and how he was dressed. We documented pedestrian injury. We documented the scene evidence with our scale diagrams. And in the end, we created a crash causation for a summary of the findings. First one we addressed was the damage analysis of the Hyundai Veloster. In addition to itemizing the damage found on the vehicle, we also inspected the vehicle. We did a cursory inspection while it was at scene and also in the storage facility. The first item we found was the recall database. There were no open recalls for this vehicle. There were no complaints as far as anything regarding steering or brakes. Any complaints or factory letters to consumers dealt with powertrain issues or navigational issues. Tire information and condition found that all tires were in good shape, they were well inflated, and they had adequate tread. Tire-related issues are not suspected to be a factor in this collision. They appear to be the correct size, and I believe they may have been original equipment. The steering and suspension of the Hyundai was found to be in good condition. The Hyundai uses an electronic steering box, so there is no fluid to use and no pump to fail. It was exercised and found to be moving smoothly without binding. The braking system was also checked and found to be operable. The pedal pressure was good, the fluid was clean, uncontaminated, and the cap was tight. The Hyundai Veloster has a four-wheel disc braking system. And while it was in the storage facility, we did test the brakes at a low speed to see if they would lock up. The brakes did lock, there was ABS activity, and the emergency brake was functional as well, locking both rear tires. Lighting and auxiliary equipment was found to be in good condition, except for the right rear light. It still operated even though it was damaged. Windows and mirrors, other than the windshield and sunroof, and the left side mirror were found to be in good condition. Overall, it's believed that this vehicle was in good general condition before the crash. When we looked at the damage, we itemized it by section, and we showed in the report which side we considered the right and left. In the front, the lower front, we found that the license plate had been damaged and the license plate holder had been cracked. There were two cracks beneath on the lower plastic fairing, just below the license plate, and that the front bumper cover was also fractured as well. On the upper front of the vehicle, the hood had been deformed approximately 7 inches, raising the two sides on each side approximately 6 inches, exposing the engine. The manufacturer tag or the chrome spar that goes across had been broken near the H, and a plastic molding inside the hood that mimicked as a vent was also broken and dislodged. Damage to the top and front of the vehicle began at the center in the license plate area, the majority on the left side of the hood in front of the driver's position. The left side, aside from the mirror, was relatively undamaged. The left side door had a bit of difficulty getting open because of the encroachment of the hood, which had been pushed back a few inches. The plate on the left side mirror had fallen out. And on the right side, this vehicle features 2 doors, where the left side only has 1. It's relatively undamaged, except for the right rear corner. And again, the front door is impeded by the hood that's been pushed back. On the right rear, we have a bend to the rear bumper cover. We have a broken tail light, and we do have some transfer and scratches in the general area. The bumper cover itself had been a bit dislodged. It was misaligned from the rest of the right side vehicle. The top and windows had heavy damage, with the roof spar above the driver's position kinked and forced downward approximately 1 foot from the side of the vehicle. The windshield showed at least 4 areas of contact damage, 2 in front of the driver's position and then 1 inside of the passenger's position. The one on the left-hand side of the screen is suspected to be from the laser device. The undercar was found unremarkable. no large damage. The exhaust may have come in contact with the asphalt at the time of the secondary collision, but we were unsure. The wheels were found to be good, no cracks. There was some grinding on one of the rear tires, but it's not found to be related to this collision. And the interior was limited to the roof line, the roof itself, and the rearview mirror, which had been broken out. Shattered glass was found throughout the interior. The engine compartment was found in relatively good shape, except for some impressions on the air cleaner and battery, and the air dam in front had been pushed downward. The next objective we took on was an in-car video analysis. The reason for this section was to take a step-by-step look at the video itself, why it turned on, what it's capturing, and we used this analysis to correlate evidence that we found at the scene with evidence that we see actually in the video itself. It also helped us determine the Trooper Velez's route and Trooper Velez's impact location. Now each OSHP enforcement vehicle, each one of our cars, an enforcement vehicle, has a video system that utilizes a Panasonic digital recorder. It's found in the trunk on the left side in a locked compartment. The video system software itself is found on the MCT, the computer that's up with the driver. Our cars use two cameras. One is the standard forward-looking camera. The other is in the rear. It's actually behind the plexiglass divider, and its job is to actually just look at the rear seat area, not for really outside. It's a smaller camera. Both cameras record in color, and the video system does have two microphones, one inside the vehicle and then one on the officer himself. Both of these microphones can record simultaneously. The recordings, once they're done, are stored in an SD card inside the recorder found in the trunk. Our vehicles have two cameras. The rear one is solely there to look at the rear seat area. On the left is the rear camera. It's fixed, and both of these cameras don't pan. They're in fixed positions. And on the right is the one that looks out the front windshield. The recorder itself is found in the trunk, attached to the door. And then the MCT, where the software is located up with the driver. When looking at the software on the MCT, it looks like this. There's an area to record, there's other information, but it also gives simultaneous views from the front and rear camera. When the video is reviewed on a desktop computer, either at the post or anywhere else, it uses this player, which is very similar. And that is what the video has been shown in. This player here showing two screens, both front and rear cameras. Now, utilizing that MCT, that computer, and the software, an officer can manipulate the video as far as starting, stopping, reviewing, and he can also look through those cameras in real time. The video system itself activates through an array of triggers. If you turn on the lights, it starts. If you hit the siren, it will start. If you push the on-screen record button, the one on the camera, or the one in the trunk on the recorder itself, it will start. You can also activate the camera by the orange button on the wireless microphone. On the recording itself, there will be some information in the corner. It consists of recording date, the time, the vehicle number, and patrol post number. There's also some letters over there. If you see an M, it means the wireless microphone is activated. A C means that there's a communication going between the wireless microphone and the recorder. The L means that the emergency lights are activated, and the S for the siren. The C means is that the microphone and recorder are talking to each other. There is no recording, but that radio link is available. This is an example with the date, the time. We show an M and a C, and then the vehicle number, 3215. and the post number. It's post 18 for the Cleveland Post. Concerning the displays from the cameras, the front is correct. The rear camera, however, has an anomaly with it. That camera is actually showing you a reverse picture of the scene. So when someone walks through this scene and they raise their right arm, it looks as if they're raising their left. If they're coming from the left side of the vehicle, it appears that they're coming from the right. It's just the way that the camera is set up. It's as if you're looking in your rearview mirror. As you can see, the embossed lettering on the back of the rear seat is also reversed. When we looked at this, we had to keep this in mind when we analyzed the video. Once it was discovered that the vehicle had recorded the crash, the SD card was removed and retained as evidence. At the request of the reconstruction unit, we asked that particular portions of this video, namely where the crash occurred, were extrapolated into individual files by videographers from the Department of Public Safety. This allowed us to have the video frame by frame by frame. And in this case, there were 30 frames every second for this video. In anticipation of the video analysis, we wanted to find out what the camera could actually see in relation to the car. And we used the total station to create another diagram of the vehicle and the camera angles. This was the result showing the green area is what the front camera can see. The yellow area is what the rear camera can see through the rear window. And the purple or pink area off the side is what the rear camera can see through the side window of the right door. Everything in the gray is a blind spot. Going back to this, the letters and the lines are simply landmarks within the camera's field of view, which consist of the right rear door, child seat anchor, emergency deck lights, and other items and features. We begin the analysis at the first frame, 12:43:04, and when we go through the report, we list each frame by its time, and if a certain event happens within that second, we list it by frame number. So it could be 12:43:04, frame 10, 11, and so on. At this point, we see the vehicle on the berm facing west and the view from the rear camera. Now, when we look at the view from the rear camera, when we begin our analysis, we see that there's a slightly reflected area just in the corner. What has happened is that since the camera is affixed approximately an inch away from the rear divider, it is actually picking up a reflection of the driver's seat and the steering wheel and an open door, just in this one triangle area. So what we're seeing is the steering wheel, a bit of the driver's seat in blue, the exposed roadway, and the open left front door of the cruiser. For us, this was important because we can actually see Trooper Velez occupying this location. On the left, we see an open area. We see his legs beginning to move in. And on the inset, we see both legs in this open area with the door open. At this point, Trooper Velez is most likely has the door open, checking traffic with his laser device, using the vehicle for support. The vehicle itself still 8 feet from the traffic lane. Trooper Velez now roughly 6 to 7 feet from the median barrier. At 12:44, 16, and 17, we see those legs disappear. They remove. The space is left empty. Looking at the video enough, we can see his left leg. We can make out his portable radio, and then the left shirt sleeve as he moves from that location. And in the end, we see an empty area with that open door showing the ground. At 12:44:19, frame 7, we see Trooper Velez coming around the right side of the vehicle, although it looks like the left because of this reverse nature. We see the patch on his shoulder, and we see a pixelated image of what would become traffic that will be involved in this crash. Trooper Velez at this time, as he rounds the corner, is roughly 2 to 3 feet away from the corner of car 14 feet from the traffic lane. At frames 26 to 16 of 12:44, 19, and 20, we show Trooper Velez near the corner, and he begins to raise his right hand. Although it looks like the left on here, it's actually his right. Traffic is still approaching, and his right hand begins to raise. Through the next series of frames, we see the hand raised to about shoulder level. Watching the video long enough at certain speeds, you can actually see his hand emphasizing the motion, going up and down. At this point, with the hand raised, Trooper Velez is roughly 13 feet from the nearest traffic lane, 11 feet from the rumble strip. He crosses the midline of the vehicle. Traffic is still approaching, and he becomes more prominent inside the video. He crosses between the traffic and the rear camera, and then he continues into what we call the C pillar, which on your vehicle you have at least 4 pillars that hold up the roof, the first being A, B, and we consider this the C pillar. This will cause a blind spot for the camera. As he moves into the blind spot created by the camera, it's roughly 3 feet from his vehicle, 11 feet from the nearest traffic lane. As he continues to move, he's likely 4 feet from the corner, now 7 feet from the nearest traffic lane. At 12:44:23, Trooper Velez becomes hidden by the shadowed area, which is the blind spot for the camera, depicted in this wedge. He's likely anywhere from 4 to 5 feet from the edge from the traffic lane, and about 6 feet from his vehicle. At frame 15, we can see approaching traffic, the Honda Civic and the Hyundai Veloster. In the right side door, we can just catch a bit of Trooper Velez's left arm. Just comes into view and breaks that plane. At this point, Trooper Velez is likely 4 to 5 feet from his vehicle, and roughly 4 to 5 feet from the nearest traffic lane, with his arm just inside or just outside the shadowed area. In the background, we see what would to be developing into 4 vehicles: Chevrolet Malibu, a Honda Civic, the Hyundai Veloster, and the Ford Explorer. At this point, Trooper Velez's arm is found breaking the plane again, and the Hyundai Veloster is found behind the Honda Civic. Its left, although it looks like the right, its left headlight is visible. At 12:44:24 in frame 18, the Hyundai Veloster currently begins to make a move into the median. Into the berm. The license plate and the left side headlight is visible. The Honda Civic is now going behind the C pillar, and Trooper Velez's arm is still visible in the corner. In frame 24, the laser held in his left hand is visible. Trooper Velez has apparently reacted, and the Hyundai Veloster is now most likely going over the rumble strips. Both headlights are visible, as well as the license plate. On frame 26, the Hyundai Veloster is head-on to the rear camera of the vehicle, and the left arm and laser are still apparent in the right side window. What you're seeing is the front of the laser, where it has two openings for the laser. At this point, Trooper Velez is likely 4 to 5 feet from his vehicle, 4 to 5 feet from the edge line. In these following frames, we see the left arm come out and then go back in behind the C pillar. At 12:44:25 in frame number 1, the Hyundai Veloster is now on the berm. Trooper Velez hidden by the C pillar. In the shadow, in frame 6, we start to see the shadow of the Honda Civic in lane number 1. In frames 9 to 12, we see the left arm of Trooper Velez again. It appears to be closer to the vehicle. And the Hyundai itself is now entering the C-pillar blind spot area. And we can see the blue Honda Civic in lane number 1. At this point, Trooper Velez is likely 4 feet from his vehicle. He's 13 feet from the Hyundai, which is also 17 feet away from car 3215, and roughly 2 to 3 feet from the Honda Civic. At frame 17, the Hyundai is actually between the patrol car and the Honda Civic, completely on the berm. Trooper Velez's left arm is raised, apparently holding the laser device. At frame 18, this is the first point that we have contact between Trooper Velez and the Hyundai Veloster. His legs are seen on the hood. The hood apparently is beginning to deflect, and the laser device is suspected to be seen at the corner. For the Hyundai, we can see the chrome H, and we can see the, which would be the right headlight. Beside the Hyundai is the Honda Civic. At the time of impact, the configuration of the 3 vehicles is likely to be like this. Trooper Velez is roughly 3 to 4 feet away from his vehicle. The Hyundai is 3 to 4 feet away from the same vehicle, with 1 foot separating the edge line in the right side of the Hyundai.
Trooper Jester, let me stop you there for a second. At the time of the moment of impact, where was Trooper Velez standing in terms of the lanes of travel?
He was 5 foot inside the berm on the south side of the roadway.
So that's not in a lane of travel, correct?
No.
Did he have a lawful right to be standing where he was for purposes of traffic enforcement?
Yes.
Please continue.
Showing all 3 vehicles, there's likely 2 to 3 feet between the Honda Civic and the Hyundai. The berm itself in this location is 21 feet wide, and there's 10 feet separating the Honda up top from the patrol vehicle. Frame 19, Trooper Velez is now engaged with the windshield. His 2 legs are visible, to include his shoe, and the grill spar and the H located on the front of the Hyundai is also visible in the corner. In this configuration, the Hyundai is roughly 1 to 2 feet away from the patrol vehicle, 2 to 3 feet from the Honda Civic, and still 1 foot inside the berm, at least from the right side of the travel lane. What we're seeing now, these pink wedges, is the blind spots. We're seeing the vehicle pass through these. In frame 20, Trooper Velez is now engaged with the roof line and top of the windshield. There's obvious damage to the hood of the Hyundai. Looking closer, apparently see Trooper Velez's right arm, possibly tucked, exposing his elbow and shirt sleeve. His legs are now coming up behind him, and we see the side mirror over on the side of the Hyundai. In this configuration, the vehicle is 1 foot away from the patrol car, 3 feet away from the Honda. Space between the patrol car and the travel lane still remains at 8 feet. On frame 21, Trooper Velez is atop the vehicle on the roof pillar, the roof line, and is engaged with the sunroof. It appears that the legs are continuing to move up, and what we believe we see is a white undershirt and the ballistic vest and the uniform shirt being pulled away from the pants. At this point, the vehicle is still within a foot to 2 feet of the patrol vehicle, and is now beginning to go into the berm a little further. At frame 22, this is the last frame that Trooper Velez is visible through the rear camera. At this point, we can see the driver's side mirror and the open window of the driver's door. After that, our focus and the analysis turns to the front camera. Frame 1 of 12:44:26, we see the first signs of debris. There's a cloud of glass, laminated glass that's found in your windshield often turns into dust when struck. In frames 2 to 5, Trooper Velez comes into view at the top of the video frame. On frames 3 to 5, we see Trooper Velez coming up in the upper right-hand corner. In the middle frame, we pan back to his rear camera, which we see his Stetson hat go by the door. And on frame 5, we see him roughly anywhere from 8 to 12 feet in the air, upright. In frame 5, we can see the Honda Civic beside the Veloster. It appears that the Veloster has cleared the patrol car. It's at this point we begin itemizing evidence that we found at the scene as we see it passing through the front camera. We have the vehicle itself. Up top we have Trooper Velez showing his right leg, his left leg, what is suspected to be a handcuff key as we follow it through the several frames, and then a silver reflection on his side, which may be from either his firearm or badge. In frame 7, Trooper Velez is roughly 8 to 12 feet above the roadway. The laser device is beginning to remove itself from his profile. In frame 8, Trooper Velez's arms are raised. The ballistic vest, the exterior ballistic vest is now being pulled above him. It's been torn. He's now beginning to shed it as he rotates. We see the laser device is now loose. We have another silver reflection. The ballistic cover is now up near his shoulders. The left leg appears not to have a shoe on it, while the right leg does. The laser device is now visible, coming from Trooper Velez. And at this point, the laser device is now free of his profile. The handcuff key continues to go down, and the shirt stay, which he used to keep his shirt down, is now apparent out of his left pant leg. Frame 18, Trooper Velez is inverted, again 8 to 12 feet above the roadway. In this frame, the wireless microphone holder is apparent. The laser device is now still falling to the ground, and his left shoe comes into the frame from the top of the video. It's on its way over to the eastbound side of Interstate 90. At this point, Trooper Velez is approaching the right rear of the Hyundai. His arms are raised. He comes down to the ground, feet first. The ballistic vest, the black ballistic vest, has been shed and is now going over the Hyundai as it slows. The wireless microphone holder is still in the air, and the laser device has either struck or is about to strike the roadway. Trooper Velez now strikes the right rear corner of the Hyundai, forcing the right rear possibly to the ground, but at least it compresses the suspension. Again, the evidence is still found in this frame. The configuration at the time he strikes the Hyundai, Trooper Velez is roughly 4 feet inside the berm, while the Hyundai is 3 feet inside the berm. Now begins to leave the right side skids. Right side skids may have continued longer. However, at that point, they go onto the rumble strip, which may be hard to detect. At 12:44:27, Trooper Velez has fallen to the ground, now leaving the black colored transfers and possibly the scratch from the ground firearm. As he falls to the ground, the Hyundai is still on the berm. The Honda Civic maintains lane number 1. And then finally comes to a rest with his legs into lane number 1. He's on his back, with head facing the median barrier. The piece of white we find is most likely his undershirt from his torn uniform shirt. Frames 23 of 12:44:32 to frames 13 of 12:44:34 show the only movement I see from Trooper Velez, which is the right foot fall. It's at this time at 12:44:35 that the microphone is activated. Although the M had shown up earlier in frames, sometimes if the microphone is activated on a traffic stop and not deactivated from this device, when you activate another recording, sometimes the microphone icon is a residual icon, just stays there. It doesn't mean that the microphone's on, it means just picking it up from the last time. In this case, however, this is where the audio starts. Once the audio starts, we can hear the windshield wipers of Mr. Gaspar's vehicle going across the broken windshield. Now, what you've seen before is roughly 90 seconds of video. Our video system is designed that it's always running. And when I activate it, either from the belt mic or from any button inside the vehicle, or lights or siren, it goes back 90 seconds before I made that move. When it does not capture any audio until we get to the point where the button is hit. So 90 seconds before and 90 seconds after I terminate the recording, I'm getting 90 seconds of recording, extra recording at each end. That's the way our system is designed, in case we can't get the button to turn on quick enough. It'll jump back and protect us and give us 90 seconds. During those 90 seconds, again, there is no audio. So this is where the audio first comes in. As we can see on the screen itself, it shows that the mic is working. And down here on the other triggers, it shows it's working as well. Afterwards, in the following frames, we see Mr. Gaspar outside his vehicle, Mr. Sanford is approaching, and Mr. McGaugh in the blue square is in the process of pulling his vehicle to the side. In the next frame, we have Mr. Sanford apparently on his cell phone, Mr. Gaspar staying behind his vehicle, and Mr. McGaugh has exited his vehicle and is now leaning or kneeling with Trooper Velez. In this frame, you see Mr. Sanford, Mr. McGaugh, and then Mr. Gaspar apparently reaching into the vehicle, attempting to turn off the windshield wipers, which are only turned to a slower rate because they continue to move. We can hear them on the microphone. At this point, the microphone is at the base of the windshield. This frame here, Officer Dario is approaching with an item and Trooper Velez's uniform hat. Officer Mikla is running towards car 3215. Will later get on the radio and attempt to contact the Cleveland Dispatch Center. Lakewood Fire Department arrives on scene. And finally, Trooper K approaches 3215, also gets on the radio and contacts the Cleveland Dispatch Center. Now, to determine the impact location, we used the video, we used the scale diagram we had, we considered witness locations or witness accounts from their written statements, and also vehicle and pedestrian evidence, items we found on the vehicle itself and on Trooper Velez. Witness accounts were reasonably consistent about Trooper Velez's movement and actions before the collision. There's a consensus that the officer was likely on the berm. The next time we saw earlier, we used the physical evidence, which showed us a left side skid mark. And on the scale diagram, that allowed us to put a model of the Hyundai almost on a track, right beside the vehicle. We also did a diagram of the vehicle itself, showing pedestrian evidence from the front to the rear. We showed where suspected blood and tissue were found, to include strike points and the evidence like fibers. With the scanner, we also scanned the Hyundai. It allowed me to take measurements that I couldn't take otherwise, and allows us to retain this should it be needed for future use. At the front of the vehicle, a piece of pedestrian evidence we have are the fibers that are found in the left screw of the license plate bracket. The license plate itself is bent, and the paint has been removed from the 5, 6, and 8. This fiber is consistent in color with fiber found on Trooper Velez's socks. And the pattern of the interior of the fabric matches a contusion and abrasion found on the left leg of Trooper Velez. It's believed that this damage was caused by his left leg. There was a fabric imprint found on the chromed H of the front of the vehicle, which reasonably matches the fabric pattern found in patrol pants. We have the white fiber that's found within the windshield that matches the same color as Trooper Velez's undershirt. We have the microphone itself now at the base of the windshield. Additional evidence included his cell phone and the sunglass arm. Strikes to the windshield were also documented. We believe that EV23 and 24 on the left-hand side of the screen were caused by Trooper Velez's left arm and hand and the laser device itself. He did have some injury on the left side of the hand, not on the fingers, but just the hand, that was similar to what you would receive striking laminated glass, which are small lacerations. After we were completed with locating where the crash occurred, we began to look at speeds of the vehicle at the time of the crash. First item we took a look at was the airbag control module. Lieutenant Ken was in charge of downloading this device, and he found no data with it. The device didn't record because the hit wasn't hard enough to the front of the vehicle. This is the result. It shows no recorded event. Now, similar to the process of determining the location of the pedestrian strike, we use several processes to determine the speed of the Hyundai at certain points in the collision. In the end, we were able to determine a minimum speed of the vehicle at the time that the skids were produced. We were able to show a minimum initial strike speed of Trooper Velez by his vehicle, and we could show a secondary strike speed of Trooper Velez when he came down atop the vehicle. We also did more calculations to check that earlier work. The first thing we did is use this equation. This equation is fairly simple. It's taught not only in reconstruction courses, but in basic crash investigation as well. And what this equation will allow me to figure out is the speed needed to skid a particular distance. In this case, 189 feet. That is the distance that the vehicle was braking through the berm. All I need to do is find out how far it traveled while skidding and the friction factor for the roadway. Now, the friction factor it's a numerical value for how well one surface grips another. Much like sandpaper, where you have coarse, fine, or heavy. In this case, it's a numerical value. It's a decimal, 0.1, 0.2, and so on. And depending on the surface, this numerical value may get higher. For example, ice is 0.1. Asphalt is 0.6 to around 0.8. There's a range depending on the type of asphalt and debris in the situation. We find this deceleration factor through testing. Our agency tests for this. Other agencies do. We have the Society of Automotive Engineers have provided testing. Schools, reconstruction, universities also test these. There's a lot of published data regarding the range. And so for asphalt, our friction factor is going to be roughly 0.6 to 0.8. Now we know that the Hyundai is skidded 189 feet along the berm. And with a reasonable range of friction factors, I'm going to use 0.697 to 0.767. We can find the speed range required to leave that amount of skids. When I use these factors, 0.69, 0.76, they're very conservative values. I didn't use the highest. We used conservative values in this case. But we have to remember that the speed that we find from this does not account for any energy or speed that's lost from the two collisions with Trooper Velez or any braking that occurred before the actual skidding. So the result that we receive is simply from the skid itself. When I put the distance in, and then I put the range of friction factors, I receive a range at the time that the skids were produced of 62 to 65 miles an hour. Again, this is a minimum at the time that the skids were produced. The average of these two would be 0.732, which I'll use later. At the time of the skid, the minimum speed for the Hyundai was 62 to 65 miles an hour. Once I have those numbers, I can then use another equation that's similar to the first one, but this gives me an answer in velocity, feet per second. And I simply just convert it later on. But what this equation will allow me to do is find out the speed at impact. All I need to know is how fast the vehicle starts out with, how long it skids, and my deceleration factor that I used before. So in the first case, at the initial strike with Trooper Velez, he was struck 53 feet into a 189-foot skid. My distance is 53. I place my drag factor accordingly, and I receive a speed range at impact of 53 to 55 miles an hour. And this, again, is a minimum. I continue this process for the second strike. Trooper Velez collided with the Hyundai 139 feet into a 189-foot skid. I put my distance, my drag factors in, and I receive a speed range of 32 to 33 miles an hour. So at the time of the second collision between Trooper Velez and that vehicle, the vehicle is likely traveling a minimum of 32 to 33 miles an hour. So the minimum speed from skidding is 62 to 64.5. Speed at initial strike is 53 to 55. And the speed at the second strike, we have a 32 to 34 miles an hour. You see the vehicle accelerating along the way.
I have a question, Trooper. I think you showed us a photo earlier of a posted speed limit, correct?
Yes.
At the location where Trooper Velez was struck, what was the lawful posted speed limit?
60 miles an hour.
Based on these calculations, at the beginning of the skid and your reconstruction, was the Veloster observing the posted speed limit?
No.
So was it exceeding the posted speed limit?
Yes.
Please continue.
So we have our three speeds from the skid alone. The next exercise I did was to look at the video. And there are some times when you look at a video that you can get a speed of a vehicle or any object. All you need to do is determine the field of view of the video, what the video sees, which we did with the map that we did earlier. We determine the frame rate, how many frames per second does the video have, which we did, and it was 30. We look at any landmarks that are in that video field that we see the object moving from. And all we do is simply time or count the video frames from one landmark to another. So if I know that the vehicle moved from point A to point B in a certain period of time, and I know the distance between those two, I can determine how fast he's going. In this case, we did several exercises, but they all dealt with the vehicle after impact. We weren't able to get a speed before impact through the rear window. The video quality was poor. So after impact, we calculated a speed range. It didn't involve any large equations, just simple division. But in the end, we received a speed range of the Hyundai after the collision anywhere from 49 to 41 miles an hour using 4 separate sections of timing. And this is to be expected because the vehicle is decelerating. We also did it for other vehicles. At one point, we checked a Honda Civic using the video. And we showed, using the same method, we showed it at 37 miles an hour, and this was after the crash in front of the patrol vehicle. The white Chevrolet we had at 57, again after the crash, and an unknown vehicle was at 53 miles an hour. For a comparison, we also did the traffic before the crash to see if what we were seeing seemed reasonable. We have an unknown dark vehicle at 70 and an unknown silver vehicle at 65 before the crash occurred. We also did Trooper Velez's movements through the video. As he moved through the video, we did the same method and received his speed of 30 miles an hour. This would have been his speed as he came to the point where he was struck again. This 30 miles an hour also matches the 30 miles an hour we have on the Veloster from the skid work. When we focused on Trooper Velez himself, we wanted to find out how fast he was traveling after the crash. And in a roundabout way, this would qualify our earlier work. The first method we used with angles, which was a bit difficult because Trooper Velez appeared to be engaged in the sunroof, which kind of disturbed the angle that he left off the car. Usually a pedestrian will leave anywhere between 10 and 20 degree angle. However, when we did this, we found that Trooper Velez, using this method, left the vehicle at 39 to 42 miles an hour. Another way we did it, we have his maximum speed that he could have left that vehicle at 45 miles an hour. And then from when he struck the ground and pummeled to a stop, roughly 35 feet, I used the same equation I did for the car, and I received a speed of 30 to 32 miles an hour. So at the time of the impact, Trooper Velez is likely going 30 to 32 miles an hour at that second impact, which matches what we have with the Hyundai. So the only variable I had in that first equation was the distance and the friction factor. And that first equation I liked because it's simple. It has the least amount of variables in it, which gives me the least amount of margin or room for error. In this case, what I did is I wanted to check that. I wanted to check those friction factors and make sure they weren't too high, although they were conservative to start out with. And what I did is I averaged them to save myself some math. It's 0.732. And what this equation will tell me is how long it takes to skid 189 feet using these factors. And in the end, when I ran those numbers, I have 3.9 seconds. So from the point where the skids begin to the point where the vehicle comes to a rest, 3.9 seconds. What I did is I took a look at the video. And at the point that the vehicle came to a stop, I backed it up 3.9 seconds. And the result should put me near the area where the skids began, which it did. I then tried it a second time, using that same friction factor, that average I used earlier. At this time, I used where Trooper Velez was struck, roughly 131 to 137 feet before the left front skid came to an end. And this told me to walk back 3.3 to 3.4 seconds. And if I did that, I should see the vehicle in the area of the collision, which I do. So what this equation is telling me is that if the friction factor works here, it's most likely reasonable for my first one. So what I've done is I've checked myself. So if the friction factor using this method is appropriate, then it must be reasonable for the earlier work. I then took a snapshot. One of those video speeds that we had of the Hyundai, at one point we had 47 miles an hour. The vehicle was 67 feet into the skid when this snapshot was taken, and we have it on the video going 47 miles an hour. I then used that same process I did earlier to determine my impact speed and receive a range of 50 to 52 miles an hour. So my video and the work I did from the skid apparently match or are very close. For our purposes in reconstruction, at least with the State Patrol, we like to have a range within 10 miles an hour. Anything larger really doesn't tell us anything. So if our results are within 10 miles an hour, we consider them good. In this case, we're well within that. It is the same that we did with the impact speed of 53, 55, and it's the same method we use with the second impact speed, 32 to 33. The next objectives we cover are the visibility of Trooper Velez. What he was wearing was the car properly marked. We also deal with crash causation and the pedestrian injury and documentation inside the report. As far as visibility factors, the patrol vehicle was found to be properly marked and visible within the berm. It was facing the same direction as westbound traffic. There appeared to be no attempt by Trooper Velez to hide this vehicle or to engage in deceptive enforcement techniques, which are prohibited by our agency. Trooper Velez was dressed in his full uniform. All the elements were there, and he clearly presented himself as a law enforcement officer and an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper. His emerging lights were not activated at the time, and sun glare did not appear to be a factor in this crash. It was off to the left of westbound traffic and a bit to the rear. In the injury section, we simply discussed the injuries that were found by the medical examiner. We provide a diagram that explains them. We show the exterior injuries. And all of these items match the sections of the medical examiner's report. And then we have skeletal injuries as well, namely 2 fractures of the lower legs. And the last section we have is the crash causation. And this is simply a summary of the entire report itself. At the time of the collision, Trooper Kenneth Velez was on duty for the State Patrol. He was dressed in the agency's uniform, and he was operating a marked patrol vehicle. Both his appearance at the time of the crash was in compliance with agency policies, federal directives, and the Ohio Revised Code. Physical evidence and witness accounts revealed that Trooper Velez and the marked patrol vehicle were positioned in the southern berm, and they were not approaching on the nearest traffic lane as they stood. The video recording evidence shows that the witness accounts indicate that prior to the collision, Trooper Velez was conducting traffic enforcement and then left his position to attempt to flag the vehicle. Records indicated that Trooper Velez was familiar with this enforcement practice and had conducted it before on the same roadway. And that was work that was completed by Lieutenant Thorne. The video and physical evidence revealed that as he continued to signal 2 vehicles, two vehicles approached, and with a Hyundai Veloster traveling into the berm. The Hyundai Veloster apparently failed to stop or otherwise successfully avoid Trooper Velez as he stood on the berm and striking him, forced him into the air. Video and physical analysis revealed that after the initial collision, the Hyundai and Trooper Velez collided with each other again. Afterwards, the Hyundai soon stopped within the berm, and Trooper Velez came to rest on the southern edge line. Trooper Velez had received incapacitating trauma from the collision, and as a result had died. The driver of the Hyundai reportedly suffered a minor injury to the hand. There were no reports of other motorists or vehicles being damaged as a result of this incident. Concerning the movement of the Hyundai Veloster from its travel lane, we don't have any physical evidence that the vehicle was forced from the travel lane as a result of vehicle-to-vehicle contact, equipment malfunction, a roadway defect, or any environmental condition. Lane markings and related signage was visible and in good condition at the time. The mechanical inspection of the veloster itself did not reveal any issues. I believe that before this crash, the vehicle was in good repair. After analysis of the tire marks left by the Hyundai Veloster during the crash sequence, we have a minimum range of speeds from 62 to 65 miles an hour at the time that the skids were produced.
Let me stop you there for a second. You're traveling down the roadway in a modern car with ABS. You hit the brakes. What is going to happen with braking beginning, and how long before you leave a skid mark?
That's dependent on the vehicle itself. ABS brakes leave very light skid marks because what ABS does is it never truly wants to lock up. If we had a traditional car where we jam the pedal and the wheel locked, as you begin to skid, you start to slow, and you feel the most resistance right before the skid occurs. And then the skid lets loose and you slide. What the ABS does is it gets you to that point where you're receiving the maximum friction from a roadway. And then after that, it releases and does it again and again and again. So what it's allowing you to do is get the maximum grip from that roadway during that braking event. It doesn't allow you to slide. It attempts not to. But because vehicles go so fast, the ABS, although it gets close to locking up, it does skid a little bit, and we'll leave a light skid mark. So you will see skids from ABS braking.
So on that question, at the moment the brakes were first applied on the Veloster, and we have your calculation that at the time the skid begins, we've got this speed estimate of 62.8 to 65.9 miles per hour. Are there any observations or conclusions you can draw as to the speed of the vehicle before the skid begins?
Again, this skid is a minimum speed. It does not account for any speed that's lost leading up to that point where the ABS activates. There is some slowing of any vehicle before a skid or ABS action. However, we do not have any physical evidence that we can calculate that speed.
But is it reasonable to conclude that the speed prior to the skid was less than, equal to, or greater than this calculated speed for the beginning of the skid?
It would be greater than.
Okay. And can you state that with a reasonable degree of crash reconstruction forensic certainty?
Yes.
Okay. But you can't quantify it?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Using the same analysis of the tire marks, again, we reached an impact speed at the initial collision from a minimum of 53 to 55 miles an hour. And using three separate analyses, we found that both the struck pedestrian or both units were traveling in the area of 30 to 33 miles an hour at the time of the second collision.
Council, more questions?
1 second, please. Trooper Jester, for all of the testimony that you've provided here today and the report that you've created, are your conclusions throughout supported by a reasonable degree of forensic crash reconstruction certainty?
Yes.
Thank you. Sure.
Hello, Trooper.
Hello.
How are you today, sir?
Good.
Sir, my name is John Sin. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask you anything you don't understand, you can just ask me to repeat it, okay?
Yes.
You were in charge of this accident reconstruction?
Yes.
And in this accident reconstruction, you checked out the identity of various parties that were present on the scene?
As far as our unit?
As far as your unit?
Yes.
Okay. You also had an opportunity to check the status of various driver's licenses at the time of this event, correct?
I did not
Okay.
have that opportunity.
In page 5 of your report, did you have page 5 of your report?
Yes.
You make a statement with respect to my client's Ohio driver's license and the status that it was in at the date of this accident.
Judge, can we approach?
Yeah.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Beth Karras, and I am joined in the studio by Michael Bryant, a criminal defense attorney and also my former colleague at Court TV. We've been listening for the past, since I've been sitting here an hour and 15 minutes to this accident reconstruction expert, Ohio State Trooper, who just finished his direct examination, and some interesting things came out on his testimony. The cross-examination, by the way, has just begun, and there was already a sidebar because there was a question about, did you check the driver's license? And he said, no, I didn't. That wasn't part of his reconstruction, and it wouldn't be. Whether or not Joshua Gasper was licensed or had a suspension isn't really relevant to exactly how this crash occurred. In any event, a few things jumped out during this this testimony.
Well, I mean, first of all, it is in such minutia, such detail that this guy is going over what happened. And obviously the most riveting stuff is the visual evidence from the cameras on the trooper's car. We only saw a part of it, and I'm sure that's because there were some serious motions in limine pre-trial to keep the actual video out as being far too prejudicial. Very probative, yes, but far too prejudicial because I'm sure it's gruesome. So it seems to me that the balance they struck was, we'll use still images. We don't want those televised, but we'll use still images. At least the jury can see those and understand how.
Which he calls a frame. It's a frame.
Yes, that's right. It's a 30-frame second, which is pretty typical for video recording, 30 frames per second. And so they got to see frame by frame how this accident set up, how it unfolded, and what it did to Trooper Velez.
And because he was going frame by frame, they were within it took him several minutes to describe 1 second.
Yes.
Because I thought they had moved from 1244 to 1245, and I was writing notes about that, and then it's like, no, they were still in 1244.
Yes, 44-1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5, yeah. And the whole thing unfolded over a little less than 4 seconds. So
right,
that's
3.9 seconds. So
I'm
what
no
we're
math major. That's 120 frames. That's a lot of detail.
Right. So what we're talking about is a 189-foot skid from start to finish, and impact was how many feet in? 30-something feet in?
Yes, they had 53 feet.
53 feet in was impact with Trooper Velez. At the time of the impact, he calculated the speed of Joshua Gasper's car to be 62 to 65 miles per hour.
Correct. In a speed limit that was 60 at the time.
And posted 60. The DA you asked him a couple of follow-up questions just before the direct ended, saying, okay, so by the time the skid marks show up, you're actually going a little bit more slowly than that's not the speed you're traveling, right? Because you're braking, and then the skid marks start. Can't be definite about that, though.
No, and what's really muddied the waters these days with these accident reconstructionists is anti-lock brakes, because they aren't anti-skid brakes. They're anti-lock brakes. And back in the good old days, you lock up the brakes, they start skidding. Everything's very consistent because it's locked up and you are skidding, and they can factor in that skid friction. Well, now, anti-lock brakes pulse. If you've ever had to try and lean on your anti-lock brakes and they don't lock up, that they pulse. And so the skid they leave is a little more like a hash mark almost, just like a dash. And it has to make the calculation far less precise.
Is that is that the kind of brakes they had here?
Yes, and I mean virtually every car in the last 20 years or more has had anti-lock brakes. Yeah.
Okay, so anti-lock brakes. He said he couldn't really calculate the speed just before the skid starts. And I know the district attorney wants it to be as high as possible because their position is he was speeding, and that's part of the, or one of the, you know.
Sure, impaired or otherwise, yes.
Right, impaired or otherwise. It can't be, yeah. You can be violating different traffic rules, and you cause an accident or a death, and the sentence may be different, but you're still committing a vehicular homicide if you run a red light or a stop sign, or you're speeding and crashes occur. So there are different theories here, not just impaired. But we were under the impression that the state's position, it was much faster. He was going much faster.
And I don't see that evidence. I don't see it. I mean, nothing convinces me that it was greater than 65.94, I think was the top end of his range.
And with a speed limit of 60, I mean,
that's
usually,
not outrageous. Let's face it. You know, I just drove from California to New York over the last 3 days.
Now, why
I
would
went
you do
right
that?
through this area.
Well,
well, that's a whole different story.
Okay.
But everybody should do it at least once. Drive across this tremendous country. It's just vast. So I'm driving right through there the day before yesterday. I wasn't on I-90. I think they're I-90 and 91. I was on 76. But the fact is, there are tons of roadways along there that are packed with cars, all of them with 60, 65, 70, 75 mile an hour speed limits. I mean, you know, since way back in the 70s when they cut us back to 55 to save gas, not anymore. Utah, it's 80 miles an hour. So we have some very high speed limits out there, and this is not in a remote area. This is, I think, just south of Cleveland, very near Cleveland. 60 is, you know, pretty good speed.
So, but when you get a speeding ticket, you usually don't get a speeding ticket for like a couple miles
You
over.
don't.
And it's considered reckless if you're 15 miles an hour over the posted limit or more, right?
Yes.
That could be, that's reckless.
Yes.
But here you're looking at, I mean, at the high end, 62 to 65 at time of
10%
when
over,
the skids start.
Yeah. I mean, I use the 10% rule myself.
Not even a ticketable offense.
I mean, you're probably not going to bother an officer to pull you over if you're 10% within the posted speed limit. They're probably not going to bother you. So it doesn't help the prosecution.
That's all that's been going on this morning in this case is the accident reconstruction expert, a trooper who, by the way, at one point, you know, the camera was on his torso because of the graphic images apparently of, you know, the actual crash and the striking of Officer Velas being caught on camera. So he was breaking that down for the jury. But we did get a shot of Gasper, and you could see.
Not a pleasant time. No, and even when we did get a glimpse of his eyes after it was done, they looked a little misty, like maybe he had, you know, been kind of emotional about it. And you can imagine. I don't care how it happened or why. Nobody sitting in a driver's seat wants that to unfold in front of them. It's frightening.
You know, we are. You know, maybe we're trying to find out whether or not we are in a lunch break now in Gasper. It's 12:23 here on the East Coast. And I think maybe we should go back. Let's go back into Gasper because I think that court may still be in session. Otherwise, we are following the case of Segura, the quadruple murder of Segura and Henry Segura in Leon County, Florida. That's in Tallahassee. But we're going to go back into Gasper for the continued cross-examination of this crime scene reconstruction expert.
Any information about the blue Honda, how fast it was going, or anything like that by looking at that skid mark?
Only the speed loss, if it did belong to the Honda.
Now, Hondas, do you know what year that Honda was? You don't have to have the exact year. It's going to be a Honda that would be equipped with ABS brakes?
Yes.
Can you tell us why that skid mark doesn't seem to be an ABS mark?
Well, in that case, it appears dark. It appears like a sliding tire, which may be possible with ABS, but that appears to be a very dark mark compared to the other ABS from the Hyundai. It's very similar to the mark that's in between the two.
Okay. Could that be consistent with a vehicle decelerating and skidding at a very high speed?
It could be. It just shows brake application and maybe a rear tire as well.
Does it show very sudden brake activation and very forceful brake activation?
Yes, if it's a skid.
And it appears that my client's Hyundai went off the road immediately before that car began its skid.
Objection.
Is that what the diagram showed?
Yes.
Sir, at this point, as my clients begin to leave skid marks, would he would actively be braking at that point, would he not?
Yes.
So he's slamming on his brakes, and the brake ABS is doing its job, but the car is still taking 189 feet to actually come to a stop.
Yes.
So at the time my client's car came into contact with the trooper, my client was jammed on the brakes, and is there anything more he could have been doing to slow that car down than what he was doing?
No.
There's no other equipment he could have used to try and slow it and try and make it so that he didn't hit the trooper at that time?
The only available avenue would be the emergency brake.
Okay. So he skidded right through the trooper.
Yes.
And he continued to skid.
Yes.
Sir, can you tell me the distance between, I guess I have to know this. Can you tell me whether or not this tire mark came from the left tire or the right tire of the car that laid it? How do I go back? I didn't mean to do that. So you need me back one minute. Thank you, sir. Do we know whether that came off the driver's side tire or the passenger side tire?
No.
Well, assuming that it would be, well, let's just take it from the actual tire mark itself. What's the distance from that actual tire mark to the trooper's car? I don't want to do it as the bird flies. I want to do just the width. How big of a space between the one car and the other car did my client have to put his car between? Follow what I'm saying?
You're asking the space between the Hyundai and the Honda Civic and the patrol car.
I'm assuming that Hyundai had to maneuver itself between the Honda Civic and the patrol car at some point.
Yes.
And he was able to successfully maneuver himself between both cars without hitting either one.
That's correct.
What is the distance between those two cars? How much of an avenue would you had width-wise to get through?
At the time of the impact, there was 10 feet separating the patrol car, or approximately 10 feet separating the patrol car and the Honda Civic.
So my client, at that time, was able to successfully put his car through that 10-foot spot without hitting either vehicle based on your reconstruction.
Yes.
And again, what color is this roadway?
It's gray.
And what color is the trooper's car?
Silver.
And what color is the concrete barrier?
It is gray.
And what color are the trooper's uniform?
Dark gray and black.
Now, sir, you did look at all the witness statements that were given in this case to different police authorities, right?
Yes.
And you took those into consideration and you actually put those into your report.
Yes.
And you attempted to be as fair and impartial as you could be with that.
Yes.
Because the information that you put in the report and the information you relied upon helped you make a determination as to what happened here.
Yes.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to read the witness report from the David Wachowski?
Yes.
Wachowski? He was a lawyer who testified in this case that he was an eyewitness. Right?
Yes.
Do you have a summary of what you thought was relevant? Or did you actually put his statement in your report?
I didn't put his entire statement in the report. We addressed his statement by section, or how it applied to a certain section.
Can we have a page reference, please?
What page, John, sir?
99.
Thank you, sir. So, as he testified, and as we saw in his in his written report, that attorney, David Wachowski, indicated that he heard a loud braking sound immediately prior to the trooper being struck almost like I think he said, I'm going to read it to you, heard screeching brakes. Remember that in his report?
A little bit. I haven't seen, or I haven't reviewed the full witness statement.
That screeching brakes part didn't make it into your accident report, though, did it?
In this section, no.
That would be even more support for the fact that an individual laying these tire marks down stopped dead in front of my client's Hyundai Veloster. Would you agree?
Could you repeat that question?
That information about this screeching brake sound,
yes,
would be consistent with a car jamming on its brakes in the manner that left this tire mark.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have a couple more, I'm sorry. The prosecutor seemed to imply that speed could be much greater than what you, or could be greater than what you found, right?
Yes.
What speed was my client's vehicle going when you were able to record it first hitting the brakes?
62 to 65 miles an hour.
Okay. So we have no support that it was up any higher than that, do we? 62, 65 is our number that you're giving us.
That's the minimum, but we know that there is some braking. I can't quantify how much before you get to the point of a skid. So that you are losing speed until the tire begins to heat up and leave that skid.
Okay. In this case, this whole thing took 3.5 seconds, right?
3.9, yes.
And that takes us the whole way through the 189-foot skid.
Yes.
So what time period do you think passes between somebody says in their brain, I got to hit the brakes, and the brakes actually activate? Can that be a split-second decision?
Yes.
So your brakes, how much of a delay do your brakes have when you jam them on?
I would say roughly just a fraction of a second, depending on the brake system itself.
Okay. So the speed loss that we're talking about is a speed loss that could occur in a fraction of a second.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Trooper, just turning to the subject of quote-unquote valid Ohio driver's license, okay? You stated at the beginning of your testimony you completed this report when?
December of 2016.
At that time, had you been made aware from any other investigators that there was learned information about an Alabama driver's license suspension involved in Joshua Gasper's obtaining a Ohio driver's license? Was that a fact known to you at the time you completed your report?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to then say that he did not have a valid license, or is that a legal conclusion?
That was a legal conclusion. In fact, Lieutenant Kin was the one that contributed all that information to the report.
Okay. So you're simply going by the fact that he was in possession of an issued Ohio license?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this issue of this skid inside the lane, do you, for a fact, with certainty, know what caused it?
No.
Do you, for a fact, with certainty, know that it was caused by the Honda Civic?
No.
Are there indications of the skid that contradict the equipment on the Civic?
Not right away. If an ABS braking, the rear tires can skid. It may be a rear tire skid. I'm not sure.
But are you able to state with any reasonable degree of forensic crash reconstruction certainty that that skid was left by the blue Civic?
I cannot.
On the Mikulski statement, you said it wasn't in this section. Is it in another section of your report on the issue of him hearing the sound of braking?
Not that I know
of. So Mr. Sin's question raises in one's mind the image of an unforeseen event in front of you as you're going down the roadway and how much time the operator has to react. And we're talking about whatever the operation of the Civic was in front of the black Hyundai. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is the operator of the Hyundai relieved of his obligation under the law to maintain a safe, assured distance, regardless of what's happening in front of him?
No.
Why is that?
He is to keep an assured clear distance ahead unless it is taken away by an emergency, such as somebody entering the lane or an object.
Does someone braking in front of you give you the right to leave the roadway, the legal lane of travel, to avoid the collision?
No.
Let's talk about, in that relationship of an unexpected event, the variables that can affect when you pick up the unexpected event as the following car. And the following car in this example is the black Hyundai. If one's following speed or overtaking speed is too great, and that's attributable to the black Hyundai, when the unexpected event of the blue Civic braking occurs, does the fact that there's not enough assured clear distance for the black Veloster, the Hyundai, is that the fault of the Civic or the Veloster?
It would be the Veloster.
Why?
The driver has a duty to keep that distance between two moving vehicles. On these roadways, distance, speed, and time are paramount.
And at some point, the rear view camera shows us a direct line of sight to the front of the black Hyundai. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, basic laws of physics, what the camera can see, can the operator of the black Veloster then see in front in the same reverse direction?
Yes.
Have you viewed the video at normal play rate?
Yes.
Do you ever see the Honda Civic come to a stop?
No.
Thank you.
Sir, given the speeds that we have for our highways and the technology we have in our cars, can there ever be an assured clear distance? Is there ever a distance that we could set ourselves at behind another car where we can be assured that should that car stop in front of us, we won't strike it?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, at full braking, it took 189 feet for this car to stop, correct?
That's correct.
And this is a new car in good working order.
Yes.
And what is the average length of a car, if you could just guesstimate for us?
Anywhere from 15 feet on.
Okay, so a car is about 15 feet long?
Yes.
So in this case, at 189 feet, how many cars would you have to stay back on I-90 to be assured that you could stop within the 189-foot technology limits of your brakes? The brakes do everything they can, takes 189 feet. How many car lengths go into that?
Over 10.
Okay. So are you telling us that it's the Highway Patrol's recommendation that everybody on I-90 needs to stay 10 car lengths behind everybody else on I-90?
At certain speeds, yes.
Okay. You're engaged in traffic enforcement, are you not?
Yes.
And you've actually investigated individuals and you found that they violated the law of assured clear distance.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do with those individuals when you made a determination that they violated that law?
In a crash?
No, well, either, anything. If that's your only charge, what do you do with them?
You cite them.
Okay. You give them a ticket.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Right now, I'm going to send you to lunch. I have to work with the attorneys when they get back from lunch, so you may be downstairs a while if anybody started a puzzle or something. Continue. So Mrs. Smith will call you back. If you're back at the building at 2 o'clock, But again, it may be keep in mind, don't talk about the case, but when I want to talk with you about the case, from former express an opinion, no investigation, and no media.
All rise.
You asked the last witness a question about whether there'd be whether an issue of citation or something, right? That will not be a proper line of argument in closing arguments. How this case got here was through a grand jury. What they could or could not have done is irrelevant. The jury will consider the charges that are here, not what you or the prosecutor thinks could have been charged or may have been charged or what is done in other circumstances. We're dealing with a case that went before a grand jury in this county. This is what they returned. It's the state's burden to prove it or not.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir. So you need closing today?
I don't know. I don't know what the posture of the state's case is.
Judge, we have a stipulation that needs to reach the record regarding some cell phone records.
Your Honor, they are marked as exhibit. (1625).
Judge, I've had discussions with Mr. Sin on this exhibit. They are the network phone records for Mr. Gasper's phone record from AT&T, and the significance of them is that I believe at 2 minutes prior to the crash, there is data transmission between the phone and the network. But you'll recall the earlier testimony that the phone itself was password locked and could not be examined. But this is external to the phone through transmissions from the phone to the network.
Did you enter a stipulation about those records?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they'll be accepted, but evidence. Or is that people rustling driving the criminal?
Pardon?
People rustling driving.
We have one additional witness, and then we're prepared to arrest.
Okay, so you come back after lunch with the witness. About how long?
I don't expect it to be very long.
Perhaps you'll share the witness identity with your...
Already have.
Okay.
Do you have an objection to this witness?
Pardon?
Do you have an objection to this witness?
All right, well, maybe somebody like to tell me who it is then.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Beth Karras. And as the attorneys with the judge in the Joshua Gasper case continue with their colloquy, there's a stipulation about Gasper's cell phone. We're going to go back into the Florida case of Henry Segura, charged with quadruple murder, killing his ex-girlfriend, Brandy Peters, her 2 twin daughters, and their son, their 3-year-old son. Let's go into the courtroom for continued testimony. They've just returned from the lunch break.
D, E, G. VV, WW, and AAA, and BBB.
Triple A's.
Yes. With respect to Maya Peters, I didn't mark the initial photo identifying her, but I don't object to a photo to identify who it is. But then after that, the only ones I don't object to are I, J, O, Q, and R. The rest I would object to.
through and ask you that. The judge will ask you questions.
Okay.
So those are 102 and 104. Were there objections? There was 106 and 108. One of those is Tanaya and one of those is Javante.
Yes, Your Honor, I object to all of those autopsy photos.
And that's just a generalized objection. Don't think we should get into them because you're not disputing the cause of death.
Yes, sir, 403 analysis.
Okay. All right. Dr. Flanagan, the prosecutors indicated that the photos that she is marked for identification to be presented to the jury are photos that you picked out to explain your findings. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
There is an objection as to some of these photos based upon them being overly gruesome, I guess. I guess that'd be the only way to describe it. Are there photos in there that you feel like you could do without that would not interfere with your ability to explain each of your findings in the case? In other words, are there repetitious photos in there?
I tried not to put repetitious photos in there. I went through and picked out the photographs that were as clean as the ones that I have, the ones where I've cleaned the blood off. But she has many, many injuries, and the photographs show different angles, and basically I tried not to duplicate them, but yes, some injuries show up in the one photograph, but that's because I had to show different angles to get a better view of the wound that I was trying to document.
You want to cross on that, Mr. Prince?
I suppose it would be most helpful to have the photos so I can ask her specifically why that photo is necessary to explain her testimony and findings. Or do you want me to just inquire generally?
We're not going to go through each photo at this point.
With respect to victim Brandy Peters first, the photos that I'm most concerned with are the ones of internal examination where you're tracking bullet paths and things of that nature. You can't really, would you agree that you can't really tell as a layperson what you're looking at there anyway? Could you explain verbally to the jury without having to show them internal pictures of the victim in an effective and clear manner without showing those pictures?
Well, I think the photographs, the ones you're talking about with the probe through them, show the wound tracks through her body. They're the only ones that actually, as far as the gunshot wounds, caused injury to an internal organ. I didn't show any pictures of the organ itself, but kind of implying this is where the lung would be, and I just show the path that it took through that chest. And they're the only gunshot wound injuries that, as I said, caused any significant internal trauma. I mean,
you're going to verbally explain all that to the jury as well as you're showing pictures, correct? That's your plan?
Yes.
Could you explain just as effectively what the path is by simply saying, look, the bullet entered here on the left side of the victim's torso and exited there on the right side of the victim's back? Can you do that in a manner that is clear, as you did in your report?
I mean, I could try, but obviously I'm not able to know how they're interpreting that and if it would help them visually to see the wound track through her body.
With respect then to the wound, the primary wound to the victim's forehead on the left side, that's really the only specific individual wound that I have great concern about. Could you explain that wound and how it led to the victim's death without having to show pictures of that wound?
Well, that particular wound is probably the most significant wound of all that she sustained. It's probably the fatal wound.
Could you just say that and let the jury know that there was a significant injury to the left side of her forehead with skull fractures and breaks and all that caused brain hemorrhage? Could you just explain it like that without having to show that part of the pictures?
Again, I can't tell what they would interpret from my words when there's a photograph to show it.
even her identification photograph will show the injury to her face.
I understand. I would just make argument, Your Honor.
You can be heard.
All of this is subject to a 403 analysis. Clearly, it would be, in the witness's opinion, useful to be able to explain with photos so that they can see exactly what she's talking about, but that's not the end of the analysis under 403. And I would suggest that it's not especially probative or helpful. The topics that she's talking about, bullet track or the injury to the forehead, are not hard to understand topics. She can say where the bullet entered and where the bullet exited. She can explain that the injury to the forehead was the primary cause of death. She can explain that there was skull fracture and brain hemorrhage. I don't think that the jury needs to see the victim's face caved in up close to be able to understand that, especially when cause of death is not at all in dispute, which goes to the first part of the analysis as to whether it's even probative. So given that the testimony is not in dispute and given that the pictures are horrifying, I would suggest that it's not appropriate to put those images in front of the jury.
I'll overrule the objection. So, the jury, please.
So what we just heard was some argument out of the presence of the jury. They were just returning from the lunch break in the Henry Segura trial in Tallahassee, Florida. Now, this objection that the defense had was related to showing some of the photos, autopsy photos, crime scene photos, just prejudicial photos from the defense point of view to the jury. And so what the defense attorney did was ask the medical examiner, who's on the stand right now, whether, her name is Lisa Flanagan, whether or not she could describe even the most fatal injury, for example, which was a wound to the forehead that fractured the skull and caused brain hemorrhaging, whether she could describe it fine without having to show the photo. This is not unusual that defense attorneys, just find this information or the photo so inflammatory, so prejudicial that they just want to keep them away from jurors. They just don't want jurors to, look at them and cry and be affected and, want to convict all the more because of the photos. In any event, the judge overruled that objection, so the jurors will see these photos. The jury has come into the courtroom, so let's go back into the courtroom for the continued testimony now in front of the jury.
I've already sworn the next witness. You can have a seat. Everybody can have a seat, please. You may proceed, Ms. Dugan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Flanagan.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself to our jury, please?
Yes, I'm Lisa Flanagan. That's Flanagan.
Where do you work?
I work here in this district, which is District 2, at the medical examiner's office.
And what do you do at the medical examiner's office?
By training, I'm a forensic pathologist, but I work as a medical examiner for this district where I investigate deaths and that fall under the law. There are certain deaths or causes of death that we have to get involved to investigate, and so I investigate those deaths.
I guess you're called on by local law enforcement agencies, Tallahassee Police Department, Leon County Sheriff's Office to do that?
Yes, we currently cover 10 counties. So when deaths that fall under our jurisdiction, such as homicides or suicides, accidental deaths, then we take jurisdiction of the body and we complete a death investigation.
And how long have you worked in forensic pathology?
I've been working full-time as a medical examiner in Florida since 1995.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education and your training?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree from Florida State University. I then attended the University of Florida College of Medicine, and I received my MD degree in 1990. After that, I completed a 5-year residency program in pathology, and I did that at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. And that included training in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and I completed a 1-year fellowship position in forensic pathology, which is my specialty. I am board certified in all 3 of those areas, clinical, anatomic, and forensic pathology. And I became a medical examiner, and I worked down in Broward County in 1995. I worked there for about 5 years. I then was chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County for about 5 years, and then I moved here to Tallahassee, and I've been working full-time as a medical examiner since 2005.
And about how many autopsies have you performed?
At this point, I've performed over 4,000 autopsies.
What's the purpose of an autopsy?
An autopsy is part of the death investigation. It's when we examine the body. We do a thorough external examination, documenting injuries, any natural disease the person has. We also do a complete internal examination of the body that, again, to look for wound tracks, injuries, any natural disease the individual may have. As part of the autopsy, we also collect specimens to look at under the microscope and to test for toxicology to see if there are drugs in the person's system at the time that they died. Ultimately, we generate a report as to our findings, and we will sign the death certificate, which will include the cause of death and the manner of death.
Have you ever testified in court where you offered an expert opinion in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
I haven't counted, but over 100 times.
I'll tender the witness at this time.
Any board IRS qualifications? You may proceed.
All right, so I want to talk to you specifically about 4 autopsies you performed on November 21st, 2010. Can you tell me the names of the individuals that you performed autopsies on that day?
Their names were Brandy Peters, Tamaya Peters, Tanaya Peters, and Jovanti Segura.
And what information did you receive prior to performing the autopsies?
Well, our office was notified that these individuals had been found deceased in the residence, and that obviously it was suspicious. There was obvious trauma to the individuals, and the police, they started their investigation. I assume jurisdiction because of the circumstances of the death, and ultimately the bodies were brought to the morgue, and I completed an autopsy on each one of them.
In which order did you perform the autopsies?
I performed the autopsy on Brandy Peters first, and then I finished with the 3 children. I did Tamaya, then Tanaya, and then ended with the little boy.
Did you take photos during the autopsies?
Yes, as part of the autopsy, I will take photographs throughout. I'll take photographs of the bodies before I do anything, and then each step of the way to document the complete autopsy.
And aside from documenting it, do you take these photos to assist you in explaining the injuries should the case go to trial?
Yes, it's all for documentation purposes.
Okay. Do you have some photos up on the witness stand with you today?
Yes, I do.
All right. Are the photos of all 4 autopsies? You should have 4 different folders up there.
Yes.
All right. And for the record, that's 106 A through I, 104 A through R, 108 A through I.
102.
Yes, sir.
You missed.
And 102 A through VVV. Who picked out those photos that we have here today?
I picked them out.
Okay. And you picked those out of all of the photos that you took that day at the autopsy. Are those the photos that best help you explain the injuries and the cause of death of these 4 people?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Did you also create some body diagrams when you did these autopsies?
Yes, I did. As part of the autopsy, I used body diagrams at the time that I'm doing it, basically to jot notes down and to draw the injuries and just document it as far as a body diagram.
Okay. I think on the witness stand up there we have 2 of the body diagrams for you, for Brandy Peters and for Tamaya Peters. Those 2 sets of drawings, 132 A through I and 133 A and B,
Those are drawings you make to help you document all of the injuries to each person?
Yes, they are.
Okay. At this time, and those have been previously disclosed to defense, at this time I would move into evidence 132A through I and 133A and B.
Any objection?
Nothing additional.
All right, they'll be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
For the remainder of Dr. Fleming's testimony, we're going to use an projected judge. All right, so let's first talk about the autopsy of Brandy Peters. How did you begin the autopsy?
Well, as I said, I take photographs throughout, so I documented everything, how her body was. When I initially saw her, she was clothed. The clothing eventually was taken off, and then the body was cleaned and all the wounds documented.
Okay, and what was her height and weight at the time?
Her height, she was, I believe, 63.5 inches, and we estimated her weight to be about 160 pounds.
All right, I want to show you what I've marked as 132A. What do we see here?
These are diagrams, the head diagrams that show the front and back of the head. In this particular diagram, I'm documenting the injuries of her face. The most notable one is this large open wound that's involving the left side of the forehead and that extends down here towards her eye. There are also several other smaller lacerations of the skin.
Do you see any wounds that were fatal for Mrs. Peters?
Yes, with this wound is drawn this way, but it actually was an open, gaping wound where I could see internally inside her head.
And in 132B?
This is a body diagram showing the sides of the head. On her scalp, here you can see several lacerations. As part of the autopsy, I did have to shave the scalp in order to see the individual wounds. So each individual wound is examined and described. In this photograph, you can also see there is a single gunshot wound here to her ear.
In 132C, what do we see here?
This is a photograph where I've documented the injuries on the back of the head. Again, you see several lacerations of different configurations and sizes. There is also one of these injuries that ended up being another gunshot wound.
And in 132D?
This diagram shows the top of her head, again showing lacerations, and these were somewhat larger lacerations here on the right top of her head, and then two that were on her, along her upper forehead.
132E?
This is a diagram of a brain, and on this I described and wrote areas where there were actual injuries. She had multiple blunt impacts to her head that you can see from all of the lacerations. That was also causing injuries to her brain itself, so there are several areas where there's bruising and hemorrhage within the brain tissue. This is a diagram of the skull. Here, this lower one here is the top of the head. The one up here is the base of the skull. So basically that's looking at the top of her head, but the brain has been removed. So it's the base of her skull. It's where her brain would be resting and sitting in life. I drew all these lines in here. This whole area of her basilar skull was fractured. And then here on the forehead, there were two separate depressed skull fractures where the impact actually fractured the skull and caused a depression in those two areas.
132G.
This is a diagram. She also was shot several times, and this kind of does an overall of each of the wound tracks and in general where they went. There was a gunshot wound here that you saw to her right ear. It did not go in very deep. It just went in about 1.5 inches. So there was that gunshot wound. There was a second gunshot wound that you saw in the back of the head. Again, that one did not go in very deep. It did not even penetrate the skull. And it was just the projectile was recovered from under the scalp. For 3, there was a graze wound on her right anterior arm. So that wound didn't even penetrate the skin. It just grazed across the surface of the skin. There was an entry wound here on her right anterior chest, and that I termed it a possible re-entry. It may have been a continuation of the wound that grazed her arm and then entered her chest. But that projectile did enter the chest. It passed through her left chest cavity and injured her lung, and I was able to recover that projectile. She had another gunshot wound here that actually was going downward. It entered her left upper chest, and it perforated her left breast, which means it went in and then out, and then it went in again on her upper abdomen, and that projectile just stayed in the skin along the anterior abdomen, so I was able to recover that projectile. She had another gunshot wound of her left superior shoulder. That one also went into the body and out, but it just stayed right there in the shoulder area and did not cause significant injury of anything internally. And she also had a gunshot wound here of the back. This one went in, and I had a little arrow showing the direction it was going. And I recovered that projectile here from her left lateral shoulder. So that wound track, it did also pass through her left chest and injured the lung. And then here on her right arm, there was a perforating gunshot wound, where again it went in and out along her forearm. These are diagrams of her hands. She had significant injuries of both of her hands, what we term defense-type injuries. There was swelling. There's abrasions where there's actual breaks in the surface of the skin. There were fractures. There were 2 fingers that were fractured on her right hand and 2 on her left. There was here the webbing between her index and middle fingers. That was torn from injuries. So this just shows the significant injuries of her hands.
And when you say defense-type injuries, what do you mean by that?
These are injuries that we will typically see when someone's being attacked and they're trying to fight off the attacker, so they may be putting their hands up to try to protect their own body from being injured, and individuals can sustain injuries to their hands and forearms just from fighting off an attack.
And when you say fighting off, even just by putting their hands up?
Yes. finally 132I.
This was, again, another hand diagram. I was trying to document her fingernails. Several of them were broken. There was an injury here where the left little finger was almost amputated. So it was just a diagram basically showing what was going on with her nails.
And how old was Mrs. Peters when you performed her autopsy?
She was 27 years old.
27 years old?
Yes.
All right, I want to show you the photos that you took that day of Miss Peters. I want to show you first 102A. What do we see here in this photo and the first couple of photos that the jury is going to see?
This was one of the initial photographs, so it shows how she was when I first saw her. You can see she has a shirt on and pants. It's hard at this point to see the injuries because there's blood on the skin, but this was just an initial photograph to show how she was.
102B.
Another initial photograph showing she had blue jeans on and she also had socks on.
102C.
This is a view from the other side, again showing her pants and her socks.
102D.
That one's upside down.
I apologize.
This a photograph of her, the other side, showing how she was initially.
Mm. 102E.
This photograph showing her head before I did anything as far as washing off the blood. There obviously is an injury here on her left side of her face. Here are some of the smaller injuries. Her hair, she did have a wig on and it was partially pulled back.
All right, from that photo, let's first discuss the head injuries that Ms. Peters sustained. Looking at 102F, what do you see in this photo?
This is showing the right side of her face. Documenting this injury, there were some smaller lacerations. They varied in size, but this is showing a laceration here. Also, you can see her right ear where there's a gunshot wound.
And obviously in this photo, has her body, since she came in, been cleaned so you could better see the injuries by this photo?
Yes.
Looking at 102G, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of her frontal hairline. Here you can see some of these other injuries, and then there was this larger laceration there along the hairline. This is a photograph showing a broader area of the right side of her forehead. You see these lacerations, different orientations.
All right, moving to the other side of her forehead, what do we see in 102I?
This is a photograph showing the left side of her forehead. You can see this is a large gaping wound. The bone is fractured of her forehead under this area. Also, the facial bones here and around the nose, and this large gaping wound, which basically was open up into her cranial cavity. There is some froth here.
102J.
As the autopsy proceeded, I realized there were several injuries to her scalp that I was not able to see because of the hair. So that's why at this point I've shaved some of the hair off to show that I'm starting to see all of these injuries on the right side of her head. This is a view of the right superior aspect of the head. Again, you can see there's several here on the right side and moving back here towards the back and the top of the head. Several injuries.
102M.
This is the laceration that was along the frontal hairline. I've shaved around it to show the actual size of that laceration.
102N.
This is the left side of her head where there are relatively few lacerations on this side. You can see the one on the forehead and the back of the head, but I didn't see any significant injuries on the left side of her head.
Did you also do an internal examination of Ms. Peters' head?
Yes, I did. As part of the autopsy, we have to reflect the scalp back and look internally at the bone and at the brain.
I'm going to show you 102O. What do you see in 102O?
This is a photograph of the scalp reflected. What we do is we'll make an incision from just above the left ear over to the top of the right ear, and then the scalp can be reflected forward and back just to expose the underlying bone and soft tissues. So this is the underside of her scalp. Those areas where the impacts were as far as the laceration, some of those you can see here that there's hemorrhage associated with them, those impacts.
And 102P?
This is the same type of photograph looking at the left side of her head, so the scalp has been reflected back and forward over her face. So this is the left side, and you can see there are not very many areas of hemorrhage. The hemorrhage, you see red here, that's muscle and soft tissue. These dark areas, that's where there's hemorrhage.
102Q? What do we see here?
This is a photograph of the forehead area. The scalp's been reflected back, so her face would be under this area. What this photograph is showing with that impact to the front of her head, as far as along the hairline, under it was this fracture, and you can see it's roughly circular and has radiating fractures from it.
And is this an up-close view of that fracture?
Yes. So what we can tell from this is the configuration of the object that her head was struck by. There's something that's roughly round that was hitting her head to cause this shape round fracture.
And 102S?
This is a photograph of the left side, but here you can see another depressed fracture. It's not as round as the other one. It's more oblong, but it's also a depressed fracture.
And then 102T?
This is a close-up of that where you can see the configuration of the depression in the bone.
Did you also take an x-ray of Ms. Peters' head?
Yes, I did. When someone's been shot, we will take x-rays, and then we're able to see where the projectiles are located so that we can recover them.
Okay. Before we move on to the gunshot wounds, I want to ask you about these injuries to the head specifically. How would you characterize these injuries? Did you say blunt force?
These are all blunt impacts. Aside from the 2 gunshot wounds, entries. Other than that, all of the injuries were caused by a blunt impact. So something is striking her head with significant force, enough to split the skin and also to cause the depressed fractures, and especially the face, with the fracturing of her forehead and face.
And was this trauma, from what you can see, likely a result of a fist or an object, an instrument?
No, I think it was from an object. I can't exclude that she did not sustain some impacts from a fist, but a fist is not likely to cause all of these different lacerations of various orientations, and certainly it's not going to cause depressed skull fractures.
And what do you mean when you say significant force? What does that mean?
I can't put a quantitation on it, but just enough that these are not insignificant impacts to the head. They're done with enough force that it actually splits the skin and also causes depressed fractures and also causes hemorrhage within and around the brain.
So there would be quite a bit of strength behind the blows with this object.
Yes.
And are these injuries consistent, when you look at the specific ones in her head, are they consistent with being beaten with a firearm?
Yes, they could be.
And why do you say that?
Some are small, some are larger. An object such as a gun, and we know there's a gun present there because she's been shot, and it has different surfaces to it that can impart different shaped lacerations to the scalp. I can't totally exclude that another object wasn't used, but these are consistent with having been caused by a gun.
What are the types of surfaces that a gun would have that might cause lacerations of this type?
The handle, depending on which part of the gun strikes the skin.
All right, moving on to the x-ray that you took, 102U. Is this the x-ray of Ms. Peters' skull?
Yes, it is.
All right, it's a little difficult to see under this lighting. Oh, maybe there. Where is the projectile located?
There is a projectile here, which ended up being the one at the back of the head, and there is a projectile here, which was from the gunshot wound to her ear. And then you can also see this metal here, which is a tongue stud.
I didn't hear what you said.
A tongue stud.
A tongue stud meaning like a tongue piercing?
Yes.
All right, what do we see in 102B?
This is a photograph of her head where this was an entry gunshot wound. There are all these different injuries. I could not tell which one was the actual entry gunshot wound, and it ends up it was this one.
And what about 102W?
Again, as part of the autopsy, this incision was made to reflect the scalp. I was able to find the projectile and follow the wound tract, and it came back to this injury. So this is actually an entry gunshot wound. The probe is here showing the direction that it came into her body.
And at what direction does that appear?
How this probe is going from her front to back.
And 102X?
This is the scalp reflected, and this is the projectile that's flattened that corresponded to that wound tract.
And what did you do with the projectile once you found it?
The projectile is removed and then is turned over to law enforcement.
to document that in 102Y?
Yes, during the autopsy, I will take a photograph of the projectile after it's removed and label where I recovered it from.
And were there law enforcement officers present during the autopsy?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to some of the gunshot wounds. I want to show you 102Z. Which gunshot wound do we see here?
This is a gunshot wound here of the ear, and you can see all this black soot around there. That indicates to me that the gun was very close to the head when that wound was sustained.
And 102AA. What do we see here?
This is a close-up of the entry wound, again, better showing the soot so that the firearm was close to the body for that soot to be deposited on the skin.
And 102BB.
This is the ear being pulled forward to show that that wound tract, it perforated the earlobe, or just above the earlobe, and then re-entered the body here behind the ear.
And what are you inserting in here in 102CC?
This is just to show the wound tract of how the angle that it was coming into her body.
And what about 102BB?
This is a photograph showing the projectile for that wound tract. And like I said, before it did not go very deep at all. It went about 1.5 inches and did not cause any significant injuries of the internal structures.
What about 102EE?
This is a photograph of that projectile that I removed and labeled it projectile from right side of jaw.
What do we see in 102FF?
This is the graze wound that I described on her right upper arm. You can see it's elongated, which shows the direction that it was traveling or the orientation. And again, it did not go deep. It just grazed the surface of the skin to cause this injury.
Did you give each gunshot wound a number as you were going through them?
Yes, I did.
And how many total gunshot wounds did she have?
I labeled 8, with the one, as I described, I believe possibly is a re-entry from this wound.
So there would be 8, possibly 9, or
7, possibly 8.
102GG. What do we see here?
This is a close-up of that wound, and what you can see here, it's faint for this wound, are these areas that we call stippling. And what happens when the gun is fired, the bullet comes out, but also what comes out is soot, and then there can also be some unburned powder flakes. The bullet can travel far. The soot and the unburned powder flakes, they do not travel very far. And that's what we take into consideration and look at when we're evaluating these wounds to try to determine how close the firearm was to the body. So in the wound to her ear, that soot was on the skin, so I know the gun was very close. As the gun's a little bit further back, we won't necessarily see the soot, but we'll see what we call stippling. And the unburned powder flakes are heavier, so they'll strike the skin and cause these little abrasions. And those don't wash off, they're actually small abrasions. And we call those wounds close range because the firearm is close to the body. Beyond that, then we just call it a distant range. We don't know how close the gun was. So for these wounds, when I'm evaluating them, that's what I'm looking for, soot, but I'm also looking for this stippling. So this indicates to me the gun was somewhat close to her body, enough for those powder flakes to strike the skin.
One and two, HH. What do we see here?
This is the wound that entered her right anterior chest, the one that I think may be a continuation of the one that grazed the arm.
There's 102 II, a close-up.
This is a close-up of that entry wound.
Did you notice any soot or stippling here?
No. She had the shirt on, and when the bullet passes through the clothing, sometimes the clothing can shield that. So the soot or stippling that we would see on bare skin, we may not see if there's clothing there or hair covering up the skin.
Whereas her ear and her arm, there was nothing covering those areas.
That's correct.
All right. So what do we see in 102JJ?
This is a photograph of that wound tract internally. Here you're seeing her chest internally. Here's her right lung. Here's her left lung. What's being held up here is her sternum. So that wound tract was coming in the direction as having grazed the arm and re-entered the body. That's the direction the bullet was traveling. It passed just behind the sternum and went through the front part of the left lung. So it actually perforated that lung and then came over here into the chest wall. So that was the wound tract that it passed. It went through her chest, but really the only injury was that short distance that it went through the left lung.
What about 102KK?
This is a photograph showing the direction that it's coming. So like I said, it's coming across her chest.
102LL?
This is a photograph of that left chest. The organs have been removed, so this is looking at the posterior chest wall, and this probe is showing the path that passed through her body.
And 102MM?
This is a photograph of the x-ray that shows the projectile that corresponds to that wound tract. Here you can see the heart. Here on this left side of the photograph, here's her left chest cavity, and the projectile traveled over here into the skin.
What do we see in 102NN?
This is where I recovered that projectile. This photograph is showing her left arm and the left side of her chest, and I could feel the projectile under the skin, so I made an incision of the skin to remove the projectile.
And 10200 is where you documented the projectile you removed and gave to law enforcement?
Yes, so this is a photograph of that projectile, and it's labeled projectile from left chest wall.
Moving on to 10200. What do we see in this photo?
This is a photograph showing the wound track through her left breast, which was actually going downward. So at the top of this photograph, you'll see the entry. This is her left breast. Right here at the top of the breast is where the wound tract entered. It passed through the breast, exited here, and then it will re-enter the abdomen.
102QQ.
This is a close-up of the entry wound. That's the upper breast.
102RR.
This is a close-up of the exit wound as it passed through the left breast.
And 102SS. What do we see here?
This is a photograph after I placed a probe along the wound tract where you can see it's traveling through the breast, and here now is showing the re-entry wound where it enters the skin again.
And then 102TT.
This is a close-up of that re-entry wound.
What about in 102UU?
This is a photograph of an x-ray that was taken of her abdomen. And here on the left side you can see the projectile.
And 102UU.
This is a photograph of the skin reflected, which here are her intestines, and there was no hemorrhage or any injury internally as far as the abdominal cavity. The wound tract just passed through that anterior abdominal wall, and that's where I recovered the projectile.
Did this cause any significant injuries?
No, it did not.
What about 102WW?
This is another photograph showing where I recovered the projectile.
Okay. And then 102XX.
This is a photograph of the projectile, which I labeled projectile from left anterior abdominal wall.
What do we see in 102YY?
This is a photograph of her back. She's been rolled up on her side so we can examine her back. What you're seeing here is the gunshot wound that was to her back. There was a small abrasion here on the upper back, but what this photograph is showing is the gunshot wound.
And 102ZZ.
This is a close-up photograph of that entry wound.
And 102AAA.
This is a photograph shown internally in that left chest cavity where the wound tract goes. The previous wound tract that came through the chest exited here. This one had this orientation, so came in the back and entered the chest here and traveled this short distance. It also injured the left lung by just passing through the lung and then back out of the chest.
102BBB.
This is a photograph of the lung showing where the injuries were through the lung tissue.
102CCC.
This was a photograph of the left upper arm, and the projectile was way out here in the arm. So this wound tract was coming in the back, went through a portion of the lung, and then came through this arm, and I recovered it from over here on the lateral arm.
What would her orientation to the shooter have to be to sustain this injury? Facing a shooter or away from the shooter?
not facing the shooter because the wound's coming in her back. When I'm showing you these wound tracks and the orientation of the track that it went through the body, I don't know the position of her body at the time. All I can tell from the direction of that wound track is where the gun is in relation to her. So the gun would have to align with that track. And again, I don't know what she's doing, if she's leaning over, if she's up or down, but I just know where the firearm would be in relation to her body, and that's why we document the direction of the wound tracks through the body.
Anything you can tell us about where the gun was in relation to her body from the wound track here?
The gun would be behind her and towards her right because the wound track is going from her back to front and towards her left.
And what do we have in 102 DDD?
This is a photograph of the skin. Again, I could feel the projectile under the skin, so I make an incision in order to remove the projectile.
And then 102 EEE?
This is a photograph of that projectile, labeled projectile from left upper arm.
What about in 102 FFF?
This was a gunshot wound of the left superior shoulder. Here's the wound, and then there are these injuries around it.
What do we see in 102 GGG?
This is a close-up of that wound. What you can see in this photograph, here is the wound. It looks like there is a little bit of soot here. It will end up exiting here. So again, it just goes through this muscle and skin. Here is the stippling that I explained before, and it looks like there's stippling here, and this void, I believe, was from her shirt, so that there's no stippling, there's none of the powder striking the skin here.
And then 102 HHH?
This is a photograph showing, again, a view where you can see the entry and the exit.
And what about 102 III?
This is a photograph with a probe going through it. So the top of the photograph here is the front of her body, and this just shows the wound tract.
And where would the gun be in relation to Mrs. Peters' body for this wound tract?
It was coming from in front of her, so she would be facing towards the gun.
All right. 102 JJJ. What do we see here?
This is her right arm, which shows another wound tract.
What part of her arm is this?
It's her forearm. You can see her hand here, and here's her thumb.
Right or left?
Her right.
What 102 triple K?
This is the entry wound for that gunshot wound. Again, you can see stippling around the wound. So this is another shot where the gun is in close proximity to her body.
LLL.
This is a photograph of the exit wound. This is a photograph of the forearm showing a probe going through it to show the wound tract.
All right, considering these 8 gunshot wounds, if you count the reentry, can you tell whether the suspect was shooting up at her or down at her?
As I said, I don't know the position of her body, but looking at all of these gunshot wounds, they're all going in different directions, in different orientations. None of them are causing significant injuries, other than the 2 that passed through her lung, but that would not be immediately fatal. And she certainly would still be able to fight and run after that. So of all these gunshot wounds, I think she still was actively fighting, and that's why they're coming in from different angles and different orientations.
So the fact that they're in different orientations, that's more consistent with her moving around rather than being stationary.
Correct.
Can you determine the order of injuries, the order of gunshot wounds she sustained?
No, I cannot.
All right, I want to move on to some of Ms. Peters' hand injuries. What do we see in 102 in?
This is a photograph of her right hand. You can see several breaks in the skin, and there's swelling.
And what does the swelling indicate?
Just that where there are injuries, and some of the swelling is associated with the fractures. You can see the one finger is somewhat distorted due to a fracture.
Which finger was that?
This finger here, the ring finger.
And 102,000.
This is another view of the hand, and again you can see this purple discoloration and swelling and additional abrasions.
102 PPP.
This is a photograph of the palm on her hand, and you can see this purple discoloration, again, where there's bleeding into the tissues and on the finger.
What about 102 QQQ?
This is a photograph that shows that there are fractures of the hand.
What do we see in 102 RRR?
This is a photograph of her left hand. Again, you can see that there's swelling here on the hand and some purple discoloration and several abrasions.
102 SSS.
This photograph shows her small finger that basically was partially amputated.
And does she have some natural nails and some acrylic nails?
Yes.
What do you see in 102 TTT?
This is a photograph of her left palm. Again, there's areas where there's purple discoloration, where there's bleeding in the soft tissues.
And 102 UUU.
This is a photograph that actually between the web, or along the web of her index finger and middle finger, where that actually even tore. And here again you can see the injury to the little finger.
And 102 VVV.
This is a photograph that shows here, where you can see the fracture of this middle finger and then the injury to the tip of the little finger.
You mentioned that these wounds to Miss Peters' hands were defensive wounds, or defense-type wounds. Are these injuries more consistent with her hands coming in contact with another person's body or with an object?
It could be both, but with the amount of trauma and breaking the fingers, I suspect it's a heavy object or whatever, also causing her other injuries, and she's trying to defend herself, and her hands are sustaining the same type of impacts that her head is sustaining.
Did you do a further internal examination where you observed the contents of her stomach?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see when you observed the contents of her stomach?
She had about 150 ml of some material in there with some partially digested food.
Okay. And what does that tell you?
I'd look at that just to see how soon she had eaten. I mean, people can digest the food at a different rate, but when we can actually see partially digested food there, it just indicates that they had eaten within a few hours of passing away.
So, for Ms. Peters, were you able to determine her cause of death?
Yes.
And what was it?
I ruled the cause of death is blunt traumatic injuries of her head and face and multiple gunshot wounds, just because she had sustained all of these injuries. But as I described, the most significant injuries were the ones to her head.
So you would say that the blunt force impact to her head was the main cause of death of all of the injuries she had?
Yes, she could likely have survived just the gunshot wounds, but she would not have survived the head trauma.
And she would have been able to get away or move around even after sustaining all the gunshot wounds you went through today?
Yes.
Can you give us a time of Ms. Peters' death?
There's no way to put an exact time on someone has died, especially under circumstances like this when there was a very violent struggle. Usually what we'll look at is more of the circumstances of, when she was last seen alive, when her normal routine would have changed, when she was no longer heard from, what she was wearing, what's going on at the house, to try to determine when she would have last been alive.
Okay. And when she would have last eaten, was that why you checked the contents of her stomach as well?
Yes.
All right. Yes, sir.
While we take a break, we'll take 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm Aaron Keller. I'll be with you here until at least 5 o'clock because, as we know, yesterday testimony ran relatively late in the Henry Segura case that we've been following. That's a case where a defendant is accused of 4 different counts of first-degree murder related to the deaths of his girlfriend and her 3 children, ages 6 and 3. The 2 6-year-olds were twins. We just listened to the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on the girlfriend, and that medical examiner ruled ultimately that the girlfriend died from blunt force trauma to the head. She was also shot, but apparently the shots were not fatal. So that's what's happening in that case. The other case that we've been covering here, the Gaspar case, should be back in action in Cincinnati, Ohio any minute now. But of course, when the judge says he's going to come back at 2 o'clock in that case, oftentimes it's 2:15, 2:30, whatnot. The schedule there does not seem to be terribly strict. That is the case of a defendant accused of striking and killing a state trooper. The prosecution claims that the defendant was on methadone and that the methadone is what caused an impairment, which ultimately led to the death of the trooper. The defense has really hammered that point, saying that the scientific studies really don't prove that methadone causes this sort of impairment that the prosecution is alleging. So as we wait for that particular case to come back, I want to try to go back and review some of the testimony in the Segura case from earlier today. It's not horrendously exciting. A lot of very technical information seems to be the flavor of the day in that case, but we want to start with the beginning of the medical examiner's testimony from this case and get you caught up to speed.
State your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Lisa Flanagan, that's Flannaghan.
Right. Have you provided her with the photos you're proposed to use, Ms. Dugan?
Yes, sir. I don't know which specific ones that.
We'll give them all to her.
Do you want me to identify for you ahead of time which ones?
That would be good.
With respect to the autopsy photos of victim Brandy Peters, it states 102. It would be D, E, G, I, O through T, W, Y, J through LL, VV through WW, and AAA and BBB.
Triple A's.
Yes. With respect to Maya Peters, I didn't mark the initial photo identifying her, but I don't object to a photo to identify who it is. But then after that, the only ones I don't object to are I, J, O, Q, and R. The rest I would object to.
Okay.
So those are 102 and 104. Were there objections? There was 106 and 108. One of those is Tanaya and one of those is Javante.
Yes, Your Honor, I object to all of those autopsy photos.
And that's just a generalized objection. Don't think we should get into them because you're not disputing the cause of death.
Yes, sir. 403 analysis.
Okay. All right. Dr. Flanagan, the prosecutors indicated that the photos that she is marked for identification to be presented to the jury are photos that you picked out to explain your findings. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
There is an objection as to some of these photos based upon them being overly gruesome, I guess. I guess that'd be the only way to describe it. Are there photos in there that you feel like you could do without that would not interfere with your ability to explain each of your findings in the case? In other words, are there repetitious photos in there?
I tried not to put repetitious photos in there. I went through and picked out the photographs that were as clean as the ones that I have, the ones where I've cleaned the blood off. But she has many, many injuries, and the photographs show different angles, and basically I tried not to duplicate them, but yes, some injuries show up in more than one photograph, but that's because I had to show different angles to get a better view of the wound that I was trying to document.
You want to cross on that, Mr. Brent?
I suppose it would be most helpful to have the photo so I could ask her specifically why that photo was necessary to explain her testimony and findings. Or do you want me to just inquire generally?
We're not going to go through each photo at this point.
With respect to victim Brandy Peters first, the photos that I'm most concerned with are the ones of internal examination where you're tracking bullet paths and things of that nature. You can't really, would you agree that you can't really tell as a layperson what you're looking at there anyway? Could you explain verbally to the jury without having to show them internal pictures of the victim in an effective and clear manner without showing those pictures?
Well, I think the photographs, the ones you're talking about with the probe through them, show the wound tracks through her body. They're the only ones that actually, as far as the gunshot wounds, caused injury to an internal organ. I didn't show any pictures of the organ itself, but kind of implying this is where the lung would be, and I just show the path that it took through that chest. And they're the only gunshot wound injuries that, as I said, caused any significant internal trauma.
I mean, you're going to verbally explain all that to the jury as well as you're showing pictures, correct? That's your plan?
Yes.
Could you explain just as effectively what the path is by simply saying, look, the bullet entered here on the left side of the victim's torso and exited there on the right side of the victim's back? Can you do that in a manner that is clear, as you did in your report?
I mean, I could try, but obviously I'm not able to know how they're interpreting that and if it would help them visually to see the wound track through her body.
With respect then to the wound, the primary wound to the victim's forehead on the left side, that's really the only specific individual wound that I have great concern about. Could you explain that wound and how it led to the victim's death without having to show pictures of that wound?
Well, that particular wound is probably the most significant wound of all that she sustained. It's probably the fatal wound.
Could you just say that and let the jury know that there was a significant injury to the left side of her forehead with skull fractures and breaks and all that caused brain hemorrhage? Could you just explain it like that without having to show that part of the pictures?
Again, I can't tell what they would interpret from my words when there's a photograph to show it. Even her identification photograph will show the injury to her face.
I understand. I would just make argument, Your Honor.
You can be heard.
All of this is subject to a 403 analysis. Clearly, it would be, in the witness's opinion, useful to be able to explain with photos so that they can see exactly what she's talking about, but that's not the end of the analysis under 403. And I would suggest that it's not especially probative or helpful. The topics that she's talking about, bullet track or the injury to the forehead, are not hard to understand topics. She can say where the bullet entered and where the bullet exited. She can explain that the injury to the forehead was the primary cause of death. She can explain that there was skull fracture and brain hemorrhage. I don't think that the jury needs to see the victim's face caved in up close to be able to understand that, especially when cause of death is not at all in dispute, which goes to the first part of the analysis as to whether it's even given that the testimony is not in dispute and given that the pictures are horrifying, I would suggest that it's not appropriate.
That was testimony outside the presence of the jury in the Henry Segura case out of Florida. The objection didn't stick, and the jury got to see the testimony, or hear the testimony, I should say, that the judge heard there outside the presence of the jury. We won't make you listen to it again because, in essence, the medical examiner testified to the same thing we just heard. So we'll skip ahead a little bit in time to move into the details of the autopsies of Brandy Peters, the defendant's girlfriend, and her 3 children.
What information did you receive prior to performing the autopsies?
Well, our office was notified that these individuals had been found deceased in the residence and that obviously it was suspicious. There was obvious trauma to the individuals, and the police, they started their investigation. I assume jurisdiction because of the circumstances of the death, and ultimately the bodies were brought to the morgue and I completed an autopsy on each one of them.
In which order did you perform the autopsies?
I performed the autopsy on Brandy Peters first, and then I finished with the 3 children. I did Tamaya, then Tanaya, and then ended with the little boy.
Did you take photos during the autopsies?
Yes, as part of the autopsy, I will take photographs throughout. I'll take photographs of the bodies before I do anything, and then each step of the way to document the complete autopsy.
And aside from documenting it, do you take these photos to assist you in explaining the injuries should the case go to trial?
Yes, it's all for documentation purposes.
Okay. Do you have some photos up on the witness stand with you today?
Yes, I do.
All right. Are the photos of all 4 autopsies? You should have 4 different folders up there.
Yes.
All right. And for the record, that's 106 A through I, 104 A through R, 108 A through I.
102 is
Yes, sir.
you missed.
And 102 A through VVV. Who picked out those photos that we have here today?
I picked them out.
Okay. And you picked those out of all of the photos that you took that day at the autopsy. Are those the photos that best help you explain the injuries and the cause of death of these 4 people?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Did you also create some body diagrams when you did these autopsies?
Yes, I did. As part of the autopsy, I used body diagrams at the time that I'm doing it, basically to jot notes down and to draw the injuries and just document it as far as a body diagram.
Okay. I think on the witness stand up there we have 2 of the body diagrams for you, for Brandy Peters and for Tamaya Peters. Those 2 sets of drawings, 132 A through I and 133 A and B, those are drawings you make to help you document all of the injuries to each person?
Yes, they are.
Okay. At this time, and those have been previously disclosed to defense, at this time I would move into evidence 132 A through I and 133 A and B.
Any objection? Nothing additional. All right. They'll be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
We're going to break out of that earlier testimony because the medical examiner is back on the stand live in the Segura case out of Florida. So we're going to listen in just a couple of minutes. She just did a few moments before this 15-minute break give her opinion that the girlfriend of the defendant, the oldest victim, died not from gunshot wounds, but from blunt force trauma to the head. So let's listen back into that case out of Florida.
Oh, yes, sir. Signs of trauma when you did a pelvic exam?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you notice any injuries in that region?
No, I did not.
What did you do with the sexual assault kit when you finished performing it?
It's packaged and turned over to law enforcement with the rest of the evidence as far as the projectiles.
So all the swabs that you take of her, the anal swab, the vaginal swab, and do you take those with the long Q-tip similar to what forensics use to swab scenes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that's what you put back in the sexual assault kit and gave over to law enforcement to put in evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's move on to Tamaya with an M, yours. When you received Tamaya's body, how old was she at the time?
She was 6 years old.
I want to first show you the first body diagram in this case, 133A. Your Honor, would you mind turning the lights on?
Okay.
Thank you. What do we see in 133A?
This is a body diagram that I used for Tamaya. Just general description of what I'm seeing, that her skin was damp. There was some wrinkling on the skin of her hands and feet. And what I document here is she had sustained a single gunshot wound.
That appears to be to the right side of her head from the body diagram.
Yes, like the right back portion of her head.
And what do we see in 133B?
This, the body diagram showing the skull, and on this diagram I'm documenting the injuries of the skull. So again, this particular diagram is the base of the skull after the brain has been taken out. Here towards the back on the right side was an entry wound. That's where it passed through the skin and entered the cranial cavity. It traveled within the cranial cavity and exited on this left side in this general region.
First looking at 104A, what do we see in this picture?
This was the photograph that was taken of her when I first saw her body, before I'd taken anything off of her, and this was what she was wearing.
So this is what she was wearing when her body came to you inside the body bag?
That's correct.
And what type of shirt does she have on here? Does it have a hood on it?
It does have a hood on it, and it looks like it's two shirts, but the style of the shirt, these sleeves were just sewn into it.
What do we see in 104BB?
This was a photograph of her lower body. She had on these black leggings and white sandals.
104C.
This was a photograph of her face, an identification photo.
104D.
This is a photograph showing her teeth. Since the girls were twins, just for documentation purposes as far as which twin was which, I took a photograph here. She did have these white metal caps on 2 of her teeth, and her sister did not.
104E. What do we see here?
This is a photograph of her hand. Just to show I did not see any injuries of her hand, and there's wrinkling from the hand being in a damp environment.
And what do you see in 104F?
This is the palm of her right hand.
And is there more wrinkling here on her fingers?
Yes.
And 104G?
This was her left hand. Again, I didn't see any injuries. She did have these rubber bands around her wrist.
And 104F? I mean H.
H, this is a photograph of the palm of her hand. Again, no injuries and wrinkling of the skin.
104I?
This is a photograph of the right back of her head. You can see how her hair is styled in several of these braids. What you're seeing right here in the center of the photograph is the gunshot wound.
104J?
This is a close-up of that wound where you can see it. It's on an area where the hair's been pulled back into the ponytail.
104K?
This is again a closer up view of the wound. And here you can start seeing there is some stippling.
And as we talked about before, that tells you that the gun was in close range of her head?
That's correct.
When you say close range, do you mean that the gun was right up next to her head?
I can't put a specific number on it. When we talk about how close it is, we will classify it as contact would be the gun is up against the skin. Back a little bit will be a loose contact where you can see soot. Then there's a range where we say close range, and it's generally within several inches where we will see the stippling. And then beyond several inches, then we won't see any of the stippling or soot. It varies depending on the type of firearm, the type of ammunition, so those are just general parameters that we look at.
Okay. And you're not a firearms expert, but you can say that this wasn't contact, but it was close range.
That's correct.
Looking at 104L, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of what you saw before with the body diagram showing the base of the skull. So this is after the scalp's reflected back. The top of the skull has been removed. And back here on the right side, you can see where the bullet entered the cranial cavity, and then it passed through this area of her skull.
And then 104M, what do we see here?
This is just another view to show where the wound track had passed.
Finally, in 104N, what do we see?
This is a photograph with a probe to show the direction that the bullet passed through her head. What was injured is the right occipital region, so the right back of this hemisphere, and there was also an injury of the brainstem, which is the vital area of the brain, so this would have been very rapidly fatal.
What is 104O?
This is a photograph of the x-ray of her head showing there is a projectile.
And And 104P?
This is when I reflected the skin back and recovered the projectile.
104Q?
This is a photograph of the projectile, and I labeled it projectile from head, parentheses, left cheek.
And 104R?
This is just another angle of the same projectile.
Did you also examine Tamaya Peters' stomach contents?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see?
I had described it as it's about 150 ml tan flocculent with partially digested food. I could see that she had also had partially digested food, and I described minimal fluid, so she really wasn't drinking much, just eating.
And were you able to determine the cause of death for Tamaya?
Yes, she died from the gunshot wound to her head.
All right, let's discuss the autopsy of Tanaya with an N, Peters, next.
Okay.
Was she also, being that she was a twin, she was 6 years old at the time of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here in 106A?
This was her initial photograph. She's wearing the shorts outfit with strawberry print. Her hair is also in some single scattered ponytails, and her body was wet, and there's some froth around her nose.
And in 106B?
This is a photograph of her lower body, just showing the shorts and no shoes.
106C?
This is a photograph of her face, and what you can see here is this white froth around her nose.
Just the white froth around her nose, what does that tell you?
It's something that we look for. Typically indicates an asphyxial type death where someone's not getting enough oxygen. In this particular case, because of the drowning, and what happens, the fluid will mix with the air and it'll cause this white froth that'll come out of the nose and mouth.
What do we see in 106B?
This was a photograph to show her teeth, that she did not have the white metal caps, but she also had lost her left upper tooth.
And in 106E?
This is the back of her right hand, again showing no injuries and the changes of the skin from being in the water.
106F?
This is her right palm, again showing short nails and the wrinkling of the skin.
106G?
This is the back of her left hand, again same findings.
106H?
This is the palm of her left hand.
Did you also do an internal examination of Tanaya?
Yes, I did.
Showing you 106I. What do we see in 106I?
This is showing the white froth that's in her airway. Again, it shows that she had died as a result of the drowning.
So you determined the cause of death of Tanaya with an N to be from drowning?
Yes, I did not find any other injuries as far as gunshot wounds or any blunt trauma, and she was found in the water, and these are the findings that corroborate that she died as a result of the drowning.
Did you check Tanaya's stomach contents as well?
Yes, I did.
And what were her stomach contents?
Hers were just like her sister's, about the same amount in partially digested food with not much fluid or liquid.
Okay, so whatever they ate, they probably ate the same amount of?
Yes.
All right, finally, let's move to Javante Segura's autopsy. When you received Javante's body, how old was he at the time?
He was 3 years old.
What do we see in 108A?
This was a photograph of him as he was when I first saw him.
So this is what he was wearing when he was brought to you in the body bag?
Yes.
In 108B?
This is his identification photo, and it also shows the moisture here around his nose.
108C?
This is a photograph of his right hand. Again, no injuries.
108D?
And his right palm.
108E?
This is a photograph of the back of his left hand. He did have a healing injury on this finger.
So that was not consistent with it being an injury from the day before this autopsy?
Right, this was an injury that he already had on his finger. It was healing.
108F?
This is a photograph of his left palm.
108G?
And this is a photograph of his feet.
What do you see in 108H?
This was showing another very minor injury here of his right upper eyelid, and it looked like it also was healing. That probably was a prior injury to this incident.
Did you also do an internal examination of Javante?
Yes.
I want to show you 108I. What do we see in 108I?
This was his airway, showing some of the white froth consistent with drowning. I did not find any gunshot wounds or blunt trauma or any other cause of death for him, and these findings are consistent with the drowning.
And did any of these three children have any type of defensive or defense type wounds of any kind?
No, not that I saw.
No further questions.
Ross.
Dr. Flanagan, I want to clarify one point regarding your testimony about the potential for a pistol having been used as one of the blunt objects in this case. Is it your testimony that it was that it could have been a pistol, or it could have been a pistol in addition to some other object?
It could have been a pistol in addition to other.
Okay. And do you agree also that some of the injuries could have been caused by or are consistent with a hammer or a shovel?
The one that, the depressed fracture that was circular, that looked like it could be consistent with a hammer with that configuration.
And that was something that you've pointed out, is that there are varying configurations for the different wounds that are present here, correct?
That's correct.
And it can't be said with certainty. All you can say with certainty is that there are different types and shapes of wounds. You can't say for certain whether it's a single object with lots of different sides to it, or whether it's a round object and a sharp object and some other type of object. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether the victim in this case was merely defending, or whether she was actually fighting back against the assailants?
She could be doing both.
Would you say that there is evidence to indicate she was actually fighting whoever was attacking her?
Well, there obviously was a violent struggle. Whether she was trying to strike the other individual, I don't know. But the injuries to her hands are more consistent with tremendous force to cause the injuries that she has.
Is it your testimony then that there's no evidence that she was actually fighting whoever's attacking her?
That's correct. I mean, I don't see injuries. She may have been lashing out at the person, I don't know, but the injuries that she sustained to her hands were not from her hitting something.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You recall giving a deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, I do.
You under oath at that deposition, just as you are today?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked, do you have any idea as to how long this entire episode took place?
You have a page.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. For reference, it's page 28, beginning at line 14. I'll give you a second to get there.
28, line?
Yes, sir. 14.
Yes.
You with me?
I'm there.
Do you recall being asked, do you have any idea as to how long it may have taken place for this entire episode to kill Brandy Peters, and answering, can't put a specific number on it as to time course. She's obviously fighting whoever's attacking her. She's shot multiple times. She has extensive injuries of her hands, like she's fighting off her attacker. Multiple impacts to her head, so it looks like it's a prolonged violent struggle. You remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
You would agree that's inconsistent with your testimony today. You can't say she's actively fighting against her attacker.
No, and you're saying fighting. She is fighting this individual. They are basically in combat with each other. Your question is she sustaining injuries by punching this person or however she's fighting him, was what I was interpreting your question was. I don't know if she has some injuries on her hands from striking this person, but no, she definitely is in a fight with this person who's attacking her.
Obviously fighting, as you say, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the different orientations of the injuries in this case, is that consistent with merely moving and not being stationary, or is it consistent with actually fighting back?
I'm kind of confused of what you're defining as fighting then.
The word fighting.
Well, I think that's a fair response, Mr. Prince. We're making a distinction between is she attacking someone versus is she fighting off someone. Those are two different things. I think that's a fair ambiguity the witness has pointed out. Let's clarify that, please.
Well, how do you define fighting?
Well, as I described, she's obviously in basically combat with someone. Someone's shooting her, someone's hitting her, and she's trying to defend herself. She's moving around because she's shot various areas of her body with different orientations of the wound tracks. So, yes, she is fighting this person. Whether she's close enough to strike them when they're shooting at her, I don't know.
So you can't
They
say...
are close because some of these wounds are close, but I don't know if she had time to actually strike this person. But from her injuries, these are not injuries sustained from her hitting someone.
So when you say she's actually fighting, you mean she may be merely defending herself? Is that what you're saying now?
Yes, or she's fighting back. She's probably doing whatever she can do to not die.
Another thing that I wanted to clarify briefly with respect to Tamaya is at the gunshot wound in the back of her head, the hair was separated so that you could actually see, her skin was actually somewhat bare at that area because of how her hair was styled. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
The wounds to Ms. Peters' head, these were consistent with a firearm and an additional object, or just a firearm which has multiple sides of that same object, correct?
I don't think that's one question.
Okay. You said that these injuries would be consistent with a firearm plus another object. You don't know what the other object would be, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Was it also consistent with a firearm, just a firearm that has multiple sides to that same object?
Yes, it could be.
You don't know what weapon was used in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that the injuries that Ms. Peter sustained, those are from doing whatever she can, including putting her hands up to keep from being hit.
Yes, the injuries on her hands are consistent with that.
Okay. That's all.
Any juror have a question of this witness? All right. If not, you may step down. Do we need to keep her further?
Should be retained, Your Honor.
All right. Remain under the rule, please, but you're free to go about your business. They'll call you if they need you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this to the court. Can we take a brief break? The new witness, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. He's here. I just want to go over the evidence a little brief.
All right. We'll let the jury step out.
Welcome back, everybody. It looks like they've taken another break in the Segura case out of Florida. We're going to go back and listen to some more of the testimony from the medical examiner. She's been on the stand most of the afternoon and I think a little bit this morning. So we'll continue reviewing that testimony. Also want to bring some breaking news along to you if you're watching us and haven't seen it yet. It just broke within the last couple of minutes and we've got it up on LawNewz.com. The 7th Circuit Court of Appeals has granted a request for an en banc hearing in the case against Brendan Dassey. He's the person, along with his uncle Stephen Avery, whose cases became the subject of the hit Netflix documentary, Making a Murderer. If you've been following the case like so many million people have around the globe, you know the story of Brendan Dassey. You know that the 7th Circuit and the previous step, the district court, at the federal level, granted his request to be released from prison because they said his confession, which was the state's primary evidence against him, was not obtained voluntarily. Well, now he's going to have to press for his freedom one more time in front of the entire 7th Circuit panel. The decision that came down on June 22nd was a 3-judge decision in the 7th Circuit, and it involved a two-judge concurrence that he should, in essence, win his freedom because the confession was not voluntary. But one judge dissented, so this is still a sticky legal issue, and there is a disagreement on it. Again, the Seventh Circuit issuing a notice just moments ago that the request from the state of Wisconsin for a full panel en banc hearing in the Dassey case has been granted. Brendan Dassey still remains behind bars, but we continue to follow that story here at the LawNewz Network. In the meantime, we'll continue listening to testimony in the Segura case out of Florida, while we also wait for the Gaspar case to come back in session in Ohio.
These are diagrams of her hands. She had significant injuries of both of her hands, what we term defense-type injuries. There was swelling. There's abrasions where there's actual breaks in the surface of the skin. There were fractures. There were 2 fingers that were fractured on her right hand and 2 on her left. There was here the webbing between her index and middle fingers. That was torn from injuries. So this just shows the significant injuries of her hands.
And when you say defense-type injuries, what do you mean by that?
These are injuries that we will typically see when someone's being attacked and they're trying to fight off the attacker, so they may be putting their hands up to try to protect their own body from being injured, and individuals can sustain injuries to their hands and forearms just from fighting off an attack.
And when you say fighting off, even just by putting their hands up?
Yes.
Finally, 132I.
This was, again, another hand diagram. I was trying to document her fingernails. Several of them were broken. There was an injury here where the left little finger was almost amputated. So it was just a diagram basically showing what was going on with her nails.
And how old was Mrs. Peters when you performed her autopsy?
She was 27 years old.
27 years old?
Yes.
All right, I want to show you the photos. I want to show you first 102A. What do we see here in this photo and the first couple of photos that the jury is going to see?
This was one of the initial photographs, so it shows how she was when I first saw her. You can see she has a shirt on and pants. It's hard at this point to see the injuries because there's blood on the skin, but this was just an initial photograph to show how she was.
102B.
Another initial photograph showing she had blue jeans on and she also had socks on.
102C.
This is a view from the other side, again showing her pants and her socks.
102D.
That one's upside down.
I apologize.
This photograph of her, the other side, showing how she was initially.
Mm. 102E.
This photograph showing her head before I did anything as far as washing off the blood. There obviously is an injury here on her left side of her face. Here are some of the smaller injuries. Her hair, she did have a wig on and it was partially pulled back.
All right, from that photo, let's first discuss the head injuries that Ms. Peters sustained. Looking at 102F, what do you see in this photo?
This is showing the right side of her face. documenting this injury, there were some smaller lacerations. They varied in size, but this is showing a laceration here. Also, you can see her right ear where there's a gunshot wound.
And obviously in this photo, has her body, since she came in, been cleaned so you could better see the injuries by this photo?
Yes.
Looking at 102G, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of her frontal hairline. Here you can see some of these other injuries, and then there was this larger laceration there along the hairline. This is a photograph showing a broader area of the right side of her forehead. You see these lacerations, different orientations.
All right, moving to the other side of her forehead, what do we see in 102I?
This is a photograph showing the left side of her forehead. You can see this is a large gaping wound. The bone is fractured of her forehead under this area. Also, the facial bones here and around the nose, and this large gaping wound, which basically was open up into her cranial cavity. There is some froth here.
102J.
As the autopsy proceeded, I realized there were several injuries to her scalp that I was not able to see because of the hair. So that's why at this point I've shaved some of the hair off to show that I'm starting to see all of these injuries on the right side of her head.
Okay, folks, welcome back. We're going to break out of our review of testimony in the Segura case because we're back with live testimony in the Gaspar case out of Cleveland, Ohio. That's the case of the defendant accused of striking and killing a state trooper. The prosecution claims that he was intoxicated by methadone and that was part of the reason for the crash, but they've had a really tough time proving it. Let's listen in.
After we stop here, up before we do evidence in 29, we go next door and civil pretrial. Okay.
It looks like they're taking a lot longer than we anticipated to get going in the Gaspar case out of Cleveland, Ohio. Again, the defendant there is accused of a series of 13 different charges, about half of them felonies, about half of them misdemeanors, related to the death of a trooper, Velez. The crash was relatively high speed, but one thing that's really irritating me is how many times the estimate of the speed of the defendant's car has changed. Originally, the estimate that came out was that it was about 78 miles an hour, but they've dropped that down to somewhere between 62 and 65. as of testimony this morning, well, the speed limit's 60, and 62 to 65 really isn't that far off. So, you know, I don't quite know what the state's doing in this case, but it looks like they're bringing the jury back in here any second. So let's listen back into the Gasper case out of Cleveland, Ohio.
Not dominant, but also used.
Meaning? I don't have any salmon-colored blazers.
All rise for the jury. Get it. Court is in session. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I don't imagine anybody was frolicking outside at lunchtime today, were you? Maybe we'll go out there now. It's terrible. But that's the advantage, particularly for a sports team, when they have a field that, unlike you and I, when they walk out there, they have a machine that sucks out all the water and it's perfectly playable. So I think many of us have that advantage. We're going to continue with testimony, but I do want to tell you, I would anticipate that on Monday we'll have all the evidence, have the jury charge, and be able to go into deliberations. Okay, so if you're wondering about time schedule and all that, I think that Monday will be the day.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, the State of Ohio calls Michelle Radovanek.
Ma'am, if you approach, raise your right hand, please. Do solemnly swear or affirm, subject to the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please be seated. Ms. Radovanek, if you're soft-spoken, then use that voice.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm going to be asking questions, so will defense counsel. If you don't understand someone's question, tell us and we'll put an understandable question to you, all right? And I need you to stay right on top of that mic.
Okay.
If you can adjust it and speak loud and clear, please.
Yes.
Would you state and spell your name, please?
Michelle Radovanek, Micheleradovanic.
And ma'am, do you pursue a healthcare profession?
Yes.
What is your occupation?
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay. Do you practice in addiction medicine?
I do.
How long have you been in that field?
About 15 years.
Have you ever worked with Dr. Richard DeFranco?
I have.
For what period of time?
Over the last 10 years.
Fair to say you know him well?
Yes.
Have you worked with him at CAAA, Community Action Against Addiction, at Euclid and East 55th Street in the city of Cleveland, Ohio?
Yes.
And were you working there during 2016?
Yes.
As a RN in that methadone clinic, what would your direct role be in patient care delivery, if you will?
When the clients came in, and they were brand new, I did all the physicals, all the EKGs, lab work, got their assessment done for the physician. Then they got to come back, or that same day if he was there, they would see him, and then I did follow-up care. So they would come back if they were having any problems with the methadone to get an increase or decrease on follow-up care. And then if he wasn't there, I would see them and call him, get orders, again for the same thing, if there was some kind of difficulty.
We have previously seen video of the walk-in first floor dose administration area. What do you call that?
The dosing area.
Okay, dosing area. Is that where you would work?
No.
Where would you be working?
I was up, it's a very old building, so there was a floor, a couple of stairs down, a couple stairs back up, and I was on the first floor on the right side of the building. Maybe the second floor, they would consider it then.
So if someone is admitted to the program at CAAA, how frequently on an ordinary course of business would you see them or review their status, if you would?
We would see them initially, the first day, and then they could come back every week thereafter until they were stabilized, or if they were just long-time clients that were there even before me, they would come in whenever they had a problem or they wanted some take-homes because they were going out of town or something. So thereafter would just be as needed.
And you use the term stabilized. What does that mean to you as an RN working in a methadone clinic?
Well, stabilized where they're not requesting an increase or a decrease. I can't say stabilized means that they're not using. I'm saying stabilized to their point where they don't come to the doctor and ask for any increases or decreases.
Would it be fair to say that if we see a period of time with no dose change, and it's somewhat extended, let's say,
Yes.
and the dose remains the same dose,
Yes.
would that be a period of so-called stabilization?
Yes.
If we see doses going up or down, what would that mean to you?
That the client feels that they're unstable.
So the client...
Or, I'm sorry, they could be decreased and be stable. So if they come in and they say, I'm ready to get off of this, can we slowly do a detox? So decrease, they could still be stable.
And are you familiar with the term taper?
Yes.
In this setting, what does it mean?
A client is not following program rules, or they're using, again, not following program rules. So they would be put on a taper. He usually did it 5 milligram increments over 4 days at a time. They could vary a little bit, 3 milligrams over 5 days. But it would be an automatic taper. The computer already had it, so they didn't need to keep coming back to get the dose decreased. He had it in as a taper.
If the patient comes in without a prearranged appointment to see yourself or the doctor, let's say we're just on the first floor at the dosing window, and if patient reports, I feel unwell, I need a dose change, and they say that to the person behind the window, what would happen in the ordinary course of treatment as to how would that get communicated to the doctor?
Usually, if the client would say that, they would not go to the dosing window first. They knew by then, after their first or second visit, they would just automatically come to us. They usually did not have scheduled appointments. And prior to me starting there, they did not have scheduled appointments. They just walked in, saw the doc, said that they wanted an increase. We did get it to the point that we were asking for appointments, so they would come directly to us or to their counselor and say, I'm not feeling well. And then the counselor would call us and say, can you squeeze a man or her in right now to get an adjustment done?
So if a patient were to appear in front of yourself and say, I think I need a dose increase, you just stop right there with the verbal request and say, okay, I'll have the doctor write the order and that's it? Or is there a physical or an update involved?
So I would see them, do their vitals, get pretty much the history and stuff to make it a little faster for the doc, but then he would physically, they would go into his office and he would do the adjustment and put the order in himself as long as he was in the building.
Okay. Are you, or were you in 2016 at CAAA, were you as the RN able to input a dose change order?
Yes.
How would that happen?
If Dr. DeFranco was on vacation or off that day, and I needed to call him, he would give me a verbal order over the phone, and then in the computer, I can punch it in, and it would, under his name, and it would go through.
All right, so, but it's not your independent authority. You're communicating with the physician. You're acting on his orders.
Correct.
Okay. And you said you would punch it into the computer, and then is the system there capable of showing a patient medication order?
Yes.
On paper?
Yes.
Okay. And have you seen those before?
Yes.
Now, if a patient were to, under this scenario that we're discussing, ask for a dose increase and let's say sees Dr. DeFranco, and Dr. DeFranco agrees and writes the patient medication order for the dose increase. That's based on a self-report of, I feel under-medicated?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm experiencing symptoms.
Yes.
What would those symptoms be?
Usually nausea, vomiting, sweating, abdominal cramps, diarrhea, flu-like symptoms.
So the patient is in essence asking, relieve me of those symptoms.
Yes.
By increasing the medication, the methadone.
Correct.
Okay. And how long, in your experience, does it then take a dose increase? Well, let's strike that. Let me back up a little bit. What are the typical dose increase steps under this scenario by milligrams? What would you expect to see under that scenario?
Any physician that works in the methadone clinic can do whatever they want. They are a physician, they can do 1 milligram up to 10. Dr. DeFranco regularly did 10 milligrams.
So in a one-step increase is 10, your understanding of the maximum dose increase?
Correct.
So returning again to my chain of questioning, if the patient has said, I feel unwell, I request a dose increase, doctor agrees, the order is written, would it be expected that the patient would then go on to miss 2 days of dosing after that order for an increase?
No.
Why not?
Well, they're having difficulties. They would want their methadone.
So let's assume for this discussion that patient complaint or presentation that I'm feeling unwell, I'm feeling symptomatic, I need a dose increase is true, and we're not arguing with that scenario.
Correct.
They get and receive a order for an increase, but then don't receive it. What would you expect to be happening during those 2 missed days?
Objection.
Sustained.
The statement that I'm unwell, I'm experiencing symptoms, are those symptoms going to abate of themselves without a narcotic?
Objection.
Sustained. She's not an expert.
I understand it.
You're asking her to speculate.
Okay. In a patient medication order, the following symbols, can you interpret them for me, please? The plus symbol, capital W, / capital D.
Positive withdrawal.
Okay. As an RN in the methadone clinic, if you saw that on a patient medication order, what does that mean to you?
That they're complaining of symptoms of withdrawal from an opiate.
Do you know Josh Gaspar from your work with Dr. DeFranco and your time at CAAA?
I do.
You have had a personal health event that took you away from work for a period of time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're currently receiving medication for an illness yourself, correct?
Correct.
But it's not addiction?
No.
Okay. But did it cause you to miss a period of work during 2016?
Periodic days. I did not miss long-term work.
I want to show you some exhibits. 1627 and 1461. So, first turning to 1627, do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Okay, you can hold it yourself.
Okay.
Tell us what that is.
Progress note from a physician.
Okay, what's the title across the top?
Patient medication order.
Okay, what's the date of the order?
The date of it is for 9/9, effective 9/10.
Okay. So what does that mean to us as to when, given this scenario of requesting an increase, when would the patient have been before the doctor to get this order written?
So the increase can happen either that day or it would happen the next day. If somebody doses that day, the computer system does not allow them to be dosed again. So if that person was dosed, he or she could not get the dose till the following day. So the order was written on the 9th. The computer is automatically picking it up to start on 9/10.
Okay.
And the computer automatically will put that in.
And who wrote this order?
Dr. DeFranco.
Okay. Who's the patient?
Joshua Gasper.
And do you see Mr. Gasper in court here today?
I do.
Could you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Court will accept the stipulation that this witness is familiar with the defendant.
Okay. Now, turning to States 1461, I want to relate the date of September 9th to this first page that you see before you. And orient yourself in the left column. Are you familiar with this printout?
Yes.
I mean, not this exact one necessarily, but this format.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And what is 1461?
It's the medication history on a client that goes to the agency.
Okay. So, turning your attention to September 9th, 2016, is there a record of a dose administration that day?
Yes.
What is it?
He received 60 milligrams of methadone.
Okay. And then September 10th, 2016, what does the dose history indicate?
He did not receive any.
September 11th, 2016.
He did not receive any.
Okay. When is the first time he receives the newly written increased dose of 70 milligrams?
9/12/16.
Okay. Does he then, is there an indication on that dose history that he reported on the 12th and received the dose?
Yes.
What time?
9:58 a.m.
Okay. And that's on the 12th, correct? So same set of questions for the 13th. Is the new dose of 70 administered on the 13th?
Correct.
At what time?
10:52.
Same question for the 14th. Is the new dose of 70 administered on the 14th?
Yes, at 2:07 p.m.
Okay. Turning to the 15th. Is the new dose of 70 administered?
Yes, 12:34 p.m.
You're familiar with how Euclid Avenue has changed its design through the City of Cleveland and RTA. They've created a center bus median strip or barrier, right? Was that in place in September of 2016?
Yes.
Prior to that, you could come out of CAAA and make a left turn and go to the intersection of 55th and turn left to go north?
I have not since I worked there. I started in January.
Okay, so that the median was in place when you started there?
Correct.
Okay. From your own personal knowledge, if you were to leave the driveway of CAAA, and generally speaking, for everyone's understanding, CAAA sits on the north side of Euclid, so you'd be heading out of the parking lot south. 55th would be to your left, which was east, okay? But if this median is there, were you able to make a left turn directly out of the driveway?
No.
Okay. So from your own personal experience, what path would you take if you wanted to leave CAAA, make the mandatory right turn, but still proceed north on 55th to join I-90 or the Shoreway?
You would have to make a right onto Euclid, go down to, I went down to 40th and made a right. Then I would make, after I went down that road, I would make another right till I go back down to the end of where 55th is, and that's where I would turn again.
Have you had occasion in your own personal experience to leave CAAA midday, 12 to 1 p.m. in Monday through Friday traffic conditions?
Yes.
What's your personal experience of typical or average midday traffic conditions at that location?
Moderate.
Okay.
Not super heavy, not light.
So not 5 o'clock rush hour?
Correct.
Not 3 a.m., no traffic in sight.
Correct.
Okay. From your memory, how many lights, traffic lights, would you encounter making the mandatory right, but your objective is to go rejoin 55th and head north to join the Shoreway?
5. 4 to 5.
Okay. From your personal experience, can you tell us how long it would take you in midday weekday traffic to leave CAAA and just get from CAAA using the 55th North route? How long just to get to 90?
About 12 to 14 minutes, roughly.
With moderate conditions and whether or not you hit greens or reds?
Correct. You got people walking in the road, the post office trucks right there.
And then, have you ever personally traveled from CAAA to go to somewhere west of Cleveland, another state?
Yes, every Friday, or just about every Friday, I drove to Wisconsin.
Okay. What time would you leave to CAAA?
Between 1 and 2:30.
Would that still be within the moderate traffic conditions that you're describing from your experience?
Yes.
So, using the route that you just described for us, the mandatory right, which would take you west, but then either you go around the block and rejoin 55th. Another option, could you go down to 40th and then go north to the Shoreway?
You can go north on it, but I don't know the next street. My GPS would kind of take me if I had to go that way. But you can go on north on 40th.
So, are you a speeder?
Sometimes.
Okay. Have you done this route and observed the speed laws going west?
Yes, because you can't go fast enough with all the lights and all the people walking in the road right in downtown area of those before getting on the freeway.
Are you familiar with the west side in the exits beginning into the Lakewood exits? For example, McKinley Avenue?
No.
Hilliard?
No.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi.
Hello.
My name's John Sin. We met outside.
Yes.
Let me ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
Your idea of moderate might be different than my idea of moderate.
Correct.
Okay. My office is in Akron. I think everything around here is heavy traffic. But maybe you don't. Maybe downtown Cleveland's not that crazy to you. So you'd agree that maybe we have different ideas of moderate?
Of course.
Okay. Now, it takes you a certain amount of time to get to a certain place, right?
Correct.
And that's depend on whether you catch the lights and whether or not people step out in front of you, how fast you drive.
Right.
Okay. Do you have any idea about whether or not Josh drives exactly like you do?
Oh, no.
You know if he takes the same route you do?
No.
Do you know if he catches the same lights you do?
No.
Okay. So, safe to say that a lot of different factors come into play with determining how fast it takes one person to get someplace as opposed to how fast it takes another person.
Absolutely.
Right. Do you ever have a situation where you and somebody else are going to the same place and you both leave at the same time, and yet one person gets there way before the other one?
Yes.
And you go, hey, how'd you get here? Oh, I took the back way. We've all seen that, right?
Right.
Okay. So do you have any personal knowledge about Josh or what route he took that day?
No.
You've been a nurse in methadone clinics for a while?
For methadone, only for 1 year. I've been in Suboxone outpatient, which is the other alternative.
Okay. These programs, you feel they help people?
Yes.
Okay. You think it's a good way to deal with folks who are involved in this epidemic we're having?
For methadone or Suboxone?
Both.
I do have mixed feelings about it. I do think that we do need to help them.
Okay. but maybe some people abuse it?
Absolutely.
Do you ever have any feeling that Josh gave up any of those indicators to you?
Prior to me getting sick in the very beginning of July,
Yeah.
I thought he was doing very well.
Thank you. Now, 70 milligrams, could you put that into perspective for us as far as the patients that you saw? How many patients do you think you would see during the year, well, during a day?
We saw on an up to 30 a day.
How many do you think you saw the whole year you were there?
In a whole year?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, we have 700 patients there, or they have 700 patients now.
Is there a dose that's you would say is where most people are? Is there like a typical dose where you say, well, most of the people we have are on this dose?
I would say 70 to 100.
Okay. So this doesn't seem like an extremely high dose for your clinic, does it?
No.
Is there anything about the doctor going up 10 milligrams or down 10 milligrams that causes you any concern about the doctor's orders?
No.
Okay. You left the clinic driving a lot, right? You drive to the clinic and drive out?
Yeah.
Did you park in the same place as some of the patients?
We parked on the right side of the building, they parked on the left.
Sometimes you would leave at the same time as the patient was leaving?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So that patient may have just taken their methadone?
Correct.
Do you have any concern for your safety driving on the roads with these people who had taken the methadone?
Yes.
Okay. What was your concern?
I mean, our urine drug screens proved that we did about 70% of them were dirty.
Okay. But for folks who aren't abusing drugs, who are just on the methadone, did you give them any warning they shouldn't drive just on the methadone?
Oh, always when I first saw them.
Okay.
But just that first visit, I did not administer the methadone.
Okay. I guess my point is, you knew folks came in, and provided they weren't dirty or using some other drug, the clinic had no policy, and you had no policy of telling people they can't drive on methadone, did you?
I don't believe so.
In fact, that's what patients did. They drove in and they drove out.
Correct. And some received transportation.
Right. So your concern was more with, you're dealing with a population of drug abusers.
No.
Okay. Drug addicts?
No.
No?
The ones that are using are who I was concerned with, that sometimes our dosing girls, the nurses, at the windows were very busy. The lines would be an hour long to get their medication. And sometimes I was concerned that maybe they weren't making sure that the person was okay to drive or okay to receive their methadone that day.
Because of what?
Because they either had used,
drinking, used heroin, or they're drinking
Correct.
alcohol. Okay?
Right.
Nothing about the methadone, it's about the other things they're doing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you had no concerns with Josh in that?
Prior to July, when I was there full time, no.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So, but under medication is its own issue, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
If you're going through withdrawal and you're asking for a dose increase, that's its own issue, right?
Correct. Yes, they get very sick.
Okay. And that's separate and apart from whether you're dirty, right?
Correct.
So you can be street drug abstinent, adhering to your methadone, but getting sick and saying, I need more methadone.
Absolutely.
And we talked about plus WD.
Does that appear on 1627?
Yes.
In what context?
Under other note,
First
for
word
the dose increase because of positive withdrawals.
So, if somebody is receiving a dose increase, by definition, are they stabilized?
No.
What was your understanding in the practice at CAAA as to how many doses of the new dose are required before they're considered stabilized? That is to say, without side effect symptoms.
And per the SAMHSA rules, SAMHSA, S-A-M-S-H-A guidelines, which is for opiate clinics to go by, it is supposed to be 10 milligrams every 7 days.
And Mr. Sin asked you your feelings about whether or not it's, I don't know what adjective to put on it, worthwhile or a good a social good that we have these programs. And he phrased this question where he was talking about methadone and Suboxone in one group, and you said I have mixed feelings.
Correct.
Where you currently work, what type of program are you in?
Suboxone.
When you left the methadone clinic, did you have professional feelings or opinions about the effectiveness of methadone?
I did, and I did accept a new job 6 months after starting the methadone clinic, and that's when I was diagnosed with cancer, the day that I was supposed to be hired at Lake County Sheriff's Department, and I couldn't take that job because of the diagnosis. So that's why I stayed at the methadone clinic for a full year.
But while you're at CAAA, I mean, would you agree that the goal of methadone treatment is to eventually first stabilize,
Correct.
keep the person away from the street drugs so that they can be functional, right?
Correct, absolutely.
But then are they supposed to remain on methadone the rest of their lives?
So I did the statistics there monthly also, and that was one of my requirements under my duties. And we had 4 clients that were there for 35 years.
On methadone maintenance for 35 years?
On methadone maintenance, yes. And several from 20 years plus.
So there's no absolute endpoint to this methadone?
Correct. Some physicians believe that there are and some don't. We all that are in addiction have a little bit different thoughts of it. Doesn't make anybody, I guess, right or wrong.
And Mr. Sin asked you about your concerns of people leaving and driving after receiving methadone. Are you aware of anybody at your clinic being dosed and getting in accidents other than Mr. Gaspar?
Yes.
What do you know about that?
We had a young lady, total 2 cars in 1 week.
What else?
We had another young lady who crashed her car on the freeway, left the scene. And
Was that right after leaving the clinic?
The first lady that I was discussing, yes. Her second accident was right after leaving the clinic. The second lady, it did happen later in the evening.
So in your professional experience, is the methadone program as administered at CAAA something you chose to continue to participate in as a professional?
No.
Why do you say that?
People with addiction, 99% of the time, have mental health issues. And if you don't tackle both, the chance of staying clean is pretty slim. And the methadone clinic does not offer any other services. You go there, you get your methadone, and you leave. Where I'm working now and where I've worked at before have always offered both. And it's a dual diagnosis, so you get your mental health and your addiction treated. You need both. They need both.
Thank you.
You know, those folks who crashed their cars, do you know if they were under the influence of any other substances other than methadone?
Yes. One was and one was not.
Okay, one was not. On the one that was not, do you know if the accident she was involved in was caused by the methadone?
I can't say either were caused by methadone. I did not see urine drug screens.
Sometimes accidents just happen, don't they?
No.
What?
There's always a reason why an accident happens. Somebody's not paying attention, driving too fast. I've been in accidents. There's always a reason.
Does it always have to be because that person's impaired on a drug or a substance?
No, but impaired, yes. Impaired of texting, impaired of not paying attention, the radio.
Slippery roads?
Slippery roads.
Snow covered?
Correct.
Sun in their eyes?
Absolutely.
Okay. Lots of reasons why people get offender benders, correct?
Oh, yeah.
We can't always say that that's because somebody out there committed a crime, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after these folks get their doses upped because of the withdrawal symptoms that they're experiencing, how long does it normally take before they experience some relief?
They'll tell you usually, because I always ask them when they come back if they have relief, usually within a half hour.
Okay.
It's a liquid, so it absorbs faster.
Okay. So my client received a dose increase when? On the 12th? The 10th?
The order was written on 9/9, but he did not accept it until 9/12.
Right. He was dosed on the 12th, right?
Correct.
Dosed on the 13th.
Yes.
Dosed on the 14th.
Yes.
Dosed on the 15th.
Uh-huh.
So we can assume there's a lot of half hours passing on those 4 days, huh?
Right. Well, usually after the first dose is what I meant with the half hour. But yeah, once they're stabilized, it should stay in their system so that they don't have to worry about getting that relief.
Okay. So how long does explain that to me? Methadone has a shelf life and it keeps going in there for a while?
It does, and off the top of my head, I cannot remember what the exact, but I can't say exactly without looking it up again.
Okay. Well, thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
1 second, please, Judge.
Yeah.
Judge?
Yes.
At this time, the state of Ohio has no further witnesses to offer. We offer our marked exhibits and we rest.
Okay, thank you. As you know, I am going to send you home for the day because I'm going to be talking with the attorneys for law. As you know, there were a number of exhibits and some other matters I need to work with them on, okay? But keep in mind, don't discuss this case, don't let anyone discuss the case with you, don't form or express an opinion, no investigation, no media. Do have a great weekend. You're starting later on Monday, all right? So if you are here at 11:15 downstairs on Monday, Mrs. Smith will call you up when we're ready. So 11:15 downstairs Monday. I know you all want to see the video again, but so bring a lunch, eat something. So because if we start then say 11:30, we're going to go through. All right. So you're getting a little bit of morning off. Make sure that you're well fed, rested, and able to listen to us for an extended time. Okay? So have a great weekend. We appreciate all of your time on this matter.
All rise. Good night. You have a nice weekend. You too. Good night.
Hope you have a good weekend.
You too. Good night. Have a nice weekend. Good night. Good night. Okay. Have a nice evening. Good night. Thank you. Good night. Good evening.
Welcome back to the LawNewz Network, everybody. The jury is being sent out of the room in the Gasper case in Cleveland, Ohio. They're going to be back to hear closing arguments, I believe, and deliberate at 11:30 Monday morning. In the meantime, they've called a 10-minute break now, and I'm really actually curious to see how the motions to dismiss go at this point, because the state has rested its case. And I'm personally not sure that the state's got this one in the bag. I think there are a lot of questions still on the table here as to exactly whether or not the methadone caused an impairment, and just right down through a whole list of other factual issues. So while we wait for this break to come back, I want to bring Ken Belkin and Julie Rendelman into the conversation. They are joining us here on the LawNewz Network. Yet again, many of you who watch regularly know them both. So look, one thing I want to bring up right out of the gate that just infuriates me about this case is how many times the state has issued a different speed that they believe the defendant was going. Originally, it was 78 miles an hour when he was arrested, and that's what's been reported over and over again in the Cleveland area. Then it was 65 to 70, and then today it was 62 to 65. Well, it's a 60 mile an hour speed limit, and I don't know, I mean, 2 miles an hour over based on the skid marks, 5 miles an hour over, like that's excusable. That is not, you know, an element of reckless driving, which is one of the charges. Julie, you're agreeing with me at a minimum. Ken, I at least hope you are.
No, I am agreeing. I mean, look, if he's going 78, that's a different story. That could be construed as reckless. You're going nearly 20 miles above the speed limit.
But I think, you know, one of the things you're saying is that how annoyed you are by it. And here's the thing. Cases fall apart, and the only difference here versus another case is that this is being televised. So we have cases all the time where we bring murder cases against individuals, and the individual gets on the stand and doesn't identify the person. And so here you have a case where it's kind of falling apart, and we're all watching it happen.
Yeah, call that prosecutorial overreach.
Something like that, you know. But even, it's like, look, if you're the state and you've got the burden, get your facts straight. You know, I mean, that's just my look at it. But we're going to switch over to the Segura trial because there's testimony still going on live there. We're going to continue to monitor the Gasper case, but for now we'll bring you back to the Segura case in Florida. That's a defendant facing 4 counts of murder, first-degree murder. It's a capital murder case with a death penalty.
Photograph number T.
Again, that's another blow-up, if you were, of one of my microscopic photographs.
And your comparison here where that they aren't that consistent with each other?
Yes, sir. This is showing another pattern of markings from the firearm to the projectile.
And the one on the right-hand side is still that standard one you used to compare everybody else?
Typically, that's how I would do it. If I have one that I'm using, I always keep it on the right-hand side, and I'll put on the left-hand side, I'll put the other ones.
Photograph B. Again, same kind of comparison?
Yes, sir.
Why is this one, I notice, has this big patch right here where I haven't seen that another one? Does that make it a non-match, or what's the significance of that?
No, that's either, it could be something on the projectile that was picked up, it could be tissue, or in some cases, the bullet doesn't make total contact with the inside of the barrel. When a bullet is fired, it swells up. The rifling inside of a gun will mark into that bullet, but it doesn't mark 100% of the time, every place. So you can get hills and valleys where you will have some areas that may not have any kind of markings. But no, that wouldn't limit your ability to make an identification.
And I think you also mentioned it could be tissue. You're talking about human tissue?
Correct. Could be any kind of debris.
Photograph W. Is it very the same?
That's correct.
Photograph that.
Did that make everybody dizzy?
Sorry about that. Same thing we're talking about?
That's correct.
Based upon analysis, is consistent with each other, both of those?
Yes, sir.
Photograph Y.
Same thing.
Consistent with each other?
Yes, sir.
Photograph U. I notice both of these seem to have a imperfection, if you will, or some sort of form material there.
It's either a void or there's some material on there. Yes, sir.
Consistent with each other?
Yes, sir.
Photograph Z. Consistent with each other?
Yes, sir.
And photograph AA. Consistent with each other?
Yes, sir.
Based upon your analysis of projectile 26, State's Exhibit 26, 49, 50, 71, 103W, 103X, 103Y, 103Z, 103AA, and 105B, have you formed an opinion as to whether or not those projectiles were fired from the same or different weapons?
Yes, sir.
What is your opinion?
In my opinion, based on the microscopic markings that I saw in the examination I conducted, the 10 rounds were fired from the same unknown firearm. And I say unknown because I don't have a firearm to compare it to.
Okay. So it's, you know it's 32 caliber in some way, shape, or form because it fired a 32 caliber, but you don't know the specific weapon, correct?
That's correct. It was fired through a 32 caliber weapon.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross? No cross. Any juror have a question? All right, write your questions down, please. Just write them down on a clean sheet of paper. Because I have to, the way I do it, and it's been a while since I instructed you, but I have to meet with the attorneys, make sure it's a legally appropriate question, and then I'll ask the question. If so, we'll get a sidebar. A couple of follow-up questions from the jury, Mr. Foggy, and frankly, they were just the questions I wanted to ask you too, so I'm glad they asked the question. How many cartridges or bullets does a revolver typically hold at one time?
It depends on the caliber, of course. Usually,
let's talk about a 32 caliber.
It can hold between 5 and say 7. Typically, is what it'll hold. 22s can go up to 9, but for a 32, it's typically between 5 or 6 is common. There might be an oddball out there that has 7.
Are you aware of any that hold 10 rounds?
I'm not aware of any that hold 10.
How many would a 32 semi-automatic pistol typically hold?
Typically, a .32 auto pistol holds 7 as well. 7. Sometimes you can get 8 if you put one into the chamber and remove the magazine and put another one. But typically 7. 6 is a common number as well for that.
You aware of any that would hold 10?
It depends on the magazine. Again, if you can get an aftermarket magazine that would fit into the round or into the firearm, then potentially yes, sir.
You may need to explain what you mean by that.
When the magazine for a semi-automatic is a lot of people call it a clip. It's the unfired rounds. Typically with a .32 auto, you're going to see a 6-round capacity, so you can put 6 live rounds in there, and you can put 1 in the gun. If you can find aftermarket, which means not from the manufacturer, that holds 50 rounds, then you can, and it fits in the gun, then you can certainly use that.
Okay. Any follow-up from the state?
Yes, Your Honor, I do actually have another question too. If we're talking about 10 rounds, whereas a revolver, we would have to be talking, somebody would have to reload the revolver to fire 10 rounds.
That's correct.
And similar with an automatic as well, correct?
With a normal magazine, yes.
Okay. As it relates to the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic, as we've talked about, a revolver, I think you said that the casing stays within the gun.
That's correct.
And would have to be physically removed by somebody.
That's correct.
Okay. As it relates to an automatic, I think you said throws the shell out.
That's correct. It'll eject the fired brass from the firearm.
When an automatic does that, does it land essentially like right next to you, or what are we talking about? What kind of distances?
A lot of different variables, but most firearms tend to eject off to the right, sometimes forward, sometimes backwards. But there's so many variables: how you're holding it, the firearm, the angle. So, but no, they usually, they can land right next to you in certain situations, but typically you'll see them like in the movies, they go flying out.
And is your testimony in this particular case your belief that the gun that was used was a .32 revolver that was loaded with .32 auto ammunition?
It's most consistent with what I saw.
Okay. One more.
Mr. Prince?
No question.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we need to keep him further?
Who we retain, but you can go out of business, Your Honor.
All right. You'll be on call, but you're free to go about your business.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Stall in just a minute because state tells me they want to recall Dr. Flanagan real quickly while that's still fresh in your mind. Apparently there was something they needed to clarify with her. She's supposed to be here momentarily, but apparently she's not here yet. Rather than us sit here and look at each other, I guess I'll let y'all step to the jury room. Hopefully it won't be but for a few minutes. All right? Let's stay in session for here in court, please.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's stay in session.
Yes.
Well, everybody can be seated while we have just a moment to kill. Let's talk about scheduling a little bit. The state has indicated they expect to rest on Wednesday. Assuming you start first thing Thursday morning, Mr. Prince, how long are you thinking your presentation will be?
It's still somewhat dependent on court rulings, but 2 to 3 days, I would say.
What's that?
2 to 3 days.
Okay. I was trying to kind of make a list of what we need to resolve. We're going to need to have a hearing on the Washington Paramore issue. need to get a final answer from Mr. Santos as to what he's going to do. If he claims the 5th, we need to have a hearing, and having gone back over the Chambers case, one of the things we're going to have some testimony as to reasons to doubt the credibility of Mr. Santos and anything that would tend to corroborate Mr. Santos, since those are issues the court's going to have to determine. And then I need to resolve the email question. Those seem to be the major issues that need to be resolved. Anybody think of any other major issues that need to be resolved?
I can't give you an issue, Your Honor, but just for the court's help and planning purposes, when I say the Wednesday, I am anticipating that we will be resting somewhere around lunchtime, so we allow the afternoon to conduct those hearings.
Do you think of any other major issues we need to resolve?
Not off the top of my head.
And I don't see how I'm going to be able to resolve these issues without some testimony. But I think we're going to have an evidentiary hearing, and I don't want the jury sitting in the jury room while we do it. So let's shoot for that then, Wednesday after the state press, even if it might be late. If we have to do it late, so be it, but we'll try to get that. So if you have witnesses on any of those issues, we need to have them available Wednesday afternoon. I'm open for y'all's thoughts on how we bring this Mr. Santos thing to a head. I'm sure that both of y'all would like to have an answer, what we view as a final answer on that, in terms of what his position is going to be. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
I would just suggest, Your Honor, that we bring him to the evidentiary hearing. That way we have the case law and we know what the issue that we're needing to argue is at that point, whether it's how restricted his testimony is going to be or whether it's the admissibility of the testimony.
You don't want to try to resolve it before then?
I guess I don't have any particular preference on whether we resolve it before then, although it wouldn't really be resolved if he says he's testifying. He could always change his mind again.
Well, he's not. I mean, once he says he's taking the 5th, he's going to be on a bus out of here.
I mean in the other direction.
What's that?
I mean in the other direction. If he says he is going to testify, I guess it's not a final resolution, but that's going to be the case.
I understand what you're saying. That he could then come into court and decide he's going to take the 5th after all.
Right.
Okay, yes. That's certainly true. But anyway, Mr. Fuchs, you got any thoughts on that?
My thoughts are let's just do it on Wednesday at that hearing,
okay.
And that's where we'll go.
And I'm saying this because I believe there are going to be witnesses that are going to be needed. I don't want to get then and somebody tell me, well, I can't do it now because I don't have my witnesses. So tentatively what we're talking about, everything goes as planned, is we'll have an evidentiary hearing Wednesday afternoon. The defense will start with their case first thing Thursday morning. Okay?
Yes.
All right. All right. Y'all ready to finish with Dr. Flanagan? And I assume this will be the last witness you have lined up for today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's have a jury, please.
The judge has gone silent after a few minutes of discussion with the attorneys here. We're in the case of Henry Segura in Florida. He's accused of 4 first-degree murder counts related to the death of his girlfriend, her 2 twins, age 6, and a younger child, age 3. it's a case that could bring the death penalty, but there's this bizarre twist where another inmate claims that the girlfriend was shot and killed, or as the medical examiner testified, shot and also beaten in the head and killed as a result of a drug debt. And there is unknown DNA on the scene. So it seems that they're really trying to inject some reasonable doubt into this case, but it looks like the medical examiner is back on the stand. We want to listen in because her testimony is continuing.
They're not able to breathe air to keep oxygen in their blood, and then they die from that.
How much time does it take for a person to drown?
Well, once someone is not getting enough oxygen to their brain, they will pass out. So they're not technically dead, but they go unconscious. It takes longer than for the body to have the heart actually stop beating. That can take a few minutes, but if someone's head is underwater, depending on, if they're holding their breath for a while or if they immediately try to breathe, there's no way to tell, but once they do not get enough oxygen and pass out, that can take 10, 20 seconds or so. But then if they're not removed from the water, they will go on to die within minutes.
Okay, so about 10 to 20 seconds until they go unconscious. And I mean, would you say more or less than 5 minutes until their heart stops beating?
It varies depending on the individual. Sometimes people are in longer and are able to be resuscitated, and others are not. But I'd say generally, 3 to 5 minutes before someone will not be able to be resuscitated.
Okay, thank you.
Ross. Just very briefly, I guess to clarify, you're saying in the fastest case scenario, 10 to 20 seconds if they have no air in their lungs to start with when they're forced underwater, correct?
Right. Again, these are obviously general times, but
right.
If someone's head is put under and they hold their breath, for 30 seconds, once they do start breathing and inhale the water, then they'll pass out.
And you couldn't form any opinion as to how long it would have actually taken the children in this case because you don't have any information about how much air they had in their lungs to start, correct?
That's correct. But even once they stop breathing, they'll pass out within 10 or 20 seconds or so.
I understand. No further questions.
Rita, did you ever have a question on this subject? All right, you can step down. Hopefully we won't call you again today, Dr. Planning. So the state's out of witnesses?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be a good time to break. All right, I hope it won't hurt anybody's feelings. We get done a little bit early this afternoon. I've met with the lawyers and discussed scheduling. They tell me we're, on a good pace to, well within what we planned. So we're making good progress. Remember, don't discuss the case with anyone. Let anyone discuss the case with you. Don't read any or listen to any media accounts. You're hearing it firsthand. You don't need to hear it from somebody else. You're sitting right there. Let's be back Monday morning at 8:30. And anybody have any questions or issues that we need to resolve, come back up here, third floor. See you Monday morning at 8:30. Have a nice weekend. Just leave your notes where they are. Along the lines of what we need to resolve, I'd like to have a copy of the emails in question, and there was some reference to a letter from Mr. Santos that was discovered before, or I guess delivered before the murders. Yes. I'd like to see that also. So Monday morning will be fine, but before we get into the hearing, I'd like to have a chance to read those. I know I have excerpts of them, but I'd just like to see the document itself. All right? Anything from either side? All right?
Oh, I have one thing. Sorry.
Okay.
All right. So for Exhibit 128, I guess on my original list I had A through X. Evidently I miscounted. I think we only have A through, I'm sorry, this is 128, not 28. I think we only have A through W. So the record should reflect that those photos are 128, A through W.
That's for the Chevy truck?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what the clerk's records show. All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Y'all have a nice weekend. We'll see you 8:30 Monday morning.
Thank you.
Welcome back yet again, everybody, to the LawNewz Network. Aaron Keller here along with you for about the next hour of analysis, along with Ken Belkin and Julie Rendelman in-house to sort of tear apart this Segura case. I've been talking about Michelle Carter and the Gasper case for a couple of days, but Julie, you're really getting into the Segura case.
Love this case. There's just so much to it. What would you like to know?
You tell me. I know they've got this weird DNA on the scene that they can't quite figure out. I know that you've got this other guy who was in prison who claims, oh yeah, I put a hit out, and then the judge said, I don't buy this, but then they're going to have to let the testimony
evidence in. Yeah, no. So you have a guy who's basically had a girlfriend who had a child with her. You know, there seems to be certain evidence that ties him to it, i.e. there's cell phone records from a second phone that indicates that he was at least in the vicinity when the crime happened. It seems that he was calling her all day, but it seems that the phone was not being called between him and her during the time where the death apparently happened. He also apparently, again, some of this has not come in as evidence, but there seems to be some evidence from witnesses who will say that shortly before the death, he had asked or purchased a .32 caliber gun. And the last piece of evidence that seems to be kind of always interesting to a former prosecutor is that there seems to be an inmate of which he confessed to killing these individuals. And so that seems to be what the prosecution has, but there's a whole lot of evidence that seems to indicate that possibly someone else or other people were involved in this death and not him.
Well, you put it in an interesting way. I mean, it could be someone else or other people. You know, and there's the thing that was said to me years ago by a prosecutor that there are always people behind bars who are pretty much willing to say whatever they can say to try to get out. Sure. So why would somebody behind bars just turn around and confess and say, oh, I am involved in a drug cartel and I'm calling for the hit on this person?
I mean, come on.
Other than to try to get someone to, let me out of jail on my other crime or something.
Jailhouse snitch has about as much credibility as my cat in a matter of this nature.
Your cat must be really
he's
evil.
Subject to such impeachability on the stand. He has such motive to fabricate evidence. Now, backing up to your DNA evidence, look, as I've said to you before, and look, you guys probably have DNA from me on you from the last time we were at this table together. It's not necessarily indicative of much.
Well, actually,
the case
want to
seems
take
to be
a shower,
purely circumstantial.
But remember, we're talking about two snitches. So the first snitch is the snitch that apparently the defendant confessed to. That person, I agree with you, has the most to gain, because usually when someone's snitching on someone else confessing, the reason they're doing it is they're trying to curry favor in some way with either their case or future cases. You have a twist here, because now you have a second individual who's not saying the defendant confessed to me, he's saying I did it. And not only is he saying I did it, but apparently there's evidence that he did have, meaning the person who's incarcerated who's saying a drug deal gone bad, he did have some type of relationship with the victim. And so there seems to be some substance to what he's talking about. Two, when we talk about DNA, you're right. DNA can be left in any location. There's a difference here. The DNA that they're finding that is not the defendant's is under her fingernails, which she clearly made a struggle because some of her fingernails are broken.
Or
Two, there's also on what appears to be a shovel that was used apparently in the beating of one of the individuals in the house. So those things are, you're right, but when someone starts admitting to something and then you have other drug dealers' DNA and you don't have the person who's on trial, you got a jury who's going to start to wonder, well, what the heck's really going on here?
Well, hold on. DNA under the fingernail doesn't necessarily mean a struggle. There would have to be other signs of a struggle. I mean, I could lightly
Well, there
raise your
were.
arm
I mean,
and
there's
get some
evidence
DNA
that,
under my
that
fingernail.
she, you know, the cause of death
but I
was,
will
was
say,
a beating to the head. It wasn't the gunshot. So, okay, well, there's that sign of a struggle.
Well, no, there was also evidence that her fingernails were broken, and signs of a fingernail being broken with DNA under the nails is an indication of a struggle. It's also potentially because it seems to be such a mess in there that it may have been more than one person. And if there's more than one person, that looks more like a hit than it does of some ex-boyfriend who's not happy with her.
Yeah, well, I agree. The person confessing, that's a big problem for the prosecution's case, because no one is going to put, look, jailhouse snitch certainly has intent to lie. It could be helpful in his case, but someone confessing, I mean, they're really putting themselves under the gun.
The problem, but the problem they have with the person who's now confessing is how are they getting it in without him getting on the stand and admitting it? That's I just don't know. You know, I don't know the specifics as to whether he's admitted it.
Well, it's a hearsay statement again. It's interesting.
Oh, I think there was a hearing beforehand in which he admitted to it on the stand, which is bizarre. I've never seen anything like that. So I don't know if they'll be able to, if he's not willing to testify now, if they'll be able to get that in on their defense case. I don't, you know, it'll depend on what the judge's ruling is.
Yeah, we will have to see. Well, let's listen to some of the previous testimony in this case. We've got a clip queued up from the latent print examiner. Let's listen to that.
At the home.
And those were found in the areas you just told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, except for the master bath that didn't have any latents of any kind?
No, ma'am.
Now, those latent prints that were found, could those be from anyone who has ever touched those surfaces?
Yes, ma'am.
Does a latent print tell you when a person touched a surface?
No, it doesn't.
Of those 9 total latent prints that you found, how many were of evidentiary value?
There were 2 of the latent lift cards that I collected that were determined to be of value for comparison.
Okay, and I think you told us this yesterday, but when I say a value, I mean that there's enough of a print to even be able to compare it to something else, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, one you told us about yesterday, that was from the hallway bathroom tub, and you said it was a match for Brandy Peters?
It was identified to Brandy Peters.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, where was the other latent print of value found?
The other one was from the interior garage entry doorknob.
All right, and I want to show you what I've marked as state 70 UUU, showing the defense counsel. You recognize 70 UUU?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
It's a picture of the garage door and the garage.
Is it true and accurate depiction of the garage door from that angle?
Yes, ma'am.
And this time of the 70 UUU in that evidence?
Any objection? No.
Permission to publish?
I thought that 70A through 3T were admitted, were they not? They were not, okay.
So we had, that was a couple of things that were
Okay. Okay. So 70 UUU at this point in time?
Yes, sir.
They'll be admitted?
All right, so working our way out of the house, I know we've already seen this door in our last set of photos from, I guess, inside the kitchen. You could see the corner of the door. But what do we see in this photo?
It's the garage of the home.
Okay, so this would kind of show that entry door in the garage from both angles, interior and exterior?
Yes.
Is this the door that you gathered that latent print from?
It is.
Okay, and where on the door did you find the latent print?
It was the interior doorknob.
The interior doorknob, meaning the doorknob that's
On the inside of the
kitchen?
home, yes.
Okay. And were you the analyst that performed a comparison of this fingerprint?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, moving on from the scene of the home. Did you also attend the autopsies at the medical examiner office on Sunday, November 21st?
I did attend the autopsy of Brandy Peters.
Okay. So the day after you started processing the crime scene, you went to the medical examiner's office for Ms. Peters' autopsy only?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Commissioner Croach?
No.
At the autopsy of Ms. Peters, did you collect a buccal swab of Ms. Peters?
I did.
And what is a buccal swab?
It's a swab that we take the same with the same Q-tip. It's the inside cheek area of your mouth. It's for DNA purposes.
And when you say for DNA purposes, you mean so that a DNA analyst can compare that swab to other swabs that you've taken?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you take it from the inside of the mouth?
We just swab the cheek area.
Is that the same type of swab that you use on blood spatter and things inside the home?
The way that we collect it is similar, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 111. Do you recognize 111?
I do.
And what is 111?
This is the buccal swab that I collected of Brandy Peters at the morgue.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
It does.
This time I would move 111 into evidence.
Any objection? There you go. 111 will be admitted.
Right. If you could put that notebook aside or move on to the next one, I want to ask you about the other things that you collected from Ms. Peters.
Okay.
So that's one of the forensics examiners on the stand talking about the processes of gathering all the evidence that, Julie, you were talking about a couple of minutes ago, where, you know, there's this unknown DNA underneath the victim's fingernails. So, well, you know, signs of a struggle. Is the defendant the guilty one? Is it somebody else, or was it a group of people? It just raises a lot of questions.
And again, I was reading a lot about this and realized this, we're pretty early in the case, so I don't know what's going to come out. But there may be, in addition to everything else we're talking about, some issue with regards to the prosecution believing that the DNA lab got it wrong. And so that's going to be, if we talk about all the twists, you know, that we heard kind of the last time in like the Gasper case, you know, in terms of like not believing that they got it right with the methadone, there seems to be some chatter about that as well, which I think would just be amazing that they don't even trust in their DNA lab to get it right. So time will tell in terms of that.
Well, that's a mess. I mean, so what's the response then from the defense? Turn around and just say, you know, you don't even have anything. You've got so much reasonable doubt in here, you can't even trust your own test results.
Well, I think interestingly enough, the extent of the injuries, the amount of victims involved in this case, that there might have been more than one assailant. And who's to say that the defendant wasn't one of the people participating in this? I mean, the cell phone records certainly make out a circumstantial case for him being in the vicinity.
I hear
and
you.
He lied and said he was at home.
Well, correct. The problem was, there's going to be a problem though, and I'm sure if you have a good defense attorney, there's going to be some issues with cell site, because, you know, I don't know the area of which this happened, but, you know, cell site is not always reliable in certain areas, and so sometimes when someone thinks someone's close means like 2 blocks, sometimes close means 1.5 miles. I don't know how far he lives from there, so I think it'll be interesting to see how the expert with regards to the cell site comes in, because that may really impact how well the prosecution's case goes in.
Yeah, but it's definitely a problem that he put on the record that he was home at the time when this happened, and his cell phone is going off in another area, close to the vicinity.
Well, that might be the critical piece of evidence that we need to keep our eyes on as this thing continues. I want to continue listening to the testimony of the forensic examiner, talks a little bit more about the evidence collection procedures.
A moment. Did you collect some scrapings from Ms. Peters?
I did.
And what is a scraping?
I'm trying to think of how to explain it to males in a manicure way. It's basically just kind of a long wooden-like tube that's very flat on the ends, and it scrapes underneath your nails to get things from out in between your nails, and it's approximately that long. And we use it to get nail scrapings for any kind of evidentiary value.
Okay. And we noticed in some of the pictures that you showed us yesterday, and I think that you actually collected an acrylic nail from the scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So did Miss Peters have some acrylic nails?
Yes.
What is an acrylic nail?
I believe it's just kind of a fake nail that they glue on when you go to a manicurist and get your nails done. It's a nail that goes over your original nails that's longer.
Are those nails scraped underneath in the same way that someone who doesn't have acrylic nails, how you would scrape them?
Yes, yeah, we just go underneath any part of your nail, just trying to get into the nail bed to get any kind of evidentiary value that would have stayed in there.
All right, so I want to turn your attention to states 103, A through J. Actually, would you mind showing the jury what you're looking at there in your notebook?
It's a large compilation of evidence that I collected.
Okay, so each swab is inside like a plastic folder?
Yes, like a laminated section.
Okay, thank you. All right, so looking at states 103, A through J, please let me know if you recognize those items.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are states 103, A through J?
These are all of the nail scrapings that I took of Brandy Peters. I took one individually for each of her fingers.
Okay, can you tell us, so you took a thumbnail, a fingernail, a middle nail, a ring nail, and a little nail from each hand?
Yes, ma'am.
And each of those are all reflected in states 103, A through J?
They are, yes.
At this time I would move, are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
This time I'd move 103, A through J into evidence.
Any objection? 103, A through J will be admitted.
Okay, at this time I want to turn your attention to 103, K through Q. Do you recognize K through Q?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what are K through Q?
These are swabs that I took of the hand area and neck area of Brandy Peters.
And how do you swab a deceased victim's hand and neck area?
The same way we collect a sterile swab of any kind of suspected blood on the wall, we still use the same sterile swab, and we use distilled water that's also sterilized, and collect a sample of each. So I'd put it on the Q-tip, and then for specifically her neck area, I would just swab along her neck.
And which areas of her neck and hands did you swab?
I believe it was the left side of her neck, the right side of her neck. I took the back of her hands and the palm areas of her hands.
Of both hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what about 103Q? Where did you swab there?
I took a swab of her right earlobe.
Any specific reason why?
There was a darkish material on there. I wasn't able to determine what it was at the time, so I collected a swab of it.
Okay. And are 103K through Q in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
At this time, I move K through Q into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay, so we're continuing our review of testimony up until this point in the Segura case in Florida, and an interesting case. And, you know, does the defense really try to get to the bottom of whose DNA it is, or does the defense just get in front of the jury and say, hey, look, there are way too many unanswered questions here to try to convict my particular client?
Yeah, I mean, just poke holes, find those questions that really beg answers that we're not going to get. And look, you know, there's different DNA. It's not my client's. There was clearly a struggle, as Julie pointed out. The nail was broken, DNA under the nail. It's a little bit of a leap to suggest that the DNA is the result of the struggle. It may not be, but, you know, certainly you got to poke those holes. And this guy confessing that, I mean, is a hole that you could drive a Mack truck through.
Yeah, I mean,
agree?
Well, it depends. So if you have a case where you know who the DNA is and the DNA is not your client, then you're going to go after the fact that it's someone else. If you don't have a determination of who the DNA is, but you know it's not your client, then you're going to obviously not be able to focus in on one particular perpetrator. Here you seem to have multiple perpetrators because you have the guy potentially confessing, plus you have another drug dealer whose DNA is in the house. So you have a plethora of ways to go as a defense attorney to poke these holes that we talk about in terms of creating reasonable doubt.
Yeah, okay, so, does that necessarily mean that the defendant wasn't involved, though? Did they just not happen to catch his DNA in the right spot?
I think, when Ken talks about, like you can find the DNA here, by the way, it is kind of surprising if you have a guy who's been with a woman for a lengthy period of time and has a relationship such that they have a child together that you're not going to find any DNA in the house, which is kind of the irony of it all. So the mere fact that you don't have his DNA doesn't mean that he wasn't involved in the case. However, you have, go ahead, yes?
Oh, I was just thinking about another case. I mean, look, this is the big issue in the Stephen Avery case as well. Everybody keeps saying, oh, well, her DNA wasn't in his trailer. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't necessarily mean that she wasn't in his trailer. I mean, a lot of times you find it, but sometimes you don't. I mean, I've heard of cases where they've done a DNA test on something found in a house, and it turns out that it's a guy who owned the house 50 years ago who's been dead for the last 20.
Sure.
I mean, sometimes this stuff hangs around. Sometimes you can't catch it at all.
Right, I agree with you, except that you don't just have the DNA in this case. And again, I know I'm going too far ahead of ourselves because we haven't heard the evidence, but at least what we know, what we expect coming is that it's not just a weakness in their case regarding DNA. There's seems to be other things that are helping the defense along, and the DNA just is another supporter that maybe they don't have the right guy.
And it's very unusual. I mean, you've got a jailhouse snitch saying that the defendant confessed, then you've got some other guy saying, no, it's me. This sounds like some sort of weird drug entity, competition
there's an
that's
allegation
going very strange and in weird directions, and almost like maybe someone's willing to take the fall so other people don't have to pay the price.
It's such a great point, and I was going to say, one of the things as a prosecutor we always said, and I'm not pointing at you, it's just my pen, I swear.
Bite that pen.
Is that a lot of times people tend to think that when a prosecutor uses a snitch to get a confession, usually people think that they don't have a strong case, and that's why they're going with a snitch. And that is kind of, one of the kind of quiet things people say, because I don't like using a jailhouse informant. That means that I'm kind of desperate for evidence.
Yeah, their credibility is subject to impeachment on cross.
So.
Yeah, good points. Well, we'll continue listening to the testimony of Annie Williams, the latent print examiner. She did a lot of forensic examination in this case, and we'll be back with more analysis after this.
So the suspected blood areas are essentially it's all over the genes.
So all the discoloration that you see there?
Yes. All the sites here.
Your Honor, can I brush up a hold of it? Okay.
He's a little taller. He might be able to get him up a little higher for all the jurors to see. Now that Mr. Fuchs has him, if you could just start with the left leg there, or the leg closest to you.
It appears that all of the discoloration in this area can be attributed to what would be suspected blood.
And moving on to the next leg.
And then we have it all here, all on the sides, through here, and down, and her leg area as well, of the cup of the jeans.
And can you point out any suspected blood on the back of the jeans?
Yes, again, this is colored areas. She was laying the bottoms of the jeans as well. You have it all along the top, on the pockets, and all along down the sides.
Okay, thank you. And I'd ask you to do the same thing with the tank top and the pink bra from States 103 EE.
And again, it's any of its colored areas that you can see, it's essentially most of the bra. And you have a hole in the bra as well, and all along the straps. And it's also gone on the inside.
Okay. And you did collect a projectile from the chest cavity, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did. On the yellow tank top as well, you can see there's several holes through it, but it's also, it was yellow, so I would say that any of the colors that you can clearly see where there's staining of the blood, all on the front, on the inside, and along the back as well.
Okay, thank you. And finally, just the pair of socks from States 103DD.
The same with both the socks. This was a gray sock, so you can see the suspected blood areas on the bottoms of the feet here and on the side as well. Then the multicolored sock you can see on the side, on the bottom of the feet area, and on the other side as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fuchs.
And that was the tail end of testimony from the lady who collected so much of the forensic evidence in this case, and we've been back and forth about the evidence, the DNA, the broken fingernails, the cause of death. The medical examiner was on the stand this afternoon. And, you know, there's this accusation floating out there that there's a drug cartel involved in this. We haven't, at least I haven't seen that testimony on the stand yet, but that's floating out there as well. You know, that maybe the reason that this victim was killed was because of some $90,000 drug debt.
Look, $90,000 drug debt, I think it's fair assumption to make that she was not a casual user. She was probably involved in the illicit narcotics trade. And this is very strange stuff about it. Someone coming forward and confessing and putting himself in that position and inculpating himself. It's very unusual.
Right. I think what we were talking about before is you kind of want to know, like, A, why is he incarcerated in the first place? What does he have to gain? Which is kind of, again, what we started to talk about before, which is kind of, is he covering for someone else? Is he covering for the defendant? Is the defendant involved in this drug trade? I mean, who knows? It's kind of, that's why I'm enjoying this case so much.
You have to have some serious love for someone to confess to a quadruple homicide, or someone's really got the squeeze on you.
So just to let people know also, because this plays into this, where things are going in this case, Kathy Russin has sent me a couple of messages because she's trying to track out the timeline here. And apparently the state is planning to rest next week on Wednesday. So they'll have about a 5-day trial, it sounds like here, maybe 6. They've got to have another evidentiary hearing on whether or not this testimony confession is going to come in from this other inmate. And apparently they're going to do that after the state rests. So it looks like that guy's going to be a defense witness. You know, they're the ones that want him on the stand so badly. That's not a surprise. A couple of other points here. Medical examiner said as many as 8 gunshot wounds on Brandy Peters. 4 bullets were recovered from the body. You know, overall 10 shots were fired. That's the expert opinion in this case. So, you know, we got into some of the jury questions here, and the jury was rightfully asking, okay, well, you know, how many cartridges does a revolver hold? And, well, typically 7. Okay, so if they're saying possibly 10 bullets were fired, what's going on with the number of 2 guns? You know, that insinuation could be the next connection here.
Well, but if you potentially you'll be able to tell, at least from, you know, once I assume they'll have a ballistics expert that testifies as to kind of whether or not the ballistics evidence came from 1, 2, or even more guns. So hopefully those questions will be answered. One of the things some people will say about this case is, you know, when you have someone shot so many times and beaten to such a degree, people start to think, is this a case where it's a drug cartel, or is this someone angry at his girlfriend? You know, so, you know, because it starts to feel like kind of that anger, like crime of passion, and so some people may view it that way. I'm not saying they're
well,
right.
if that's the case, then how did the kids wind up dead? I mean, you've got the 3 kids. That sounds like a send a message kind of crime.
Well, I mean,
you know, one of the kids was the defendant's kid.
Who are you sending the message to? Since right,
and the other 2 aren't.
You might be right, but it also may be, you know, at the end of the day, because I don't think the kids were shot, I could be wrong, it might just be, I need to get rid of the witnesses to what I've done to their mom, and it might be that simple. I don't know.
Yeah, could be getting rid of the witnesses, could be sending a very strong message to possible other third parties that might owe $90,000 in drug money to someone.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there are still a lot of questions to be answered here, so we're going to continue plowing through some of the previous testimony in the case. The next person we're going to listen to is Joanne Maltese, who works for the Tallahassee, Florida Police Department in forensics.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Maltese. Will you introduce yourself to our jury, please?
Joanne Maltese, last name spelling M-A-L-T-E-S-E.
And where do you work?
Work at the Tallahassee Police Department.
What unit are you in over there?
I'm in the forensics department. I've worked for the police department for almost 26 years and in the forensics unit for 18 years.
And your main duty in the forensics unit, processing crime scenes?
Yes, the documentation and evidence collection as well as latent print examination within the forensics unit.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education and experience to become part of the forensics unit?
During the 18 years in forensics, I've taken over 1,500 hours worth of classes to include crime scene reconstruction, photography, latent print examination, palm print examinations. I also teach basic recruits at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy, as well as advanced crime scene at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy.
I'm going to take you back to November 20th of 2010. Did you respond to 908 Saddle Creek Run that day?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role there that day?
I was there to assist the crime scene techs there and offer any advice or opinions, help them with anything that they needed.
Okay, so you weren't the person that was the main one processing, you were just kind of overseeing and helping?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you a couple of photos that were entered into evidence previously yesterday. Looking here at 70 EEE. What part of the home are we seeing here?
It's going to be outside the front door. The front door, if you look to the left of the photo, that is the front door, and it's part of the garage wall, the exterior garage wall and the walkway.
And is there actually a laser up there on the witness stand for you?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. If you could just point out to the jury where the front door is, everything you were just
Front door is on the left side of the photograph. And across the photograph itself is the garage door, or the garage wall.
Okay. Let me look within the scales here. If you look closely, what do we see?
There is a scale that runs vertical and horizontal on the wall, as well as smaller 2-inch scales placed on that wall, and there's some Sharpie writing that was done to show direction.
What about all these tiny dots? What are those?
All the tiny dots are suspected.
Okay, want to talk a little bit more about the bullets found here. Apparently 10 shots fired. The gun that was claimed to have been used here is a .32 revolver. The gun itself holds, revolvers usually hold 5 to 7. That type of gun, they're saying, you know, closer to usually 7. But apparently all 10 bullets came from that type of gun. So they're saying that one weapon likely reloaded. So, you know, now you're talking about...
Or both assailants had the same type of gun.
Or some same type of gun. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I can tell that you're angling for that defense.
Well, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, you know, the same type of ammo is used in a wide range of firearms. You know, it could be possible that there were 2 different assailants. It could be possible they had the same gun. It could be possible that one person reloaded.
But you can usually match ballistics, shell casings to shell casings and bullets to bullets. And with a revolver, since I assume there's no shell casings left behind because it's a revolver, potentially the ballistics expert would be able to see if those bullets came from one gun or not. But we shall see in regards to that.
We will have to. So we'll continue listening to some more testimony here from the Henry Segura case. This is Caroline Wilder, who is one of the forensics examiners.
Would you introduce yourself to our jury, please?
I am Caroline Wilder, W-I-L-D-E-R.
And was your name Wilder back in 2010?
No, ma'am.
Okay, what was your name at that time?
My maiden name is Carpentieri, C-A-R-P-E-N-T-I-E-R-I.
Thank you. And what do you do, Ms. Wilder?
I'm a forensic specialist at the Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you been with forensics at TPD?
About 7.5 years.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education, your training, your experience that's led you to be with TPD for 7.5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I attended college at FSU, and at that time in 2006, for the summer, I interned with the TPD forensic unit, where I got a taste and realized this was the field that I wanted to be in. After I graduated Florida State in 2007, I went to the police academy and got my law enforcement standards. It's not a requirement for the field that I am currently in. I'm not a sworn law enforcement officer, but I got a very broad knowledge of general police work. I started in my current position in March 2010, and from there I got a lot of in-house training. It was a 6-month, very intensive program. And since then, I've been to many, many, many classes about crime scene reconstruction, latent print examination, and so forth.
Okay. I want to ask you about your role in this case on November 20th, 2010. On that day, that Saturday, did you respond to 908 Saddle Creek Run?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you go back later days, too, to help process the scene as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you there? Were you there on Monday?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you there on Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that would be November 23rd?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to turn your attention to a few photos of some items that you collected.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And then 70 HHH. What do we see in this item? Your Honor, would you mind bringing it on to the right hand? What do we see in this photo?
This is a photograph of the carpet near the foyer area. You can see that there is the purple staining from the Luco Crystal Violet in that photograph.
70 III. This is an up-close view of that?
Yes, ma'am. It's an up-close of that. This is before I have marked any pieces of evidence. In the very center, you can see what was collected as a suspected artificial nail that had been broken off.
Okay, and it's right here in the center of the photo that I'm zooming in on?
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at 70 JJJ, was that the nail after you zoomed in on it and put the evidence marker?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and did you actually collect that acrylic nail?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see States 88 in front of you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just the only exception, I can see FDLE evidence tape on it, so it appears it's been there, but other than that, it's the same.
If you wouldn't mind just looking at the other items there on the witness stand that you also have in front of you, are those all items that you collected from the scene that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're labeling their packaging is the same as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as 70 KKK and entered into evidence. What do we see here?
The photograph that we're looking at is obviously it's of the floor. The front door is to the left of the photograph. You can see a little bit of the tile in the bottom left corner. There was an artificial tree that was in this area. It had been upturned, and so I was photographing sort of an overall view before I started closing in on items of evidence.
Okay. And 70 LLL?
This was more of a close-up of the tree. We have upturned it to its proper position and started examining the branches. In the middle of that photograph, you can see what we suspected to be a bullet hole.
There should be a laser up on the witness stand for you. You could point out to the jury where you see the indentation.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. This right here is the suspected bullet hole that we observed in the tree.
Did you find any projectiles near the tree?
No, ma'am.
And in 70 MMM, did you mark that indentation with the evidence sticker or a scale?
Yes, ma'am.
What about in 70 NNN? What do we see here?
This right here is also on that tree. This was suspected blood that we observed on the trunk.
Did you take a swab of that blood?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's there on the witness stand in front of you today?
Yes.
It's marked as states 86?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to show you 70000. What do we see here?
This is the front porch area where I was standing taking the photograph. The front door is directly to my left, so this is to the right of the front door on the wall. And you can see here that there are a couple of hairs or suspected hairs that were on that vinyl siding.
70 ppp and up close of the hairs?
Yes, ma'am.
And we see the scale there. Did you collect the hairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's what you just identified in front of you. That states 87?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and 70 QQQ. What are we looking at in this photo?
This is the other side of the front porch. Now the front door is to the right from this view.
The front door is with your laser?
I apologize. The front door would be about here. You can see a little bit of the jamb right here. This right here would be the front door, and this is the front porch area to the left of the front door.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value on the front porch ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to show you this closer view, 70 RRR. Were you trying to get a closer shot of what you saw?
This is more of a mid-range photograph to show a closer up of the evidence that was found on the porch.
Okay, and what was that evidence?
There was suspected blood on the ground.
Can you see where it is in this photo?
I believe, from my vantage point, I believe it's around here. I have it marked in a separate photograph.
Okay. 70 SSS?
The suspected blood, obviously, right there.
Okay. And so this is on a portion of that photograph where it's actually in the shade of those, of that banister or railings, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with this suspected blood?
I took a sterile swab of it.
Is this about where you were talking about?
It appears to be right in this shadow area, right there.
And the swab that you took of this drop of blood that was out on the front porch, is that there in front of you at States 94?
Yes, ma'am.
inside the house as well from different rooms.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 39B. What is 39B?
39B is miscellaneous paperwork from the Master Bedroom Entertainment Center.
Okay. And did you collect some items from the kitchen as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are the items from the kitchen?
Well, in front of me, State's Exhibit, I believe that's 110. Miscellaneous paperwork from the kitchen drawer, which was the southernmost drawer near the trash can.
Okay, I think that would be 100. I just have poor handwriting.
Oh, apologize. State's 100. 101 are trash bags from the cabinet above the drawer.
And are those all the items that you collected from the home that day?
I believe so.
I want to ask you about a few more photos. These have been entered into evidence of by stipulation as 130A through P. In 130A, is this kind of just an overview of the foyer once the reagent was applied?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to ask you about some photos that you took of different marks that you saw in the reagent. Is 130B one of those photos of you trying to capture any marks you saw?
Yes, there was what we suspected could have been shoe impressions in there, and I wanted to make sure that anything that I saw that could be potentially used as evidence that I photographed.
Okay. And looking at both of these photos, are a lot of the photos that you take around in this area around where we see most of the purple to the right of the door as you walk in and leading into the living room?
I know I took photographs in that area. I can't recall specifically where the impressions were in these photographs.
Okay. I want to specifically show you some on the tile 130C. Are these some of the marks that you photographed on the tile that you thought maybe could possibly be used for something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 130D.
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all apply any chemicals, looking at 130E, any chemicals to try to help these show up more in any areas of the home?
Well, in this area, you can see that there is the purple stain, which is the leucocrystal violet.
In the bathroom?
In the bathroom, I didn't use chemicals to try to enhance any type of shoe wear. Instead of using chemicals such as this, I used powder to try to, regular fingerprint powder to try to enhance any impressions that might be on that bathroom tile.
Okay. And looking at 130G, did you also try to measure these as much as you could?
Well, I didn't specifically note any measurements, but I take the photographs with a scale, so if they need or could be used later, then this size can be accurately represented.
Okay. And these are the photos where you tried to get any pattern with the scale?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you took these photos after the home was cleared.
Okay, welcome back, folks. We're continuing to review testimony in the Segura case, and for a case with a lot of really fascinating twists and turns that we've been talking about, the testimony just doesn't really energize me. Sorry, but you know, I'm waiting for the real interesting stuff to come out of this case.
And I understand that, and that's the dilemma for every single prosecutor is this stuff has to come out. They must present it to the jury. They have no choice. Usually what we try to do is beforehand, when I was a prosecutor, say, listen, there's going to be stuff you're going to be kind of bored by, but you need to kind of pay attention because you're going to realize how meaningful it's going to be at the end. And so, but yeah, it is painful. It's also, quite honestly, usually painful for the prosecutor because they have to go through hundreds of pieces of evidence that they have looked at and talked about before. And so imagine from their standpoint, it's exhausting. So
it's very exhausting for the defense to watch this. But look, building a case is like building a house. You have to start with the foundation, and you go from there.
Now, I was wondering, Ken, if you would say, hey, if you were to make that argument, Julie, and say, hey, you know, there's some parts that'll be less than exciting, do you just turn around as a defense attorney, Ken, and say, I'd prefer that you just not pay attention to those parts? I know you don't, but.
No, I mean, look, there are certain things that are a given that are going to come in. You know, the sky is blue. It was raining that day. Whatever it may be, there are facts that are just undisputed that come into trial. Defense attorney's job is to really poke holes in the prosecution's narrative and inject reasonable doubt, or at least shine the light on those places where reasonable doubt might be hiding.
Yeah. No, I was going to say it's the prosecutor's job on opening to get the jury kind of excited for buzzwords. So be able to say to the jury, listen, you might not find it exciting, but listen for the word .32 caliber gun. Listen to what the ballistics expert has to tell you. So I want you listening for them, because then the jury actually is working with you to try to get through each piece of evidence. And then when you're summing, you're kind of wrapping it all up for them, and so they're kind of with you from beginning to end. And that's how you kind of get the jury invested and engaged in this case.
Yeah, I mean, part of me feels that I've been cheated out of life. I have not had the pleasure to see Julie Rendelman try a case when she was a prosecutor.
I can't believe that you actually feel you've been cheated out of life. I need to write that down and put that up in my
Look,
room.
I wanted, after weeks of animosity, I wanted to pay you at least one backhanded compliment, whatever you want to talk about. So,
no.
Well, let's continue listening to the testimony in this case. We've got some stuff queued up from the medical examiner who was on the stand earlier today. She's testifying without the jury present. She gets into some details. Eventually the jury comes back in at the end of this, but this is outside the presence of the jury.
State your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Lisa Flanagan, that's Flanagan.
Have you provided her with the photos you're proposed to use, Ms. Dugan?
Yes, sir. I don't know, though, which specific ones that...
We'll give them all to her.
Do you want me to identify for you ahead of time which ones?
That would be good.
With respect to the autopsy photos of victim brain defeaters, the state's 102, it would be D, E, G, I, O through T, W, Y, JJ through LL, VV through WW, and AAA and BBB.
Triple A's.
Yes, sir. With respect to Maya Peters, I didn't mark the initial photo identifying her, but I don't object to a photo to identify who it is. But then after that, the only ones I don't object to are I, J, O, Q, and R. The rest I object to.
Okay.
So those are 102 and 104. Were there objections? There was 106 and 108. One of those is Tanaya and one of those is Javante.
Yes, Your Honor, I object to all of those autopsy photos.
And that's just a generalized objection. Don't think we should get into them because you're not disputing the cause of death.
Yes, sir. 403 analysis.
Okay. All right. Dr. Flanagan, the prosecutors indicated that the photos that she has marked for identification to be presented to the jury are photos that you picked out to explain your findings. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
There is an objection as to some of these photos based upon them being overly gruesome, I guess. I guess that'd be the only way to describe it. Are there photos in there that you feel like you could do with Al that would not interfere with your ability to explain each of your findings in the case? In other words, are there repetitious photos in there?
I tried not to put repetitious photos in there. I went through and picked out the photographs that were as clean as the ones that I have, the ones where I've cleaned the blood off. But she has many, many injuries, and the photographs show different angles, and basically I tried not to duplicate them, but yes, some injuries show up in more than one photograph, but that's because I had to show different angles to get a better view of the wound that I was trying to document.
You want to cross on that, Mr. Brent?
I suppose it would be most helpful to have the photo so I could ask her specifically why that photo is necessary to explain her testimony and findings. Or do you want me to just inquire generally?
We're not going to go through each photo at this point.
With respect to victim Brandy Peters first, the photos that I'm most concerned with are the ones of internal examination where you're tracking bullet paths and things of that nature. You can't really, would you agree that you can't really tell as a layperson what you're looking at there anyway? Could you explain verbally to the jury without having to show them internal pictures of the victim in an effective and clear manner without showing those pictures?
Well, I think the photographs, the ones you're talking about with the probe through them, show the wound tracks through her body. They're the only ones that actually, as far as the gunshot wounds, caused injury to an internal organ. I didn't show any pictures of the organ itself, but kind of implying this is where the lung would be, and I just show the path that it took through that chest. And they're the only gunshot wound injuries that, as I said, caused any significant internal trauma. I mean,
you're going to verbally explain all that to the jury as well as you're showing pictures, correct? That's your plan?
Yes.
Could you explain just as effectively what the path is by simply saying, look, the bullet entered here on the left side of the victim's torso and exited there on the right side of the victim's back? Can you do that in a manner that is clear, as you did in your report?
I mean, I could try, but obviously I'm not able to know how they're interpreting that and if it would help them visually to see the wound track through her body.
With respect then to the wound, the primary wound to the victim's forehead on the left side, that's really the only specific individual wound that I have great concern about. Could you explain that wound and how it led to the victim's death without having to show pictures of that wound?
Well, that particular wound is probably the most significant wound of all that she sustained. It's probably the fatal wound.
Could you just say that and let the jury know that there was a significant injury to the left side of her forehead with skull fractures and breaks and all that caused brain hemorrhage? Could you just explain it like that without having to show that part of the pictures?
Again, I can't tell what they would interpret from my words when there's a photograph to show it. Even her identification photograph will show the injury to her face.
I understand. I would just make argument, Your Honor.
You can be heard.
All of this is subject to a 403 analysis. Clearly, it would be, in the witness's opinion, useful to be able to explain with photos so that they can see exactly what she's talking about, but that's not the end of the analysis under 403. And I would suggest that it's not especially probative or helpful. The topics that she's talking about, bullet track or the injury to the forehead, are not hard to understand topics. She can say where the bullet entered and where the bullet exited. She can explain that the injury to the forehead was the primary cause of death. She can explain that there was skull fracture and brain hemorrhage. I don't think that the jury needs to see the victim's face caved in up close to be able to understand that, especially when cause of death is not at all in dispute, which goes to the first part of the analysis as to whether it's even probative. So given that the testimony is not in dispute and given that the pictures are horrifying, I would suggest that it's...
All right, let's switch gears a little bit, folks, and talk about the Joshua Gasper case out of Cleveland, because we've been following that as well. interesting case there. We've been trying to figure out exactly how the vehicles were all positioned, and we had one of the witnesses over the last couple of days sort of, explain this all, and it sounds like the car that the defendant was swerving to avoid was the car that the trooper was pointing at and saying, you have to pull over.
Right.
So that's why the car slammed on the brakes ahead of him. Well, I mean, I don't know if that necessarily makes it excusable to all of a sudden jerk over in the other lane. I mean, the proper response would have been to monitor the car in front of you and slow down.
The whole issue we talked about from the beginning was, and the question I always asked was, where was the car that the officer had initially pulled over? If the car was still in the lane, to me, the act of him not being able to stop in time while negligent did not rise to any level of some kind of criminal conduct. If the car that the officer had pulled over had been already pulled over to what they called the berm, and he still somehow swerved, I don't know why he would have been swerving, because the car wouldn't have been in his way.
Yeah, he looks like he swerved because the car in front of him, he said, slammed on the brakes. That's what the facts have been discussed for quite some time. And the reason that the car was slamming on the brakes is because the officer was pointing at it and telling it to pull over. And that's the way they do speed traps in a lot of states. The officer doesn't sit in the car and do it. They stand outside and then he'll point at you if you get caught, and that means you have to pull over.
Yeah,
that's what I'm taking away from
that whole
this.
policy needs to be revisited, but I don't know that the officer's contributory negligence is really defense in this jurisdiction. But I think it's really going to come down to is if they can establish through expert testimony that methadone really impairs motor function and the ability to operate a motor vehicle, which a lot of the scientific research, at least the research done in the United States, which happens to be using methadone to treat people afflicted by the opioid crisis, says that it doesn't affect motor function.
But part of the proof of that methadone is impacting him is the accident itself. And if you can't show that the acts by him swerving to avoid that person rises to the level of reckless just in and of itself, that impacts whether or not methadone had a role in any way, shape, or form in what happened. Because quite honestly, if you're driving in a car at a high rate of speed, even a little bit over the speed limit, which we assume the guy in front of him was since he was stopped before him, that when you stop, you're either going to hit the car in front of you, you're going to hit them, or you're going to swerve to avoid them. So you're going to swerve to the left, or you're going to swerve to the right. The fact that he chose to swerve to the left, to me, does not rise, methadone or not, to the level of some type of criminal negligence, unless I'm missing something.
I don't think you are. I mean, and I think, look, I'm not buying the prosecution's case in this. I don't like the fact that they keep changing the speed that they think he was going. Okay, why wasn't that figured out long before now? And I know we talked about this a little bit before, and you said, well, things change. Okay, well, that's a little bit more of a scientifically concluded estimate than a witness who freaks out at the last minute and decides not to testify. So look, the burden's on the state. They should have had their act together with that long before now. And the fact that they didn't tells me that they were stretching to try to make the guy look bad when it got smeared all over the place locally that he was going 78 and a 60. If now they're saying, which is what they're saying, that he was going 62 to 65, that's a big difference. And I've watched this go down in the Stephen Avery case, okay, where one set of facts comes out of the prosecutor and then half of them don't get proven at trial. So I have to turn around and say, what's really going on underneath the covers here?
And let's be clear, the burden is always on the state to prove their case. Defense merely has to find the reasonable doubt. But look, the fact juries don't like when a narrative changes. They don't like when someone's story changes. That's indicative, and common sense tells you it's indicative that something is not adding up, that they're being misled.
Right, well, prosecutors don't like it either. You're up there, you give an opening
Always
statement.
The prosecutor.
But no, but think about it. You're opening on your case, you say he's driving 78 miles per hour, and then all of a sudden you have an expert that gets up that totally undercuts what you're saying. It means either you're not prepared or the expert is somehow, coming out with something that no one's ever heard and there was no way you would have heard it. But at the end of the day, the case seemed to have fallen apart.
Yeah, and look, we've got all this evidence. Okay, they upped his dose within 7 days of when the thing happened, but the previous dose was at least the day before. It peaks somewhere between 2 and 4 hours in your system. It's like if I had a glass of wine yesterday, and got in a car accident today, then like that's already out of my system, you know? I mean, and the evidence is that it takes that long to peak. So this whole thing like, oh, he got in the accident 14 minutes after he took it. Well, it doesn't really even take effect until about, well, longer than 14 minutes, and it peaks 2 to 4 hours later after the dose. So, you know, somebody just jumped in the chat room and said the state is grasping at straws. Okay, look, I'll just use that to summarize my point.
While I agree with you, I do think, in theory, the presentation of that evidence, when they put that doctor, you know, the one with the purple bow tie, who I was mocking a little bit off camera, purple on purple is not a good look, but hey.
Well, look, now I know what to get you for Christmas.
He testified that he has over 600 patients. He really didn't have much an idea of what's going on with any of his patients. You know, there's the prosecution, I think, was effective at dismantling him a little bit.
I don't know if I don't know if I fully saw it that way. I mean, I didn't watch all.
You think purple on purple is good?
I think purple on purple is really, really, really good, and I think that that's what we should be focused on. No, but I think he did a better job than you're describing. But I think one of the things that goes along with kind of the mess of this case is this isn't a person who just went home and sniffed cocaine and got in a car. This is a person that was prescribed a drug by a doctor moments before he got in a car.
To try to deal with an addiction that was the result of other drugs that were prescribed by doctors.
And so in a jury's mind, if I'm the jury, I'm going to say, well, what the heck is the doctor letting him walk out the door if the doctor thinks something's wrong with him? And if the doctor doesn't think that he's under the influence, then why should we?
Well, hold on. We have a huge opioid crisis in this country, and a lot of the drugs that are affecting people and their motor function, it's legally prescribed drugs. Now look, I get it. They say methadone doesn't impair motor function. Now methadone was created to get people off of heroin, which was created to get people off of morphine. Do you see a pattern forming? At some point, we may learn that methadone might have some serious deleterious effects. I think that methadone really is the co-defendant in this case.
They've done a lot of studies though.
A lot of studies done in the United States. Studies being done in Europe, which does not typically prescribe methadone as well. Those studies are reaching different conclusions.
Yeah, I mean, again. When we look at the facts of this case specifically, keep in mind we have a guy who doesn't seem to be showing any signs that he's, under the influence of anything.
The sergeant testified that he was, but look, I agree. I don't think that.
By the way, we could go back and forth about the sergeant. The sergeant didn't offer much. He offered that he had, his opinion was different on every single case he's ever handled, and that he was wrong 3 times already with other cases of which individuals were acquitted because of the mistakes he made.
Well, that's right for cross-examination, certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to the way they're going to do the closing arguments in this case. That's coming up next week, but for now, we're going to wrap things up for the day. So Ken Belkin, criminal defense attorney, Julie Rendelman, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, LawNewz trial analyst. Nice to have a good depth of opinions here around the table today.
Always good to see you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for having me.
All right. We'll be back on Monday at 8:30 this time because the Segura case in Florida has an early start time. The judge is telling the jury to make sure they're ready to go at 8:30, so we will be here a little bit early for you on Monday. And of course, we do stay late if testimony requires it. For now, though, this is Aaron Keller at the LawNewz Network. Thanks a lot for joining us this week, and we'll see you back Monday morning.